Title: Sunset Embrace. Author: Sandra Brown. Begin reading table of contents. A preview of Friction newsletters. Copyright page. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the scanning, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this book without the permission of the publisher constitute unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the book other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissionshbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. Sunset Embrace, Sandra Brown. Thank you for buying this ebook published by Hachette Digital. To receive special offers, bonus content, and news about our latest ebooks and apps, sign up for our newsletters. Sign up or visit us at HachettebookGroup.com. Newsletters. Copyright. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons living or dead is coincidental. Copyright C. 1985 by Sandra Brown. Excerpt from Friction. Copyright C. 2015 by Sandra Brown Management Limited. Cover design by Emily Weigel, Face Out Studio. Cover photograph by Alexander Naked-Getty. Cover copyright Sans 2015 by Hachette Book Group, Inc. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the scanning, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this book without the permission of the publisher constitute unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the book other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissionshbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. Grand Central Publishing, Hachette Book Group, 1290 Avenue of the Americas, New York, NY, 1010, Hog, HachetteBookGroup.com, Twitter.com, Grand Central Pub, first published in mass market paperback by Warner Books, Chapter 1, Why Has God Made It So Painful to Die? The young woman wondered. She gripped her distended abdomen as another pain tore through her lower body and shimmied down her thighs. When it was over, she panted laboriously like a wounded animal trying to garner strength for the next assault, which she knew would seize her within minutes. Undoubtedly it would come, because she didn't think she would be allowed to die before the baby was born. She shivered convulsively. The rain was cold, each drop a tiny needle that pricked her skin, and it had soaked through the tattered dress and the few undergarments she had managed to hold together with clumsy knots. The rags clung to her like a damp shroud, a cloying weight that anchored her to the marshy ground as securely as did the relentless pain. She was chilled to the bone, but perspiration had clammily glazed her skin after endless hours of painful labor. When had it begun? Last night, just after sunset. Through the night, the ache in the lower part of her back had intensified until it crawled farther around her middle to twist her womb between angry fists. Cloud-obscured skies made it difficult to determine the time of day, but she guessed it to be mid-morning by now. She concentrated on the leafy pattern of the tree limbs against the gray sky overhead as the next contraction wrung her insides. The rainy clouds scuttled by, heedless of the woman barely 20 years old lying alone in the Tennessee wilderness, giving birth to a being she didn't want to think of as a baby, even as human. She turned her cheeks sideways into her bed of sodden, rotted leaves, remnants of last fall, and let her tears mingle with the rain. Her baby had been conceived out of shame and humiliation, and deserved no happier occasion than this to be born. Sweet Jesus, let me die now. She prayed as she felt another abdominal upheaval rolling through her. Like the summer thunder, it rumbled inside her, gaining impetus before crashing against the walls of her body, just as the thunder seemed to collide with the mountainsides. The pain echoed through her as the thunderclap reverberated through the foothills. Last evening she had tried to ignore the pains and had kept walking. When water had gushed between her thighs, she had been forced to lie down. She hadn't wanted to stop. Each day meant another few miles distance between her and the body that surely had been discovered by now. She hoped it would decay and never be found, but really didn't expect such a piece of luck. This merciless pain she was suffering now was no doubt God's punishment for being glad to see one of his creatures die. That and her wanting no part of the life she had carried in her womb for 9 months. Despite the sinfulness of it, she prayed that she would never see the life struggling so hard to be expelled from her body. She prayed that she would die first. The next seizure was the most vicious of all and brought her to a half-sitting position. Last night, when her bloomers had been ruined by the pinkish flood, she had taken them off and cast them aside. Now she picked the garment up and mopped her rain and sweat-soaked face with it. She trembled uncontrollably, as much out of fear as pain. She had felt herself tearing with that last rebellion of her body. Gathering the frayed hem of her dress and the cobwebby remains of her petticoat up over her raised knees, she tentatively lowered her hand between her legs and touched the spot. "Oh!" she whimpered and began to weep. She was open, stretched wide. Her fingertips had touched the babe's head. Her hand came away covered with blood and slime. Her mouth opened with terror, but the sound that issued out was a piercing wail of agony as her body strained and squeezed, trying to eliminate the being that had become foreign matter after being snugly harbored for 9 months. She levered herself up on her elbows, spread her thighs wide, and bore down with the pressure. Blood pounded against her eardrums and behind eyes that were squeezed shut. Jaws ached from clenching them. Her lips were peeled back into a gruesome mask. During a brief respite, she huffed precious air in and out of her lungs. Then the pain came again and again. She screamed, expending the last of her energy on one final thrust, funneling all her body's weight to that one narrow place that ran in two. And then she was free of it. She fell back exhausted, gulping air, and grateful now for the raindrops that coolly bathed her face. There was no sound in the thick forest save for the bellows-like heaving of her lungs and the rain dripping heavily. The absence of sound was eerie, startling, strange. There had been no bursting cry of life from the baby she had just birthed, no movement. Disregarding her earlier prayer, she struggled to sit up again and moved her long skirt aside. Animal sounds of grief and misery tripped over her bruised lips when she saw the infant, little more than a ball of bluish flesh lying dead between her thighs without ever having known life. The cord that had nourished it had been its instrument of death. The ropey tissue was wound tightly around the baby's throat. Its face was pinched. It had taken a suicidal plunge into the world. The girl wondered if it had chosen to die, instinctively knowing that it would be despised even by its mother, preferring death to a life of degradation. "At least, little one, you didn't have to suffer life," she whispered. She fell back onto the spongy ground and stared sightlessly at the weeping sky, knowing that she was fevered and probably delirious, and that thoughts about babies killing themselves in the womb were crazy. But it made her feel better to think that her baby hadn't wanted to live any more than she had wanted it to, that it had wanted to die just as she did now. She should pray for forgiveness at being glad for her own infant's death, but she was too tired. Surely God would understand. It had been He, after all, who had afflicted her with such pain. Didn't she deserve to rest now? Her eyes closed against the rain that poured over her face like a healing balm. She couldn't remember a time when she had known this kind of peace. She welcomed it. Now she could die? "You reckon she's dead?" The young voice croaked hoarsely. "I don't know," a slightly older voice whispered back. "Poke her and see." "I ain't a-gonna poke her." "You poke her." The tall, rangy boy knelt on bony knees next to the prone, still figure. Carefully, as he had been taught by his pa, he propped his rifle, barrel up against the tree trunk. His hands twitched nervously as he stretched them toward the girl. "You're scared, ain't ya?" the younger boy challenged. "No, I ain't scared," the older hissed back. Having to prove it, he extended his index finger and placed it next to the girl's upper lip, not quite touching her. "She's breathing," he said in relief. "She ain't dead. What do you reckon?" "God Almighty, Bubba, there's blood a-coming from under her dress." Reflexively, Bubba jumped back. His brother Luke was right. A trickle of blood was forming a crimson pool beneath the hem of her dress, which barely covered her knees. She wasn't wearing stockings, and the leather of her shoes was cracked and peeling. The laces had been knotted together after numerous breaks. You figure she's been gunshot or something, maybe we ought to look. I know, Bubba said impatiently. Keep your damn trap shut. I'm gonna tell Ma you're cussing if... Shut up! Bubba whirled around to stare down his younger brother. I'll tell her you peed in old lady Watkins' wash water after she got on to you about making too much noise around the camp. Luke was properly cowed, and Bubba turned back to the girl. Gingerly and disbelieving he had actually wanted to go hunting that morning, he lifted the hem of her ratty brown dress. Hellfire, he shrieked, dropping the skirt and jumping to his feet. Unfortunately, the soiled cloth didn't fall back to cover the lifeless form lying between the girl's slender thighs. Both boys stared in horror at the dead infant. Luke made a strange sound in his throat. You gonna puke? Bubba asked. No. Luke swallowed hard. I don't think, he said with less assurance. Go get Ma, Pa, too. He'll have to carry her back to the wagon. Can you find your way back? Course, Luke said scornfully. Then get going. She could still die, you know. Luke cocked his head to one side and studied the young woman's pale face. She's right fetching to look at. You gonna touch her any more while I'm gone? Get going, Bubba yelled, facing his brother with a threatening stance. Luke thrashed his way noisily through the trees until he could safely call back a taunt. I'll know if you look at something you ain't supposed to, and I'll tell Ma. Bubba Langston picked up a pine cone and hurled it at his brother, younger by 2 years. It fell short of its mark, and Luke scampered away. When he was out of sight, Bubba knelt down beside the girl. He gnawed his lower lip before looking at the dead baby once again. Then, using only the tips of his index finger and thumb, he lifted the hem of her skirt and moved it to cover up the baby. Sweat beaded his forehead, but he felt better when he couldn't see the baby anymore. Lady, he whispered softly. Hey, lady, can you hear me? Fearfully, he nudged her shoulder. She moaned and tossed her head to one side, then back again. He had never seen such a head of hair on a person before. Even littered with twigs and leaves and damp with rain, it was right, pretty, curly, and sort of wild-looking. The color wasn't like any he had ever seen before either, not quite red and not quite brown, but somewhere in between. He took off the canteen suspended around his neck by a leather thong and uncapped it. Lady, you want a drink? Bravely, he pressed the metal spout to her flaccid lips and poured a small amount over them. Her tongue came out to lick up the moisture. Bubba watched, fascinated, as her eyes fluttered open to gaze up at him vaguely. The girl saw a wide-eyed boy of about 16 bending anxiously over her. His shock of hair was so light it was almost white. Was he an angel? Was she in heaven? If so, it was disappointingly like Earth. The same sky, the same trees, the rain-laden forest, the same pain between her thighs. She wasn't dead yet. No, boy, go away. I want to die. She closed her eyes again and knew no more. Afraid for the young woman's life and feeling helpless, Bubba sank to the damp ground under the tree. His eyes never left her face until he heard the commotion of Ma and Pa pushing through the dense undergrowth in the full lush bloom of early summer. What's all this Luke was blabbing about a girl, son? Zeke Langston asked his eldest child. See, I told you, Ma, Pa, Luke said excitedly, pointing a finger. There she be. Get out of my way, all of you, and let me see to this poor girl. Ma impatiently shoved the men aside and squatted down heavily beside the girl. First, she brushed aside the damp hair clinging to the wan cheeks. Right comely, ain't she? Wonder what in tarnation she's doing out here all alone. There's a babe, Ma. Ma Langston looked up at Bubba, then at her husband, jerking her head in a silent signal that he'd distract the boys. When their backs were turned, Ma raised the dress to the girl's lap. She had seen worse, but this sight was grim enough. Lord have mercy, she muttered. Zeke, give me a hand here. You boys run on back to the wagon and tell Annabeth to fix a pallet up proper. Get a good fire going and put a kettle to boiling. Disappointed that they were going to miss the most interesting part of the adventure, they objected in unison. But Ma, get, I said, rather than incur their mother's wrath, which both had felt at the other end of a strop. They shuffled off toward the wagon train that was taking Sunday off to rest. "She's in a bad way, ain't she?" Zeke asked, crouching down beside his wife. "Yep, first thing is to get the afterbirth out. She may die of the poison anyway." Silently, they worked over the unconscious girl. "What should I do with this, Ma?" Zeke asked. He had wrapped nature's debris along with the dead infant in a knapsack and had bundled it tightly. "Bury it. I doubt she'll be in any condition to visit a grave for several days. Mark the spot in case she wants to come back to see it." "I'll put a boulder over it so the animals won't get to it," Zeke said solemnly and began to scoop out a shallow grave with the small spade he had brought with him. "How's the girl?" he asked when he was done, wiping his hands on a bandana handkerchief. "Still bleeding, but I've got her packed tight. We've done all we can do here. Can you carry her? If you can help hoist her up." The girl came to life and protested, flailing her arms weakly when Zeke hooked her under the knees and behind her back and lifted her to his thin chest. Then the slender limbs fell away and she went lifeless again. Her throat arched as her head fell back over his arm. "Ain't her hair funny looking, though?" Zeke commented, not unkindly. "Can't say I ever seen any that color before," Ma replied absently as she picked up the things they had brought with them. "We'd best hurry. It's starting to rain again." The place between her thighs burned. Her throat was scratchy and sore. She felt hot and achy all over, yet there was a pervading sense of comfort surrounding her. She was dry and warm. Had she made it to heaven after all? Had the tow-headed boy left her alone to die? Was that why she felt so safe and peaceful? But in heaven one wasn't supposed to know pain, and she was hurting. She pried her eyes open. A white canvas ceiling curved above her. A lantern was burning low on a box near the pallet on which she was lying. She stretched her legs as much as the aching between them would allow, acquainting herself with the soft bed. Her feet and legs were naked, but she had been dressed in a white nightgown. Her hands moved restlessly over her body, and she wondered why she felt so strange. Then she realized that her stomach was flat. It all came back to her then in a wave of terrible memories. The fear, the pain, the horror of seeing the dead infant lying blue and cold between her legs. Tears pooled in her eyes. There, you ain't gonna start that crying again, are you? You've been crying off and on in your sleep for hours." The fingers that whisked the tears from her cheek were large, work-rough, and red in the soft glow of the lamp, but they felt good on her face. So did the voice that fell, full of gentle concern, on her ears. "Here, you ready for some of this broth? Made it from one of the rabbits the boys got this morning before they found you." The woman foisted a spoonful on the girl, who swallowed the rich liquid to keep from choking and discovered that it tasted good. She was hungry. "Where am I?" she asked, between swallows of the soup. "In our wagon, name's Ma Langston. Them was my boys that found you. You recollect any of that? You scared them half to death." She chuckled. "Luke's been telling the story all up and down the train. Did I mention we're with a wagon train of folks heading to Texas?" That was too much information to sort through at one time, so the girl concentrated on swallowing the broth. It was filling her stomach up warmly, enhancing the feeling of comfort and security. For weeks she had been fleeing, so fearful of pursuit that, except for a brief few days, she hadn't taken shelter but had slept out in the open, eating what summer harvest she could gather in the woods. The raw-boned face that looked down at her was both stern and kind. Few would lose an argument to it, but few would know unkindness from it either. Sparse, mousy grayed brown hair was pulled back into a scraggly bun on the nape of her neck. She was a large woman with an enormous bosom that sagged to her thick waist. She was dressed in clean but faded calico. Her skin was etched with a tracery of fine lines, but conversely her cheeks were girlishly rosy. It was as though some benevolent god had viewed his handiwork, found it too harsh, and painted on those pink cheeks to soften the rough edges. Had enough? The girl nodded. The woman set aside the tin bowl of broth. "I'd like to know your name," she said, her voice softening perceptibly, as though she sensed the forthcoming topic might not be welcomed. "Lydia." Jagged eyebrows arched in silent query. "That's right pretty all by itself, but don't it have nothing to go with it?" Who are your people? Lydia turned her head away. She envisioned her mother's face as she first remembered her from earliest childhood, beautiful and young, not the pale, vacuous face of a woman dying of despair. Only Lydia, she said quietly. I have no family. Ma digested that. She took the girl's hand and shook it slightly. When the light brown eyes came back to her, she argued softly, You birthed a babe, Lydia? Where's your man? Dead. Ach, ain't that a pity now? No. I'm glad he's dead. Ma was perplexed but too polite and fearful for the girl's physical condition to pry further. What were you doing out there in the woods alone? Where were you headed? Lydia's narrow shoulders lifted in a negligent shrug. Nowhere. Anywhere. I wanted to die, hogwash. I ain't gonna let you die. You're too pretty to die. Ma roughly straightened the blanket over the frail body to cover the sudden emotion she felt for this strange girl. She elicited Ma's pity. Tragedy was stamped all over the face that shone pale and haunted in the lantern light. We, Pa and me, buried your baby boy in the woods. Lydia's eyes closed. A boy. She hadn't even noticed with that one glimpse of her child. If you like, we can fall behind the train a few days and you can go see the grave when you feel up to it. Furiously, Lydia shook her head. No, I don't want to see it. Tears escaped from under her eyelids. Ma patted her hand. I know what you're suffering, Lydia. I've got 7 young uns, but I've buried 2. It's the hardest thing a woman has to do. No, it isn't. Lydia thought to herself. There are far worse things a woman has to do. You sleep some more now. I expect you've caught a chill lion out there in the woods that-a-way. I'll stay with you. Lydia looked up into the compassionate face. It wasn't in her yet to smile, but her eyes softened in appreciation. Thank you. You'll have plenty of time to thank me once you get well. I can't stay with you. I have to go. You ain't gonna feel like going nowhere for a spell yet. You can stay with us as long as you can put up with us all the way to Texas, if you like. Lydia wanted to argue. She wasn't fit to live with decent folks like this. If they knew about her eyes dropped closed in sleep. His hands were on her again, all over her. She opened her mouth to scream, and his palm, salty and gritty, clamped over it. His other hand clawed at the neck of her chemise until it ripped open. Her breasts were squeezed by his hateful, clammy hand that derived pleasure from inflicting pain. She sank her teeth into the meat of his palm and was punished by a slap that left her ears ringing and her jaw throbbing. Don't you fight me, or I'll tell your prissy mama about us. You don't want her to know what we've been doing now, do you? I think that'd probably send her right over the edge. I think she'd die if she knew I was breeding you, don't you reckon? No, Lydia didn't want her mama to know, but how could she bear to let him do that to her again? Already he was grinding his hips against her thighs, forcing them to open. His fingers were poking at her painfully, probing, abusively, hurtfully, and that loathsome appendage was driving into her flesh again. When she raked his face with her nails, he laughed and tried to kiss her. I can take it rough if you can, he jeered. She fought him. No, she sobbed. Take it out. No. What is it, Lydia? Wake up. It's only a bad dream. The soothing voice reached into the pit of hell where her nightmare had flung her and lifted her out. She was returned to the soft comfort of the Langstons' wagon. It wasn't Clancy's rape that was hurting her, but the pain that had resulted from the birth of his baby. Oh God, how could she go on living with the memory of Clancy's sexual abuse? She had had a baby by his foul seed and wasn't fit to live in the world any longer. Ma Langston didn't think that way. As the girl gripped the sleeves of Ma's worn dress in fear of her nightmare, the older woman cradled Lydia's head against her deep bosom, murmuring soothing words. It was only a dream. You have a touch of fever, and that's giving you nightmares, but nothing's gonna hurt you as long as you're here with me. Lydia's terror subsided. Clancy was dead. She had seen him lying dead, blood pumping from his head to cover his ugly face. He couldn't touch her anymore. Gratefully, she let her head drop heavily on Ma's breast. When she was almost asleep, Ma laid her back on the lumpy pillow that felt like feather down to Lydia. She had made her bed out of pine needles or hay during the past couple of months. Some nights she hadn't been that lucky, but had slept as well as she could propped against a tree trunk. A sweet black oblivion seduced her into its depths again as Ma continued to hold her hand. Lydia awakened the next morning to the swaying of the prairie schooner. Cooking pots rattled with each rhythmic rotation of the wheels. Leather harnesses squeaked, their metal fasteners jingling merrily. Ma was calling instructions to the team of horses. She punctuated each direction with a crack of a whip. In nearly the same tone, she kept up a lively dialogue with one of her offspring. Her chatter was both advisory and admonishing. Lydia shifted uncomfortably on her bed and turned her head slightly. A white-haired girl with wide, curious blue eyes was sitting within touching distance, staring down at her. "Ma, she's awake!" she shouted. Lydia jumped at the sudden noise. "Do as I told you," Ma called back into the wagon. "We can't stop now." The girl looked back at the startled Lydia. "I'm Annabeth." "I'm Lydia," she said scratchily. The back of her throat felt like a whetstone. "I know Ma told us that at breakfast and said not to call you the girl anymore or she'd pop our jaws. Are you hungry?" Lydia weighed her answer. "No, thirsty. Ma said you'd be thirsty on account of the fever. I got a canteen of water and one of tea." "Water first." Lydia drank deeply. She was amazed at how much energy it cost her and lay back weakly. Maybe some tea later. Life and all its functions were taken for granted by the Langstons. She was embarrassed when Annabeth slid a wash basin under her hips so she could relieve herself, but the girl was kind and matter-of-fact and seemed not the least bit bothered by having to empty it out the back of the wagon. During the noon break, when the train halted for both man and beast to rest, Ma climbed into the wagon to change the pad of cloth she had secured between Lydia's thighs. The bleeding's not so bad. "Your woman parts look like they're healing fine, though you'll be sore for a few more days." There was nothing crude about Ma's frankness, but it still embarrassed Lydia to have herself peered at that way. She was glad some sensibilities had remained intact considering where she had been living for the past 10 years. Her mother must have ingrained some refinement in her before they had moved to the Russell farm. She knew most folks looked upon her as white trash by association. Nasty taunts had been flung in their direction whenever they went into town, which mercifully wasn't often. Lydia hadn't understood all the words, but she learned to recognize and dread the insulting tone. Time and again she had been embarrassed and had wanted to scream out that she and her mama weren't like the Russells. They were different. But who would have believed a dirty, ragged, barefoot girl? She had looked just as disreputable as the Russells, so she had been ridiculed too. But apparently some people weren't so hasty to judge. The Langstons weren't. They hadn't minded her dirty, tattered clothes. They hadn't scorned her for having a baby without a husband. They had treated her like a respectable person. She didn't feel respectable, but more than anything in the world, that's what she wanted to be. It might take years to shed the taint the Russells had smeared on her, but if she died trying, she would get rid of it. During the day, she met the Langston clan one by one. The two boys who had found her shyly ducked their heads into the wagon at their mother's introduction. "There's my eldest, Jacob, but everybody calls him Bubba. The other one is Luke." "Thank you for helping me," Lydia said softly. No longer did she resent them for saving her life. Things didn't seem so dismal now that she was rid of her last reminder of Clancy. The tow-headed boys blushed to the roots of their pale hair and muttered, "You're welcome." Annabeth was a gregarious and energetic 12-year-old. There was also Marynell, Samuel, and Atlanta with barely a year between them. The baby Micah was a strapping 3-year-old. Zeke, whipping the hat off his balding head, spoke to her late that evening from the end of the wagon. "Glad to have you here, Miss Lydia." He smiled, and Lydia noted that he had only 2 teeth in the front of his mouth. "I'm sorry to put you to so much trouble." "No trouble," he said dismissively. "I'll get out of your way as soon as possible." She had no idea where she would go or what she would do, but she couldn't impose on this generous family who had so many mouths to feed already. "Nah, now you stop worrying about that. Get yourself fit and then we'll work something out." All the Langstons seemed to reflect that attitude, but Lydia wondered about the other members of the train. Surely there had been speculation on the girl who had been brought in after birthing a stillborn baby in the wilderness with no husband around. Ma had refused to admit even the kindest visitors who came to inquire about the poor unfortunate girl, saying only that it looked like she was going to pull through and that they would be meeting her soon enough. Lydia's first encounter with anyone on the wagon train other than a Langston came from a loud knocking on the slats of the wagon in the middle of the night. She sat bolt upright, clutching the sheet to her breast. Certain Clancy had risen from the dead and come after her. "Easy, Lydia," Ma said, pressing her back down to the pillow. "Ma Langston," the impatient masculine voice called. A heavy fist thumped on the tailgate. "Ma, please, are you in there?" Hellfire and damnation. What's all the hollering for? Lydia heard Zeke's grumble from outside the wagon. He and the boys slept in bedrolls beneath it. "Zeke, Victoria's in labor. Could Ma come see to her?" The voice was husky, low, laced with anxiety. She started feeling bad after supper. It's labor for sure, not just indigestion. By this time, Ma had crawled to the end of the wagon and shoved the canvas flaps aside. "Mr. Coleman? Is that you? You say your wife's in labor? I didn't think she was due." "I didn't either. She's—" Lydia heard the stark terror that vibrated in the man's voice. "She's in agony. Will you come?" "I'm on my way." Ma turned back into the wagon and reached for her boots, pulling them on quickly. "You rest quiet now," she said to Lydia calmly, and in contrast to her brisk movements. "Annabeth will be right here. She'll come flying if you need me." She lifted a crocheted shawl over her bulky shoulders. "Seems another babe is about to be born." Chapter 2. Ma hadn't returned by the time the wagons pulled out the next morning. Word filtered through the camp that Mrs. Coleman was still in labor, and that she had insisted the train not lose a day's travel on account of her. Bubba offered to drive for Mr. Coleman while Zeke drove the Langston's wagon in Ma's absence. Annabeth, as eldest daughter, took over the cooking and care of the younger children. She tended Lydia with the same detached competence that her mother had. Lydia was amazed at the girl's knowledge of the birthing process. "I'm sorry you have to do this for me," she apologized as Annabeth wadded up one of the soiled pads. "Shoot, I done it for Ma her last 2 babies, and I've been having my monthly since I was 10. It ain't nothing." When the train stopped at noon, Ma came back to inform them sadly that Mrs. Coleman had died only a half hour earlier after giving birth to a son. She was such a dainty little old thing, course Mr. Coleman's acting like a madman, blaming himself for bringing her on this trip. She'd told him she wouldn't be due until September, long after we reached Jefferson. It ain't his fault, but he's not taking it too well. "The babe?" Zeke asked around a dried, hard biscuit left over from breakfast. "Puniest tyke you ever saw. Barely has enough in him to cry. Wouldn't surprise me none if his little soul departed this earth today." She heaved herself up into the wagon to speak to Lydia, who had overheard the family's conversation. "How are you doing, Lydia?" "Fine, Mrs. Langston. Please call me Ma. Annabeth taken care of you proper? I'm sorry I can't be here, but that little boy's in a bad way." "Of course," Lydia murmured softly. "I'm fine. As soon as I'm able, I'll be off your hands. Not if I have anything to say about it. You sure you're feeling all right? You look a mite flushed." She lay a calloused hand on Lydia's forehead. "Still feverish. I'll tell Annabeth to keep a cool cloth on your head this afternoon." Lydia had a new discomfort but didn't want to add to Ma's burdens, so she didn't mention her swelling, aching breasts. She dozed throughout the day. The train having stopped out of deference to Mr. Coleman, Annabeth fed her a hearty, if hasty, supper. Everyone was to gather after the evening meal to bury Mrs. Coleman. The camp became quiet. breasts had ballooned underneath the nightgown, and she tried to hide them whenever Annabeth tended her or brought her food or drink. They throbbed and felt full to bursting. She peeked into the nightgown and was alarmed to see that her nipples looked red and chafed. They were so sensitive, even the weight of the nightgown aggravated them. Ma was still caring for the Coleman baby and didn't return until long after the children and Zeke had spread their sleeping rolls beneath the wagon. Annabeth, Aunt Mary Nell, and Atlanta were all sleeping soundly on the other side of the wagon. Lydia was awake, restless and aching. She was moaning softly when Ma climbed wearily into the wagon. "Lord have mercy, Lydia. What's wrong? You poorly?" Ma bent over the young woman. "I'm sorry. My bosom wasted no time in opening the buttons of the nightgown and examining Lydia's milk-swollen breasts. Land o' Goshen, I don't know what I've been thinking about. Course you got milk, and it hurts if there's no babe." She broke off abruptly and tilted her head to one side with the quick movement of a sparrow who has just sighted a worm. "Come on, Lydia, you're coming with me." "Where?" Lydia gasped as Ma pulled the covers off her and hauled her up. Her motions weren't rough, just efficient. "I don't have any clothes." "It don't matter," Ma said, breathing laboriously as she gripped Lydia under the arms and helped her rise to a crouching position. "You got mother's milk and no babe, and there's a babe that's barely clinging to life. He needs mothering." Ma planned to take her to that baby who had been crying almost ceaselessly for 2 days. The pitiable mewling sounds could even now be heard throughout the sleeping camp. Ma was taking her to that man with the frantic voice. She didn't want to go. She didn't want anyone gaping at her curiously and wondering why she had birthed her baby in the woods all alone. After knowing the cozy security of the Langstons' wagon, she was afraid to leave it, but it seemed she had no choice in the matter. Ma slung a shawl over her shoulders and pushed her gently down the steps of the tailgate. "Those shoes of yours aren't much better than bare feet, so you'll just go without, for the time being, careful not to step on a rock." The jolt when her feet hit the ground for the first time in days caused her to reel. The jostling hurt her breasts, which hung free beneath the nightgown. That was her only garment save the crocheted shawl. Her hair hadn't been brushed. She knew it was a tangled, matted mess. Ma had bathed the blood and birth fluid from the insides of her thighs, but Lydia hadn't washed in days. She was so dirty. Her heels dug into the soft, damp earth in protest. "Please, Ma, I don't want anyone to see me." "Nonsense," Ma said resolutely, virtually dragging her by the arm toward the only wagon in the camp with a light burning inside it. "You might can save this babe's life. No one's going to care how you look, but they would." Lydia knew they would. She had been called white trash before. She knew just how mean people could be. Mr. Grayson, Ma called softly when they reached the lighted wagon. She flipped back the canvas hanging over the opening. "Give me some help here." She gave Lydia's backside a forward and upward push, and the girl had no choice but to step up into the wagon. The tight skin between her thighs was stretched painfully, and she winced. A pair of strong arms and blue shirt sleeves reached out to help her inside. Ma was right behind her. There was a moment of confusion as 3 strangers met face to face. The gray-haired man stared in wonder at the girl before him. The thin woman beside him gasped in surprise. Lydia dropped her eyes to avoid their startled stares. "This here's Mr. Grayson, our wagon master," Ma said for Lydia's benefit. Lydia kept her head bowed to stare at her dirty bare feet against the plank floor of the wagon and only nodded in acknowledgement of the introduction. "And that is Mrs. Leona Watkins." Ma was speaking in whispers out of respect for the man who was seated on a low stool, his dark head buried in his hands with his elbows propped on his knees. It was the woman who spoke first. Who in the world and why is she gallivanting around virtually naked like that? "Oh, this is the girl your boys found and brought in. I must say, I'm surprised you'd bring such a person into this wagon, especially at a time like this. This is a death vigil, and maybe not," Ma snapped, her obvious dislike for the other woman evident in her voice. "Mr. Grayson, this girl had a babe day before yesterday. She's got milk. I thought that if Mr. Coleman's baby could suck. Oh, my Lord, Mrs. Watkins exclaimed, distressed. From beneath her lashes, Lydia saw the woman raising a scrawny hand to a meager chest and clasping the front of her dress as though warding off an evil spirit. Ma was undaunted by Leona Watkins' disapproval and went on addressing the wagon master. The poor little babe might pull through yet if Lydia here could suckle him. The Watkins woman interrupted before Mr. Grayson could make a comment. As a heated argument ensued, Lydia took in as much of the wagon as her peripheral vision would allow. The quilts piled in the corner were of finer fabric scraps than those she had been covered with in the Langston wagon. One had satin ribbon weaving through the quilting pattern. There was a pair of dainty, high-button white kid shoes standing beside a box of china dishes. Her eyes roamed farther afield and came to rest on a pair of black boots, spaced now widely apart. They were knee-high boots covering long calves. The boots were scuffed, but obviously of the finest quality leather. They fit a longish, well-shaped foot. The heels were about an inch high and made of wood-polished black. The man wearing those boots would be tall if the length of his shin bones was any indication. I tell you, it's not proper. Mrs. Watkins's objections had increased in volume and intensity. A claw-like hand gripped Lydia's chin and jerked her head up. She was looking into a face which had had all the flesh and life reamed out of it. It was narrow and ridged. The bridge of the skinny nose was as sharp and drastic as a knife blade. From often being pursed in stern disapproval, the lips had a network of fine lines radiating from them. The eyes matched the voice. They were censorious and malicious. Just look at her. She's trash. One can tell by looking. She's probably a prostitute. May God forgive me for even speaking the word who had a baby. She probably killed it herself to be rid of it. I doubt she ever knew who the father was. Flabbergasted by what the woman had said, Lydia stared at her speechlessly before breathing a soft, "No, Mrs. Watkins, please," Mr. Grayson intervened diplomatically. He was a charitable man, though he was inclined to agree with the Watkins woman this time. The young woman did have a wild look about her. There was not 1 ounce of refinement either in the way she was dressed and groomed or in the shameless way she stared back at them through unusual amber eyes. That ain't so, Ma denied. But even if it was Leona Watkins, who else on this train could nurse this baby? You? Well, I never. That's right, Ma snapped. You probably never was able to wring 1 drop of milk from those shriveled up teats of— Ma, please, Mr. Grayson said wearily. Leona Watkins's eyes were flashing furiously in anger, but she kept silent, drawing herself up rigidly and pinching her nostrils together in disdain of the entire situation. Ma ignored her. Mr. Grayson, it's your duty to preserve each life on this wagon train, and that includes that baby over there. Listen to the poor little thing, out of 20 families. The only other woman who has milk is nursing her twins. Lydia is that babe's only hope. Now, are you going to save his life or let him starve? Leona Watkins folded her arms over her chest in a gesture of contempt. She was relinquishing all responsibility for the consequences should Mr. Grayson choose to do as the busybody Ma Langston suggested. She had always thought the Langston woman was unbearably common, and now Ma was proving it. The only opinion that counts is Mr. Coleman's, Hal Grayson said. Ross, what do you say to this? Do you want this girl to nurse your son on the outside chance that it might save his life? Lydia had turned her back on the lot of them. She didn't care what they thought of her. As soon as she was well enough, she would go somewhere where no one knew her, where she could start fresh without a past. Unconsciously, she had gravitated to the side of the wagon where the infant lay in an empty apple crate lined with flannel. She was staring down at the tiny, struggling life when she heard the shuffling motions of his father standing up. Lydia's back was to Ross Coleman when he lifted his head, stood, and looked toward the girl who had caused such a ruckus in his wagon and interrupted his grieving over Victoria's death. He noticed first her hair, a veritable bramble bush of undisciplined curls with dried leaves, and God knew what else entwined in its masses. What kind of woman goes around with her hair unbound in the first place? Only one kind Ross Coleman knew of. From the back, she looked terribly thin in the nightgown. The ankles poking out of its hem were narrow. Her feet were small and dirty. God, he didn't need this disruption after the grievous days he had suffered. I don't want that girl touching my baby, he muttered in disgust. Just all of you, please leave me and my son alone. If he must die, let him die in peace. Thank heaven someone around here has held on to reason. Shut up, Ma told Leona Watkins as she shoved her aside on her way to reach Ross. You seem to be a reasonable man, Mr. Coleman. Why won't you let Lydia feed your boy and at least try to save his life? He'll starve otherwise. We've tried everything, Ross said impatiently. He plowed through his thick, dark hair with frustrated fingers. He wouldn't take cow's milk from a bottle. He wouldn't take the sugar water we spooned into him last night. He needs mother's milk. And that girl's nipples are oozing it. Oh, my Lord, Leona Watkins said. Ross cast another glance at the girl. She stood between him and the pale lantern light, making the outline of her body visible through the thin nightgown. Her breasts did look heavy. The voluptuousness of them repelled him. Why was she traipsing around wearing only a nightgown? Even if she were sick after childbirth, no decent woman would let other people, particularly men, see her like that. His lip curled in revulsion, and he wondered what cathhouse the girl had been dredged up from. Victoria would have been horrified at the sight of her. I won't have a slut nursing Victoria's baby, he said tightly. You don't know her circumstances any more than I do. She's trash, he shouted. The anger he had harbored against the world since Victoria's unfair death finally erupted. The girl happened to be a convenient scapegoat. You don't know where she came from, who she is? Only one kind of woman has a baby without a husband around to take care of her. Maybe once, yes, but not since the war, and not since the whole countryside is crawling with renegades and no-goods and Yankee carpetbaggers who think everything and everyone in the South now belongs to them. We don't know what she suffered. Remember, she lost her own baby 2 days ago. Lydia was mindless of the argument. Her attention had been captured by the infant boy. His skin had an unhealthy pallor. Lydia had never seen a newborn other than her own. This one was even smaller, and his meager size alarmed her. Could anything that small live? His fingers, balled as they were into tight fists, were almost translucent. His eyes were closed as he breathed in light, shallow pants. His stomach rose and fell jumpily. His crying was jagged, as though he had to pause often to rest and collect his shrinking supply of air. But the weak crying was incessant, and it was like a Lorelei's song to Lydia. Inexorably it drew her to the child. She felt a tugging deep inside her womb, not unlike the labor contractions, but without the pain. Her heart seemed to expand, crowding her already swollen breasts. They tingled, not with the flow of rich milk, but with a need to succor, a compulsion to render maternal comfort. She watched, unaware she was even moving as her finger touched the baby's smooth cheek. Then her hand slid beneath his head, which she could easily cup in her palm. Moving slowly, fearful that she would hurt him, she slid her other hand under his bottom and lifted him from the crate. Staring into the wrinkled, mottled face, she sank onto a low, three-legged stool. The baby's thin legs thrashed and his feet kicked against her stomach. She turned him sideways into the crook of her arm, the small head bobbed and the wizened face rooted against her full breast. Lydia watched, mesmerized and awed, as the bird-like mouth turned to her. It was open and seeking serenely. She raised her hand to the first button on the lone nightgown and unfastened it. Then the second. Others followed until she was able to shrug the garment from her left shoulder and peel it down over her breast. With her free hand, she lifted her breast toward the baby's face. His mouth gaped, roamed, searched until it found her nipple. The child latched onto it immediately and began sucking greedily. The sudden cessation of the infant's cries brought an instant halt to the virulent conversation at the back of the wagon. Ross's heart rent in two. His first thought was that his son had died. He whirled around, expecting to see his son still and dead, but the sight that greeted his worried eyes stunned him even more. The girl was holding his son on her lap. The baby was sucking gustily at her generous breast. Milky bubbles foamed on his eager mouth and around the dusky areola. She was crooning to the baby softly as she pushed her breast deeper into his mouth. Ross couldn't see her face for the unruly hair that fell across it. "Well," Ma harumphed in satisfaction, "guess that says all that need be said. Mr. Grayson, why don't you escort Leona back to her wagon? I'll see to things here and get Lydia settled in." "Settled in?" Leona shrieked. "Surely she'll not stay here in Mr. Coleman's wagon. It isn't decent." "Come along, Mrs. Watkins," Hal Grayson said. He was anxious to get back to his own bedroll. Dawn came too early these days, and Mrs. Coleman's death had put a pall on the adventure of trekking to Texas. He hadn't particularly wanted the job of wagon master, but he had been elected, and he would see to it that those who had placed confidence in him weren't disappointed. "We'll straighten all this out in the morning. I'm sure nothing indecent is going to happen in the meantime." He practically pulled the protesting woman from the wagon. When they were gone, Ma looked at Ross Coleman, who was staring at the girl, a hard look on his face. Ma held her breath, wondering what he was going to do. He seemed a likable sort, friendly enough, and he had treated that wife of his like she was the Queen of Sheba. But there was a constant turbulence in his eyes that made Ma believe there was more to the man than what lay on the surface. He moved a little too quickly, his eyes were a little too sharp and shifty not to belong to a man who had seen enough of life to be wary of it. Right now he looked like a man who was fighting a battle within himself. For every one of his finely formed muscles was straining against his skin. Ross forced his feet to move across the crowded floor of the wagon. His son was nursing hungrily. He wasn't crying anymore. This trashy girl, a stranger, was holding his son and nursing him, and he, Ross, was standing there letting it happen. What would Victoria think if she could see it? Ross flinched as he thought of her body twisted and bloated and sweating, of her sighing her final breath, even as his son had pushed his way into the world. No other woman, especially a woman of loose morals, was going to rear Victoria Gentry, Coleman's son. It would be a sacrilege. How could he live with himself if he allowed something like that to come about? But how could he live with himself if he let his child die by standing on principle? Torn by the decision he must make, he squatted down in front of the stool and watched his son's mouth avidly pulling on the generous breast. The only thing marring its creamy perfection was the faint blue veins rivering toward the dark nipple-like lines on a map. Ross was fascinated by it and had to force his eyes upward to the girl's face. He watched her eyelids as they lifted slowly, painstakingly slowly. The thick screen of her lashes was finally raised, and then he was staring directly into her eyes. Their reactions to each other were of equal surprise and intensity, though they strove to keep them secret and silent. Ross felt that he had sunk into a vat of femininity. It surrounded him, filled his nostrils, his throat. She personified sensuality, and he found himself wallowing in it, and in light of his wife's recent death, hating it. He fought his way to the surface as a man would grope for air in a pool of quicksand. When he was able to breathe evenly again, he assessed her with forced detachment. Her eyes were thickly fringed with brown lashes, tipped gold at the ends. The irises were the color of aged bourbon, the expensive kind that slides down a man's throat and curls around his insides in a warm embrace. They were almost the same unusual color as her reckless hair, which he guessed typified her wild nature. Her skin was fair, but looked as though it had been recently exposed to too much sun. There was a light dusting of freckles on her nicely formed, if a bit impudent, nose. Her mouth bothered him most of all. Its full lower lip demanded attention, and a man would have to be dead not to give in to it, so he didn't try but looked his fill, hoping to shame her for the sheer sensuality of her mouth. Instead, her tongue came out to moisten that seductive lip. Ross felt his stomach lurch again and tore his eyes back to hers. She seemed not the least ashamed of what she was, or that she was sitting there with her breasts exposed to him if he had wanted to look, which he swore to himself he didn't. Her eyes were bold as she studied him as thoroughly as he was appraising her. There was no modest fluttering of her lashes, no shy ducking of her head, no hint of demureness. She was a whore, all right, born to be one. He had been with too many not to recognize the signs. not to see the unspoken challenge lurking in her eyes, not to sense the hot blood that flowed in her veins. She was the antithesis of his genteel, ladylike wife, Victoria. That was reason enough to despise the girl. Lydia thought that with the least softening of the scowling expression, it might be one of the nicest faces she had ever seen. It was certainly one of the most arresting. She had felt a definite shortness of breath the first time her eyes had met his, and she didn't know where such nervousness came from. He desperately needed a shave. His jaw was shadowed with dark stubble. A thick black mustache curved over the corners of his upper lip. The lower lip was straight and stern now as he pierced her with green eyes. The eyes, she studied them, they were rare, so very green, like none she had ever seen before. Short black lashes surrounded them. They collected in spiky clumps. She was tempted to run her finger over them to see if they were wet, as they appeared to be. His brows were brushy and intimidating. Midnight black hair, unrelieved by any other shading or tint, lay against his head in wavy strands and curled over the tops of his ears and along the collar of his shirt. He seemed enormous as he hunkered there in front of her, but she didn't look at his body. Male bodies frightened her, repulsed her. The hard way he looked at her did nothing to alleviate her fears. Even as she watched, his eyes narrowed threateningly, as though planning some severe punishment. For what? She couldn't imagine. Her eyes wavered for a moment before she dropped them back to the infant, who was still feeding at her breast. "Lydia, it's time to switch sides," Ma said gently, somehow managing to wedge her bulk between Lydia and the child's father. "What?" the girl asked huskily. The man disturbed her. Not in the way Clancy had, but he disturbed her nonetheless. When he stood and moved away from her, his immense frame seemed to shrink the size of the wagon's interior. The confines of it suddenly became stifling, and Lydia found that she was panting breathlessly as the baby had earlier. First one breast, then the other. That way the flow of milk will balance out. Ma lifted the infant away from her. His mouth had formed a tight seal around her nipple, and when it popped free, he began to wail again. When he was nestled in Lydia's other arm, he wasted no time in availing himself of the other breast. Happy, spontaneous laughter filled the wagon. Lydia tossed her mane of hair back and laughed throatily. Her eyes reflected the glow of the lantern. They sparkled like whiskey with sunlight shining through it. Then they happened to lock with Ross's, and all light immediately left them. He was glowering at her with open hostility from across the wagon. "Once the lad's done there, I'll get you settled in for the night," Ma said, beaming at the girl and the baby. "She's not staying. Once he's done, you get her out of here." The masculine voice sliced through the atmosphere of the wagon with razor precision. Ma turned to Ross, her fists planted in the sides of her generous hips. "Don't you think you'll get hungry again, Mr. Coleman? What do you propose to do, fetch her clean across the camp to your wagon each time he's ready for his dinner? Or are you going to carry him over to her yourself? Seems to me that would be a lot of unnecessary steps on somebody, not to mention the hardship on the babe. I didn't mind taking in Lydia, and I would have taken in her own babe had it lived, but I ain't going to shelter your babe when he'd have more room and more peace and quiet here in your own wagon," she finished huffily. Ross drew himself up with proud dignity, but still had to duck his head and shoulders to stand upright in the wagon. "I wasn't intending to depend on your charity for my son, but the girl can't stay here." "Her name is Lydia," Ma said. "And why can't she stay here? Who's going to look after the boy during the day? You go off hunting or scouting. At best you're driving the team. Who's going to take care of him if he starts fussing, huh?" The corner of Mr. Coleman's mustache was captured between his teeth and gnawed on as objections raced through his mind. "She's not even clean." "No, she ain't. She birthed a babe out in the woods alone. How clean is she supposed to be? And I haven't bathed her 'cause she's been feverish, and I didn't want another death on my hands. If it's her bleeding you're referring to, she ain't doing nothing that nice and proper wife of yours wouldn't have done. It'll stop in a day or two, and Annabeth or I will come see to her until then." Lydia kept her head bent low over the infant while her whole body went hot with embarrassment. Apparently, Ma's directness rendered Mr. Coleman speechless as well, because he didn't say anything for a while. Tension was thick in the wagon. He radiated antagonism the way a stove radiates heat in the wintertime. Finally, the baby had eaten his fill. Lydia folded the nightgown closed over her breasts and followed Ma's instructions on how to burp him. He let go a gusty belch. Ross watched the scene with mounting, impotent fury. No telling how many men the slut had entertained in her bed, and yet there she was acting like a decent woman nursing a child. His child, Victoria's child. But what choice did he have? He wanted his son to live. The child would be his only link to the woman he had loved fiercely. He coughed unnecessarily, loudly. All right, she can stay, temporarily. As soon as I can find a way to feed and take care of him by myself, she'll be out. Is that understood? I'm not running a charity hospital either. Besides, I don't want a woman like her taking care of Victoria's baby. I'm sorry about her own baby, but it's probably just as well he died. She's either a prostitute, as Mrs. Watkins said, or a girl who has disgraced her family, or a woman who's run away from her husband. In any event, she's not the kind of woman I want handling my son. If it weren't a matter of life and death, she wouldn't be. Now, under those terms, do you still want to stay? He demanded of the girl, cooing to his peacefully sleeping son. She lifted her head to meet his glaring green eyes. What's the baby's name? Ross was taken aback by her soft inquiry. Lee, I named him Lee. She smiled down at the infant, hugging him close. Her hands smoothed over his head, which was fuzzy with dark hair. Lee, she murmured lovingly, looking up at the father with a bland expression. She said, I'll take care of Lee for as long as he needs me, Mr. Coleman. She paused for a moment before adding loftily, even if it means putting up with the likes of you. Chapter 3. Putting up with the likes of you. Putting up with the likes of you. Ross tugged mercilessly on the harness as the words reverberated in his head. Who the hell did she think she was to talk to him that way? He patted the horse's rump as if to say his anger wasn't directed toward the team that pulled the wagon. He went back to the fire he had rekindled minutes earlier at the first pinking of the eastern sky. The coffee wasn't boiling yet. It had been his habit to start the fire each morning, to make the coffee, even to get the bacon frying so Victoria could sleep a while longer. She hadn't been accustomed to rising early, much less getting her own breakfast, and the long, arduous days on the trail had taxed her strength. Ross stared into the crackling fire, asking himself for the 100th time why she had lied to him. She had said she was only a few months pregnant and wouldn't be having the baby until long after they reached Texas. Because of her slight build, the lie had been believable. But after only a few weeks into their journey, her burgeoning abdomen had given her away. Even when Ross remarked on how large she was getting so soon, and she had meekly admitted that she was further along than she had first told him, he still hadn't realized how progressed her pregnancy had been. Lee had been born several weeks prematurely. Still, the fact remained that Victoria had lied to him in order to get her way. He could understand why she hadn't wanted her father to know about the baby. Father Vance Gentry had had a hard enough time accepting her marriage to a hired hand, but why the hell hadn't she been completely honest with him, her own husband? Ross reached for the enameled coffee pot and poured some of the strong brew into a tin cup. On the trail, he preferred that kind of utensil to the china Victoria had insisted they bring along. Sipping the scalding coffee, he let his mind wander. No, Vance Gentry hadn't taken well to his daughters, falling in love with the man he had hired to manage his stables. Gentry had wanted a man with lineage as sterling as Victoria's to be her husband. But men of marriageable age from established Southern families were hard to come by these days. The war had seen to that. Victoria was happy with her choice. And as the months passed, everyone at the farm adjusted to the idea of Ross Coleman's being her husband. Everyone except Vance. He was never openly hostile, but his resentment toward his son-in-law couldn't be disguised. Victoria had sensed that resentment. That's why she had waited until her father left on a horse-buying trip to Virginia to tell Ross about the baby. When he'd mentioned the land in Texas, it had been her idea that they leave before her father returned. Ross had been concerned about her pregnancy and the baby, but she had assured him they would have plenty of time to get settled before their baby was born. Well, the baby had been born. He had the baby, but no Victoria. No Victoria. He tried to imagine what his life would be like without her. She had come into it so unexpectedly, and she had left it just as abruptly. She had been a gift that had been his temporarily before being maliciously snatched away. In his life now there would be no light, laughter, love. He would never see her face again, touch her hair, hear her singing. She was irrevocably lost to him, and he didn't know if he could cope with that. For Lee, he would have to husbands lost wives to childbirth every day and still survived. He would too. He would make a good life for his son, just him and Lee, alone together. No, not quite. Now he had that girl on his hands. He tossed the coffee down his throat and was pouring another cup when Lydia Langston crouched down beside him. "Mornin', Ross." Bubba had felt a sense of maturity and importance when the man whom he considered a paragon of all a man should be had told him to call him by his given name. "Bubba," Ross answered laconically, his mind still on his problem. "Think it'll rain today?" Foreboding clouds were reflected in the green eyes that scanned them. "Maybe. Hope not. I'm sick of the rain. It's slowing us up." Bubba cleared his throat. "I'm sorry about your wife, Ross." Ross only nodded. Coffee. Without waiting for the boy to respond, he took up another cup and poured the coffee. They drank in silence for a moment. Others in the camp were beginning to stir. Wood smoke wafted on the humid air. The rattle of harnesses and the snuffling of team horses. The soft conversations of husbands and wives before the children awoke, the clanking of metal pots and pans, filled the morning with comfortable, familiar noises. That familiarity was reassuring. Ross felt that everything in his life had suddenly become alien. "Did you see to the horses yet?" he asked the boy. "Sure did. Took that bag of oats to him just like you asked me." "Thanks, Bubba," Ross said, smiling for the first time. He wondered how he would have turned out had he had a man in his youth to look up to. Probably no different than he had. Some people were born bad, born to scrape and claw through life. He had thought when Victoria Gentry fell in love with him and married him that he had been given a second chance. So much for good fortune among losers. "I'm lucky you are along on this train to help me look after my horses. They're all I've got to get my own herd started once we get to Texas." The boy's white hair was tossed by a gentle morning breeze. "Shoot, Ross. Even if you wasn't paying me to look after 'em, I'd volunteer. Pa wants me to be a farmer like him. He's set on finding a new homestead in Texas and starting over someplace where it don't flood every year like our place on the Tennessee. I don't want to farm. I'd rather work with horses like you, Ross." He helped himself to another cup of coffee, jubilant that he had his idol's undivided attention. "How'd you get your start?" Conversation with the boy was keeping Ross's mind off his troubles. As he talked, he sliced strips of bacon from a slab of salted pork. "Well, I was injured." "A war injury, Bubba?" asked wide-eyed. Ross's eyes turned hard and cold as he stared sightlessly into the dense forest surrounding the camp. His voice was low and bitter when he answered, "No, sort of an accident." He flipped the bacon into the hot skillet. It sizzled and popped. "An old man named John Sachs found me and took me to his cabin. It was way up in the Smokies. He was a hermit. He nursed me back to health." Ross laughed, mostly with the rotgut he distilled. "When I was well enough to work, he suggested I go down into the valley and see a man named Vance Gentry. He operates one of the finest stud farms in Tennessee. I went to work for him and married Victoria, and then the old man, Sachs. He sold you the land in Texas." Ross looked at the boy from humor-wrinkled eyes. "Have I told you this story before?" "Sure you have, Ross, but I like hearing it." Old man Sachs had fought at the Battle of San Jacinto. The Republic of Texas had awarded grants of land to the men who had fought there, but he wandered back to Tennessee and never had the gumption to go back and claim it. Ross had been intrigued by the thought of a section of rich East Texas land just lying there unused. He had known that he and Victoria would live forever under her father's influence if they didn't leave. Besides, Ross wanted a place of his own, a place to start his own herd of prize horses, a place where he could breathe easier when meeting strangers. He had offered to buy the land from the old recluse. The man had laughed and simply handed over the deed sent to him by the Texas government years earlier. "I'll die here in this cabin, son," he had said. "Don't have no need for that land. I moseyed into Texas on a lark. That war meant no more to me than a big brawl and a hell of a good time. You want that land? It's yours." When he had broached the subject of relocating to Victoria, she had shown more enthusiasm than he had bargained for. He had wanted to go ahead of her, see the land, get a house started, then send for her and the baby, but she had insisted on going with him. "Better to make a clean break while Daddy's away, Ross. Let's join up with that wagon train that's organizing down in McMinn County." Ross had planned on doing that anyway. Traveling in numbers was safer. There was also a distinct advantage to bringing household belongings rather than trying to buy them once there. People were flocking to Texas and then finding when they arrived that homesteading supplies weren't readily available. Victoria had seen it all as a grand adventure and wanted to keep their departure a secret. He had argued with her. He didn't want her father to return home and find them gone without a word. "Please, Ross. He'll think up 1,000 reasons for us not to go, especially if he finds out about the baby. He'll never let us leave." Now Ross wrapped 2 slices of bacon in a leftover biscuit and handed the sandwich to Bubba. "I'd saved enough wages to buy the horses to start my own herd. Now I've got Lucky and 5 of the prettiest mares you ever saw." "You sure do," Bubba mumbled around a mouthful. "Thanks to the grooming you give them every night," Ross chuckled. Lucky is crazy in love with every one of those mares. The youth basked in Ross's approval. They were smiling at each other companionably when they heard the fussy cry of the waking infant from inside the wagon. Bubba whipped his towhead toward the sound. Coming to them through the canvas were soft maternal murmurings, then silence. Bubba looked inquiringly at Ross, whose expression had turned fearsomely dark as he stared at the wagon's opening. That girl, Lydia, Ma said she'd be staying in your wagon and taking care of the baby from now on." The lips beneath the black mustache thinned. "It appears that way, yes." Restless and angry, Ross knew he had to direct that energy elsewhere, or he would explode. He rose to his feet and walked to the end of the wagon. Opening up a carpet bag, he took out a mirror, a straight-edge razor, a brush, and a shaving mug, and set them on the tailgate. Then he folded the collar of his shirt inside. He had been heating a pan of water near the fire. He dipped the shaving brush into the hot water, then into the mug, and began working up a thick, rich lather. He slapped the white foam onto his lower face and began lifting off the soap and the stubble of his beard with deft strokes of the razor. Bubba watched envious. "She was right poorly when me and Luke found her," he said conversationally. "Was she?" Ross swished the razor in the water and tilted his head to one side to see better in the mirror he had hung on a nail. "Sure was, lying in the rain, pale and still as death, the jaw being shaved tensed. Well, she's fair to bursting with life and good health now." Ross wished to hell he couldn't remember the way the lantern had cast light and shadow over her breasts. The unusual gold color in her eyes had bewitched him not to forget it. He commanded his body to forget. It wouldn't even now, it responded. His heritage was manifesting itself. It wasn't decent. His noticing the girl's body and his wife barely cold in her grave. Damn, that's what came from being the bastard son of a whore. No matter how many respectable people you associated with, no matter how refined a lady you married sooner or later, even when you didn't want it to, the seediness inside you took over. You couldn't outdistance your beginnings, no matter how fast you ran. All it took was one look at someone like that tart in the wagon, and he had no more control than metal shavings being drawn to a magnet. His pretense at being better than he was had been shot to hell. He had come from trash just as she had, but he had lifted himself out of it, and by God, he would be damned before he would be sucked into that kind of life again. By her or anyone else. The baby whimpered, and Ross knew he was being transferred from one breast to another. His hand wavered. He nicked himself with the razor and cursed under his breath. Bubba shifted nervously from one foot to another, wondering what he had said to engrave that deep cleft between Ross's eyebrows. He had never seen the man so unnerved. Of course, the man's wife had just died. That was probably the reason for the scowl on his face as he bent his knees to better see himself in the mirror. When do you reckon we'll get to the Mississippi, Ross? A week, maybe. Ever seen the Mississippi? Lots of times. Ross wiped his face with a rough towel and tossed the shaving water onto the ground. Carefully, he dried the razor and packed it, and the other shaving implements back into the carpet bag. The sterling silver set had been a gift from Victoria last Christmas. He tried to think on that as he studiously ignored the gentle lullaby that was being sung inside the wagon. Gee, I ain't never seen it, Bubba said of the river. I can't wait. Ross looked kindly at the boy, the muscles of his face relaxing. It's something to see, all right, the boy beamed. Will you be wanting me to drive your wagon today? Ross glanced quickly toward the wagon. Yeah, I would appreciate that if you don't think your parents will need you. Nah, Luke can drive if Ma has something else to do. Then I'll saddle Lucky and go hunting. I've been eating only what others brought me since. He paused, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. I'd best find some meat today. I'll go tell my folks. See ya, Ross. Bubba went running across the camp toward the Langston's wagon, where Ma could be heard issuing orders like a drill sergeant. Ross looked up at the rear of the wagon. The flaps of canvas were closed. He had left the wagon last night when Ma had begun to tuck the girl into the bedding he had shared with Victoria. He hadn't entered it since. He had rolled up in blankets beneath the wagon and used his saddle for a pillow. Hell, he didn't mind that. He had slept that way more of his adult life than he hadn't. What he couldn't tolerate was the thought of that girl in the bed in which he and Victoria had slept together, in the bed on which Victoria had died. He didn't think he could bear to look at Lydia, but he would be damned before he'd let the chit and her saucy tongue drive him off his own property. With resolution and anger, he slung open the canvas flaps and climbed into the wagon. She was sleeping. Lee was but a wad of baby flesh curled up between her protective arm and her breast. Beneath the soft cotton that covered it, her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing. Her hair was fanned out behind her head in a tangle of curls. He sure as hell wasn't going to be caught standing there gawking if she should wake up. If he was going hunting, he would need bullets. He made an inordinate amount of noise scrounging for the box of bullets when all the time he knew exactly where it was. He shook several out in his hand and dropped them into his shirt pocket. When he turned back around, she was staring at him. She lay motionless, soundless, and it was damned irritating. It was as if he had intruded upon her and not the other way around. Angrily, he yanked up a kerchief from his trunk and wound it around his neck. Still, she didn't speak or move, but she watched every move he made. Why didn't she say something? She hadn't said much the night before either. Maybe she was dim-witted to boot. When he couldn't stand that intense, silent stare any longer, he asked irritably, "Would you like some coffee?" She nodded her head, disturbing the wisps of curls that encircled her face. Yes, he hated himself for asking and stamped out the back of the wagon. He hadn't wanted even to be cordial, much less wait on her like some goddamn servant. Jerking up the coffee pot, he sloshed the boiling liquid into another tin cup. Droplets splashed onto his hand and gave him a good reason to curse expansively and viciously. It felt good. He had tried hard not to curse since Victoria Gentry had first taken notice of him pitching hay in her father's stables. Reining in a temper that was tenuous at best, he carried the cup into the wagon, stooping to accommodate his height, and extended it toward her. She wet her lips with her tongue. "Maybe you should move, Lee. I'm afraid I might spill it on him." Ross looked first at the steaming cup of coffee, then down at the infant, then at the girl lying supine on the bed. He had never felt more awkward or helpless in his life, except maybe the time he had first taken dinner with Victoria and her father in their fancy dining room. But even then he hadn't felt that his arms had suddenly stretched out of proportion and that his hands had grown too large. Muttering curses, he set the cup aside and leaned down on a bent knee to pick up his son. He stopped dead still, his hands extended but motionless. As he gazed down at the sleeping baby, there was no way he could pick Lee up without touching her. She seemed to realize that at the same time, because her eyes rose to his and clashed. Then just as quickly she lowered hers. She tried to edge away from the baby to put space between them, but his little body only rolled against hers and molded to it again. God damn it, was this what it was going to be like? Was he going to let her make him jumpy and nervous as a cat in his own home? Ross thrust his hands forward. One went to the baby's back. The other he wedged between her and Lee's small head. His knuckles sank into the lush curve of her breast. Sweat popped out on his forehead, and he quickly lifted the child away and turned. "Wait," she called softly. Ross looked back. In his haste, he had picked up the fabric of her nightgown with Lee's blanket. The cloth was pulled tight over her breasts, outlining and detailing the large dark nipples. Ross stood mesmerized. Reaching up, she tugged at her gown, working it free of his fingers, which couldn't lessen their grip for fear of dropping Lee. When at last the nightgown fell away, Ross moved to one of the stools and sat down. Actually, it was either sit down or fall down. His whole body was trembling. "Hurry up and drink your coffee," he mumbled crossly, not looking at her as she raised herself to a sitting position. Lydia winced slightly at the pinching, stretching sensation between her thighs, but the soreness lessened each day. This morning she didn't feel feverish either. Gratefully, she reached for the cup of coffee Mr. Coleman had set aside and sipped at it. She watched the man over the brim of her cup. He was staring down at his sleeping son with an expression that softened his rugged face. "He slept all night," she said quietly. "I didn't think I heard him until early this morning. He woke up hungry." There was laughter in her voice, and he raised his head to look at her. Awkwardly, they stared at each other, then glanced away. "He's wet, isn't he?" Ross chuckled softly as he lifted the baby up and looked down at the spreading damp spot on his pants leg. "Yes. I don't know how to change him. I guess Ma can show me. Do you have any diapers?" Ross looked perplexed for a moment. "I don't know. I'll look around. Maybe Victoria." He paused on her name. "Maybe she packed some away." Lydia sipped slowly at her coffee. "I'm sorry about your wife." His eyes were grim and hard as he looked at her before returning his gaze to his son. He traced the baby's brow with his finger. His hand was about twice the size of the baby's face. It looked dark against the splotchy red skin. "You're thinking, why couldn't it have been me who died and your wife who lived, aren't you?" His dark head snapped up. The motion was so sudden that the baby flinched, startled, before relaxing once again on his father's lap. Ross was ashamed that she had guessed his thought, but he couldn't apologize for it rather than deny it when it was so obviously apparent. He asked his own question. "What were you doing out there in the woods having a baby all alone?" "I didn't have anywhere else to go. That just happened to be where I dropped." Her answer vexed him. The injustice of Victoria lying cold in a grave while this woman who wasn't worth 1 teaspoon of Victoria was nursing her baby burned inside him. "Who are you running from, the law?" "No," she cried, shocked. "A husband." She averted her eyes. "I've never had a husband." He grunted smugly. There was a flash of fire in her eyes when she turned them to him once again. How dare he sit there and judge her? How could he possibly know what she had suffered? She had been subjected to degradation by a man once before. She wasn't going to be again. "What you said last night, Mr. Coleman, about my baby being better off dying? You were right, he was better off dying, and I would have been too. I wanted to, but I didn't." She pushed her chin up, causing her hair to ripple around her head. "Anyway, I'm here and your wife isn't. God must have seen fit to make it happen that way. I didn't have any choice in it any more than you. Little Lee needs mothering, and I'm going to mother him. You'll wet nurse him, and that's all. He had a mother, and she's dead." He bolted off the stool with a snarl, curling his lip. As her experiences at Clancy's hands had taught her to do, Lydia shrank against the wagon's side and covered her head with her arms. "No, please." "What the hell? What in tarnation is going on in here?" Ma demanded as she heaved herself into the wagon. "The two of you are providing quite a show for the whole train. Leona Watkins is in a tizzy about the two of you spending the night together. I slept outside," Ross said between his teeth. "The girl had thought he was going to strike her." "I know that," Ma snapped. "And so does everyone else by now, 'cause I seen to it that they was told, 'Now give me that young'un.' It's a wonder his neck ain't broke the way you're a-holding him." She took leave from his father. "And why is Lydia curled up there like she's been beat?" she demanded of the man. His mouth only hardened into a straight, stubborn line. "Lydia, what's ailing you?" Ma asked. Lydia, ashamed for seeming like a coward, answered quietly, "Nothing." Ma peered at her closely, then turned to Ross and eyed him up and down in silent reproach. "Get on out of here, Annabeth, and I'll take over the care of Lydia. Bubba said he's going to drive for you today 'cause you're going hunting, and frankly, I think that's a good idea. Getting away from here might clear up your head about some things. Now get." Few refused Ma's orders. Ross cast one baleful eye toward the girl, who no longer looked terrorized but was watching him warily. Then he stamped out. Once outside, he crammed his hat on his head, hauled his saddle over one shoulder, braced his rifle over the other, and stalked toward the area where the horses had been staked for the night. The two eldest Langston boys were watching when a few minutes later Ross wheeled the powerful stallion away from the camp and streaked off through a meadow toward the thick woods. "Know what I think?" Luke asked his brother. "Naw, and I don't care, but I'm sure you're going to tell me anyway. I think Mr. Coleman could be a mean son-of-a bitch if he was to put his mind to be." Bubba stared pensively at the diminishing image of horse and rider. He had seen that fierce expression on his hero's face, too. "You could be right, Luke," he agreed. "You could be right." And in the evenings, after everybody had eaten supper, they'd stroll around the camp, a-holding hands, stopping to chat with folks like they was out on a picnic instead of on a wagon train. His long time Clarenly wow, no. Annabeth stayed with her during the day. Ma checked her every morning and brought food each evening. Ross hunted for the Langstons in return for Ma's cooking for them. He never ate inside with Lydia. She rarely saw him. He made work for himself along the train, often scouting or taking care of ailing horses for others who respected his knowledge of animals. Bubba drove the Coleman wagon. Should Ross come into the wagon, he would avoid looking at her. If he did glance in her direction, he glowered at her malevolently. She credited most of his ill temper to grief. He was taking his wife's death hard. She must have been something, that Victoria Coleman, a real lady by Annabeth's detailed description. Sometimes when the sun was shining real bright, she'd sit with this lacy parasol on her shoulder as she rode on the wagon seat. Annabeth popped open the pink confection of lace and silk. Lydia had never seen anything so pretty in her life. She regretted when Annabeth closed it and placed it inside the trunk. And they'd talk in whispers to each other like everything they said was a big secret from the rest of the world. The girl sighed deeply. I only wish Mr. Coleman would look at me the way he did her. I'd melt right on the spot. Lydia couldn't imagine anything pleasant coming from the looks he cast in her direction. She couldn't imagine anything pleasant happening between men and women at all. But then, every once in a while, she could remember how it had been when her real papa had been alive. They had lived in town in a big house with wide windows and crocheted curtains. Mama and Papa laughed together often. On Sundays when they visited neighbors, Papa would hold Mama's hand. She remembered that because she would break them apart and take their hands in hers, they would make a game of lifting her off the ground. Lydia guessed it was possible that men didn't always do bad, hurtful things to women. Annabeth spoke again. Mrs. Coleman's skin was as smooth and white as fresh cream. She was right pretty with them big brown eyes. Her hair was the color of corn silk and looked just as soft. Nary a hair was ever out of place. Lydia reached up to touch her own hair. The morning after she had come to Mr. Coleman's wagon, Ma and Annabeth had given her a bed bath. They had scrubbed her until her skin was raw and tingling. It had taken some time and effort to brush the debris out of her hair. The next day, with Annabeth fetching and carrying buckets of water, they had managed to wash it, but it wasn't ever going to resemble corn silk. Mr. Coleman had seemed surprised to see her brushed and washed when he reached into the wagon for a fresh shirt that night, but he didn't comment on it. He had only made a grunting sound. If he was used to hair the texture of corn silk, then Lydia knew hers must have been a shock to him. Unreasonably, that bothered her very much. You getting tired? Annabeth asked when she noticed that her audience's attention had wandered. Ma said if you got tired and sleepy for me to keep my trap shut and let you rest. Lydia laughed. She had come to enjoy all the Langstons, but particularly this girl who was so open and honest and tolerant. No, I'm not tired. I've slept enough in the past few days to last me a lifetime. But Lee's gonna wake up soon and be hungry as a young bear. She reached into the crate that they used in lieu of a cradle and patted the infant on the back. It was a miracle to her how much she loved the baby. After her mother had died, Lydia doubted that she would ever love another human being again. Maybe she loved the baby because he was totally dependent on her and couldn't hurt her. He wouldn't know any better than to love her back. The wagons rolled to a halt just as Lee finished feeding. Lydia was rebuttoning her gown as Bubba steered the tired horses into the closing circle. No sooner had he unhitched them than Ma entered the wagon. How'd you like to get out of here? She asked Lydia. Chapter 4. You mean get up, leave the wagon? Lydia asked nervously. The only experience she had had with other members of the train was with Mr. Grayson and Mrs. Watkins. She wasn't ready to face the scrutiny and scorn of any of the others. Don't you feel up to it? I think so, Lydia answered cautiously. But I don't have any clothes. I brung some with me, Ma said, tossing down a bundle. They're Annabeth's and probably won't fit just right, but they'll have to do unless you want to wear that bedgown from now on. Lydia was shaky as she stood, but was soon being bathed out of a basin and dressed in well-mended stockings, bloomers, and petticoat. You ain't no bigger than a titmouse, Ma said disparagingly, eyeing Lydia's slender hips and thighs. How you carried a babe? I'll never know. That didn't hold true for her breasts. The bodice of the dress wouldn't close over them. Tarnation, Ma said, aggravated. Well, we'll button it up as far as it will go. Lydia felt that she would burst as she was squeezed into the material, but at least she was covered. Luke had rubbed bootblack on her shoes and replaced the strings. She sat on the stool to lace them on while Annabeth pulled a brush through her hair. Now, ain't you pretty? Ma said proudly, crossing her arms over her stomach as she surveyed her handiwork. Mr. Coleman brought me some quail he flushed out today, and I've got a stew already simmering on your fire. It'd be a treat for him to come to his wagon and see that he had a fine meal waiting for him. Now, wouldn't it? He's tending those horses of his. Why don't you move Lee's bed over near the tailgate and sit outside for a spell? The fresh air will do you good. Timidly, Lydia let herself be led outside. She was amazed by the activity going on. Sounds she had been listening to for almost a week now were matched to actions. Women were bent over campfires and portable ovens cooking the evening meal. Men were unhitching and rubbing down horses, carrying firewood, hauling water. Children were playing and shouting, racing between the tongues of the wagons. Here's Luke bringing you some spring water. Ma had things well organized. Why don't you get a pot of coffee boiling? I'm sure Mr. Coleman would appreciate that. Yes, I'll do that, Lydia agreed breathlessly. She would welcome something to do. People were beginning to notice her. She was aware of the nudges, the speculative, curious glances, the hushed conversations. I've got to see to our dinner, but I'll be right over yonder if you need me. Ma said Lydia was left alone. She busied herself with stoking up the fire, with stirring the fragrant stew, with making the coffee, with unnecessarily checking on Lee when she ran out of things to do. She sat on the stool Luke had lifted out of the wagon for her and stared into the fire. Not for anything would she raise her eyes to meet the curious looks cast in her direction. That's how Ross found her. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw her sitting there minding the cooking supper. The late afternoon sun set her reddish hair afire. Her cheeks were rosy with self-consciousness and the heat of the cook fire. Her figure was much daintier than he had imagined it to be. The voluminous gown had hidden the delicate bone structure and soft curves. She could almost have been a child sitting there obeying a strict parent until she turned around. Then that illusion was shattered. She was a woman. When she heard his approach, she leaped from the stool, knocking it over as she spun around. For a moment their eyes locked and held. In hers lurked wariness. His were glassy, as though he had just been dealt a stunning blow and didn't know where it had come from. Her neck was slightly arched in order to look up at him. Her throat was long and slender, and had about it a fragility that made him want to touch it. Starting at the base of it where a frantic pulse was beating, his gaze couldn't help but meander down to the deep cleft between her breasts. Calico thread and buttons were dangerously strained to contain her maternally lush bosom. He found it damnably hard to keep his eyes off the spot. Her hand lifted and fluttered uneasily at the top button which had captured his attention. Ma thought I needed fresh air. Where's Lee? He was mad as hell, and his voice showed it. He was angry because she looked wholesome and not wicked, as he knew damn good and well she was, and because for only a fleeting moment he had been glad to see her waiting there for him. He wished to God he couldn't remember Lee's mouth sucking at her nipple, wished he didn't remember its color. He wished he wouldn't think of burning neat whiskey every time he looked into her eyes. Most maddening of all was the nervous habit she had of flicking her tongue at the corners of her lips each time she spoke. Lee's right there. She pointed toward the tailgate where the child lay sleeping in his makeshift bed. I can hear him if he cries. She blotted her palms on the skirt of the blue calico dress and hoped he wasn't going to bawl her out where everyone could hear. Because more than likely she would yell right back and disgrace herself even more. He stepped to the crate and peered inside. A quick smile made the corners of his mustache twitch. Lightly he patted the baby's behind, which was sticking up slightly. Lee preferred sleeping on his stomach with his knees curled up under him. When Ross turned around, Lydia too was smiling fondly down on Lee. Their eyes met again, briefly this time, before both looked away. There's coffee ready? She gestured toward the fire. Thanks. He eased off the lasso that had been looped over his shoulder and hung it on a peg outside the wagon. The rifle he braced against the wagon wheel. He unbuckled his gun belt, untying the thong around his thigh. Lydia had never seen a man wearing a holster anchored to his leg that way. Watching him take it off his hips made her stomach feel funny. Careful not to spill a drop, though her hands were shaking, Lydia poured a cup of coffee and handed it to him. His fingers were long and tapered, strong-looking. The knuckles were sprinkled with dark hair, but it barely showed up against his tanned skin. She withdrew her hand quickly after he had taken the cup from it. Nervously, she wrung it with the other hand. "Stew smells good. Ma made it." "Oh, well, it smells good just the same." "Yes, it does." They didn't look at each other. He finished drinking the coffee in silence. The camp noise went on around them. They were impervious to most of it and painfully aware of each other. "Guess I'll wash up," he said at last. "Luke brought water from the spring. The stew will be ready by the time you're finished." He stepped behind the wagon and poured a basin of water from the pail. Stripping off his shirt, he wondered why he was sweating so much. Again and again he doused his head and chest with the water, but his skin refused to cool. Lydia listened to the splashing sounds until Mary Nell and Lydia Langston came running up to her. In Mary Nell's sweaty, grimy hand was clasped a bouquet of Indian paintbrushes and buttercups. "We brung you some flowers, Lydia?" Mary Nell said, grinning a jagged smile. 2 days before, she had shown Lydia the bloody tooth Zeke had pulled the night before. "How lovely!" Lydia exclaimed, taking the damp and drooping cluster of wildflowers from the girl's extended hand. "Smell," Mary Nell instructed, pushing the flowers toward Lydia's nose. "They sure smell sweet," the more shy Atlanta piped up. She knew what the girls were up to, but wouldn't spoil their fun. She brought one of the buttercups to her nose and pretended to take a whiff. When she lowered the bouquet, she could see the sticky yellow pollen clinging to the tip of her nose. The girls shrieked with laughter. "We tricked you! We tricked you!" they chanted. "Oh, you! What have you done?" Lydia remembered that once she and her mother had played this game, she had never had anyone else to play with. It felt good. She rubbed at the buttery smudge on her nose. "Them flowers would look right pretty on your dress," Mary Nell said. "Wouldn't they, Atlanta?" She nudged her sister's ribs. "Sure would. I guess they would at that." Lydia undid the topmost button Ma had been able to pull together and fasten. She breathed easier, but was alarmed by the amount of bosom that swelled up between the fabric. By pushing the stems of the flowers into the buttonhole, the blossoms filled the space nicely and partially covered her cleavage. If she had looked in a mirror, she would have seen what a sensual contribution the flowers made to her appearance, but then she wouldn't have recognized it as sensual or seductive. She had had a man, she had borne a child, but of romantic matters she was innocent. Mating had been something forced on her. She couldn't imagine any woman actually inviting it. Ross, still on the other side of the wagon, was aware of the chattering, but he was distracted by his own thoughts. It had been pleasant to return to his wagon and find supper cooking and fresh coffee brewed. But the girl owed him at least that much. He had taken her in, hadn't he? When she didn't have a roof over her head, hadn't he taken her in and let her languish away her days and nights in his bed? He pulled on a clean shirt. She was doing all right by Lee. He couldn't fault her for that. The boy was growing a little each day. He had filled out since she had been nursing him. He didn't look so shriveled and sickly, holding up his shaving mirror. Ross combed back his wet hair. When had he last combed it? He didn't remember, and for the life of him he couldn't imagine why he was bothering to now. Except that Victoria had taught him that a gentleman went to some effort to make himself presentable at dinner time, even if he was still wearing his work clothes. It sure as hell had nothing to do with the girl who had spruced herself up. Nothing to do with her at all. Still, they might be living close together for a while. He supposed it would make life easier if they could be nicer to each other. Ma had called to her girls from across the camp and they had skipped away. Lydia dipped a tasting spoon into the stew and sipped at it. It was delicious and almost ready, evening. The voice was masculine and melodious with the slow drawl of the South. There was nothing intimidating about it. Nevertheless, Lydia's heartbeat accelerated. She didn't want anyone talking to her, Only moments before, Leona Watkins and an adolescent girl, Lydia, presumed to be her daughter, had stalked by, their eyes forward, their noses high. The girl had risked a curious glance at Lydia. Mrs. Watkins had pinched her daughter's arm hard in remonstration. If the man who had just spoken to her meant only to ridicule her, she would just as soon he not have. Not wanting to show her fear, Lydia raised her eyes with open challenge. The man was young, maybe a few years younger than Mr. Coleman. He swept a wide-brimmed hat from his head to reveal soft brown hair that curled snugly around his head. He was dressed in a white suit and blue vest with a gold watch chain dangling from its slit pockets. His eyes were sad, wistful, and kindly blue. His skin was pale save for his cheeks. They were stained with high color. Lydia didn't say anything. She was surprised to find open curiosity, perhaps friendliness in his face, but no censure. "Allow me to present myself, Miss Lydia Winston Hill. At your service, and this is Moses," he referred to a tall, stately black man standing at his side. He had on a somber black suit with a white shirt and black string tie. There were threads of white in his hair and eyebrows, but his face was unlined and eternally youthful. Lydia was so taken by the pair and their courtly manners that she said the first thing that popped into her head, "You know my name?" Winston Hill smiled. "I apologize for the gossip that sweeps through the train, but yes, everyone has heard of you and your remarkable beauty. I'm glad to say that this time the rumors weren't exaggerated." She blushed, never having heard such a compliment on her appearance. "Pleased to meet you," she said. "And you're looking after Mr. Coleman's new son. A commendable and charitable occupation in light of your own recent loss." She had never heard talk quite like his. It was pretty. The words dripped off his well-shaped lips slowly like honey. "Thank you, but he isn't any trouble. He's a wonderful baby, I've no doubt." I admired the beauty and courage of his mother, not to mention his father's prowess. He lifted a linen handkerchief to his mouth and coughed several times. He seemed embarrassed by it, frustrated. "Moses and I will bid you a pleasant evening now. If we can ever be of service, please ask." Confused by his mannerisms, Lydia stammered, "Thank you, I will." "I hope so." His smile was white and straight. "Oh, evening, Mr. Coleman." Lydia turned to see Ross standing behind her at the end of the wagon. He looked as hard and indomitable as Mr. Hill looked soft and guileless. His chin lifted a notch in greeting as he said tersely, "Mr. Hill, Moses, we're keeping you from your supper." Miss Lydia, before she knew what he was about, he leaned forward, grasped her hand, and brought it to his mouth. His lips brushed the back of it. She stared transfixed as he replaced his hat, nodded to her, and then strolled away, Moses beside him. She looked down at the hand that had been kissed. Discomfited by the gesture, she wiped it with her opposite sleeve as she glanced over her shoulder at Mr. Coleman. His face was as dark and ominous as a thundercloud. When he wore that angry look, his bottom lip barely showed beneath his mustache. "Supper's ready?" she said with nervous huskiness. She turned back to the fire, picked up one of the china plates Ma had laid out for them, and spooned a hearty helping of the stew onto it. She was holding the plate out to him when she faced him again. He didn't reach for it. Instead, he held his arms rigid at his sides, his hands balling and stretching like he was dying to hit something. The bones in his jaw bunched up as he ground his teeth together. The sun had set and twilight had fallen. The purplish light made his face look even darker, meaner. His green eyes shone through the dimness. Lydia saw them slide from her face to the flower secured between her breasts. Because she was agitated and not a little afraid of him. She was breathing irregularly. Her breasts trembled beneath the cloth, and the flowers against her flesh vibrated as though they were alive. He looked at them a long, silent time while she wished he wouldn't. If she hadn't been holding the plate, she would have covered herself from those smoldering, condemning eyes. "You little tart," he hissed across the gathering darkness. "I don't give a good goddamn what you were or where you came from, but as long as you're under my roof and nursing my son, you'll not be drumming up customers." Victoria would have swooned at such a speech. Lydia did not. Her eyes took on a fierce golden light, and her hair seemed to bristle with indignation. She took 3 steps toward him until she was glaring directly up into his face. Bruisingly, she shoved the rim of the plate into his ribs. He barely had time to catch the plate of hot food before she stepped away, releasing it. Angrily, she spun away, sweeping his booted shins with the hem of her skirt. Mindless of the remnant tenderness in her lower body, she stepped up into the wagon with one swift lunge and yanked down the canvas flaps. Cursing and absently rubbing his throbbing ribs, Ross dropped down on the stool and began shoving the stew into his mouth. He didn't taste it, hardly chewed it, but with each bite he gnawed at his resentment, like an animal worrying a sore paw. Damn the girl, he said as he set his plate aside and poured himself coffee. What did she mean by flouncing around in that tight dress, flirting with that highfalutin pansy, Hill? Tomorrow she would be out. He would find a way to take care of Lee. Maybe he could get that woman with the twins to wean her own and nurse Lee. He would get rid of the girl if he had to pump cow's milk into his son's stomach. Piers, you ain't as bright as I gave you credit for. Ma's voice came out of the darkness to intrude on his angry musings. She walked into the firelight, a dish towel slung over her shoulder. Her hands were red from the scouring she had given a cook pot and kettle. You done? She nodded toward his soiled plate. He nodded and took another sip of coffee. Ma poured water over his plate and wiped it with her cloth. Reckon we can save that stew for tomorrow, seeing that only one of you ate. He shifted uncomfortably on the stool. Yep, the woman continued. It's pity you ain't as smart as I first figured you was. Ross's breath rushed out from between his teeth in exasperation, but he took the bait. Why aren't I smart? That gave Ma all the opportunity she needed. You were blessed with a wet nurse for your son after your wife died. Lee would have been dead for days by now if it wasn't for that girl, who you show not the least bit of compassion or kindness for. Compassion, Ross shouted, jumping to his feet and prowling the area like a caged beast. Everyone on the train was ever aware of the lack of privacy. He lowered his voice significantly. Kindness? She was flaunting herself in front of every man on this train. Wearing that indecent dress with her, he stuttered, then ended tersely, flaunting herself. If you're referring to Mr. Hill, I seen the whole thing. He spoke to her first, not the other way around, and she looked frightened as a rabbit even to look at him. Ross's teeth tore at his mustache as he stalked around the fire in a furious circle. As for her dress, that's all we had to clothe her in. The one she was wearing when the boys brung her in was a heap of rags. It couldn't have been any worse than the one she's got on. It was straining at the seams. Ma's mouth quirked with humor, but the darkness hid it. Besides, Mr. Coleman was too wrapped up in his pacing to notice her knowing smile. She's trash, and I don't want her around me or my son. Ma's smile disappeared. She grabbed his arm and jerked him around. She was almost as tall as he. How do you know any such thing? She don't talk like trash, does she? Her talk is citified, if you ask me. And have you ever watched the way she handles her hands, graceful like? She eats proper. I ain't never seen no trash that walks and moves the ladylike way she does. Ma let go of his arm, but drew herself up straighter, more piously. You seem to put stock in a body's background and family. Never did myself. Always thought it was the person himself and not who his ma and pa were that counted. But you'd better be careful not to judge her too harshly. She might be the daughter of somebody you might not ought to offend. So the girl got in trouble and had a baby. Lots do. I bet you and Mrs. Coleman had a few tussles in the hay in that horse stable of her pa's before you was married. Ross's lips thinned. Victoria wasn't like that, he said tautly. Ma only laughed both at what he had said and at the lofty way he had said it. Every woman's that way with the right man, and if your woman wasn't, she should have been. I won't listen. I'm not here to speak unkindly of the dead, Ma said, softening considerably. He did look like a man going through misery, and she thought she knew why. Zeke agreed with her. They had talked about it last night when they had treated themselves to sleeping in the wagon with all the children outside. I'm just here to remind you that young woman, whoever or whatever she is, saved your baby's life. She tried real hard tonight to pay you back for taking her in. She wanted to have a good dinner waiting for you. That wasn't quite the truth. The project had been Ma's idea. Not Lydia's, but Ma wasn't beyond stretching the truth when she needed to. And all you did was act as uppity and condemning as that dried-up Watkins woman. She shifted her shoulders righteously. Seems to me you ain't got no choice but to keep the girl happy to be around you. She might just hightail it away from here and leave your son to fare for himself. If I was you, I'd make amends for my behavior tonight, Mr. Coleman. Huffily, she turned and stalked away. Ross hunched down by the fire and finished the coffee in the pot. One by one, the flames of the scattered campfires were allowed to burn down to smoldering embers. Cranky children were put to bed, either in the wagons or in bedrolls under them. Members of the train, visiting in groups, eventually drifted to their own wagons. Ross was spoken to, but he answered in desultory tones. He didn't invite conversation, and because of the recent death of his wife, people honored his need to brood alone. The evening was still, only a faint breeze stirred the leaves of the cottonwood, elm, oak, and sycamore that surrounded the clearing where their hired guide, Scout, which was the only name the young man went by, had suggested to Mr. Grayson that they camp for the night. There was something to what Ma Langston had said, and Ross Coleman well knew it. He just didn't want to admit it. It galled him to be harboring someone who reminded him every time he looked at her of what he had come from. He had been running from his tainted past all his life. Victoria had made him forget it temporarily. Now, this girl with the wild hair and defiant eyes and voluptuous body was making him remember things he wanted so badly to forget. Still, what would he do with Lee if not for her? The baby scared the hell out of him. He was so small. He knew nothing about babies. All he knew was what it was like not to have a mother's love. He had grown up thinking that being neglected was a part of life. Could he deny his son a woman's care, any woman's? And the girl did love Lee. Ross knew that. He spat out a word he hadn't had the luxury of uttering since he met Victoria. It felt so good to say it that he repeated it. Absently, he banked the fire so only a light fanning and dry kindling would get it going again in the morning. When he had run out of chores, he looked toward the wagon. The lantern inside was still lit but turned down low. He walked to the tailgate, swallowing hard and rubbing his perspiring palms up and down his thighs. Lydia crooned softly to Lee as he nursed. He must have been deprived of nourishment in the womb because he certainly hadn't gotten his fill since he was born. He sucked noisily, thumping her breast with his tiny fist and occasionally thrashing his legs happily. Lydia took a spiteful pride that she was able to feed him when apparently the woman with the creamy skin and corn-silky hair hadn't been able to satisfy him. Victoria Coleman had impressed everyone as being an ideal woman. Every time she heard the woman's name spoken, Lydia's self-confidence suffered, but Lee would love her. Her, not his natural mother. She wished she had the nerve to fling that fact straight into the self-righteous face of Lee's father. He had called her a shameful name. Tears sprang into her eyes, but now, as when she had first stormed into the wagon, she refused to let them fall. She wouldn't cry. She wasn't what they all thought. She wasn't. She couldn't help what had happened to her, though God knows she had tried. How many times had she fought to the point of exhaustion, waking up with her body black and blue and sore as a result of her struggling? Sometimes she had won. Too many times she hadn't, and she closed her eyes and shuddered with painful, degrading memories. Those times she had wanted to die. But if she had killed herself, there wouldn't have been anyone to take care of Mama. So she hadn't taken her own life and had been subjected to abuse until Mama had died and she was free to run away. How could something as sweet and innocent as Lee be born of an act so vile and violent, stroking the baby's head? She wondered if Mr. Coleman had hurt Victoria while conceiving Lee the way Lydia had been hurt. Somehow she couldn't see him rutting and grunting the way Clancy had. She couldn't imagine him hurting Victoria, whom he had all but worshipped. If Annabeth's account of their relationship was valid, the flaps of the canvas were flung open and she heard the heavy tread of his boot as he stepped into the wagon. She whipped her head around, sending her hair flying in every direction until it resettled on her naked back and shoulders like a fleecy mantle. Whatever prepared speech Ross was ready to recite stuck in his throat, and his mouth opened once uselessly before slamming shut. Lydia was sitting with her back to the wagon's opening. The dress that had caused his temper to rise had been peeled off her torso and was bunched around her waist. With his eyes, he followed the softly ridged column of her spine to the place where her body was nipped in neatly to form her waist. Her eyes were wide and inquiring, her lips moist and slightly parted as she gazed at him over an apricot-colored shoulder and a clump of russet curls. "What are you doing?" The words rasped through vocal cords which seemed to have retired from ever manufacturing another sound. "Lee's last feeding before bedtime," she said in that low, subdued voice that irritated the hell out of him. Didn't she have a smidgen of shame? Why wasn't she shouting at him for invading her privacy, for not knocking before coming in? But then that really would have made him mad. This was his wagon, by God. She must have seen the anger brewing in his eyes, for she turned her head, ducked it, and looked down at the baby at her breast. Ross's body went hot all over, and his vision blurred for a moment. He was blinking rapidly when she looked back up at him. "Did you want something?" He shifted awkwardly and wished he didn't have to stoop. He started to say that he wanted to apologize, but couldn't go quite that far. "I want to talk to you." There, that had a ring of authority to it. She didn't say anything, which vexed him almost as much as when she spoke in that quiet voice that seemed to touch whomever it reached. Eyes were steady on him as she kept her head turned to face him. Why in heaven's name didn't she cover herself up? Even though all he could see was her back, his imagination was running wild. Victoria would never have suckled her baby with anyone else in the room. He pushed the thought aside. If he thought about Victoria at all, he wouldn't be able to say what he had to say. "Thank you," he said shortly. She stared at him for a long time before responding quietly. "For what, Mr. Coleman?" "For not bringing men into your wagon and bedding them in front of you and Lee, God damn it." He squeezed the word past compressed lips. "I'm trying to be nice to you." "Nice? You think it was nice to imply that I was a whore? That's a helluva thing to say. Well, it was a helluva thing for you to think, too. You shouldn't be using language like that. Neither should you. And why are you suddenly bent on being nice to me? Afraid I might run off with a man who'll treat me better and leave Lee to starve?" Ross didn't speak on two accounts. First, he was too angry to. Secondly, he had been momentarily dumbfounded by seeing a firebrand's temper in such a small, delicate package. Lydia, fearing she had gone too far and wondering why he wasn't beating her already, turned away from him and lifted the sleeping baby away from her breast. He burped almost immediately without her even patting his back. She came off the low stool and onto her knees, placing him gently in the crate and covering him with a light blanket. Ross watched, his throat swelling thickly as she picked up a soft piece of flannel and blotted her front. Then she pulled up the bodice of the dress, slid her arms through the sleeves, and bent her head over the buttons. When all were fastened that she could pull together, she stood and pivoted around to face him. "What did you thank me for?" "Thank you for saving my son's life," he said tightly. Lydia stared up into his eyes. They were shimmering with anger, but not with insincerity. Instantly, she was ashamed of herself. He didn't like her, but he loved his son. His thank you should be accepted for what it was. She glanced down at the baby and whispered, "In a way, he saved my life too." Raising her eyes back to the man, she said, "Because of Lee, I don't want to die anymore. If I hadn't had milk, he wouldn't have lived. The way I see it, Mr. Coleman, he would have given anything for her, not to mention the milk." For as he heard the word, his eyes sought out its source. The dress was still stretched over the plump globes of her breasts, pressing the nipples flat. It was an obscenely provocative yet beautiful sight, and he couldn't keep from looking any more than he could keep from breathing. Lydia took that avid look on his face as repulsion. "I'm sorry," she said soulfully. "I know the dress doesn't look decent. I don't mean to offend you." She covered her breast with each hand as though to hide it. Her fingers settled into the soft flesh and created 10 deep tunnels. He could imagine the pebbly nipples nestled in the cushion of her palms. Jesus! Ross cursed silently and willed down the surge of life in his groin. He dragged his eyes away only to become entrapped by those shining eyes of hers. "Good night," he said with the desperation of a man trying to save his life. "I'm sorry you have to sleep under the wagon. Is it too uncomfortable, a lot more comfortable than it would be to sleep in the wagon near her? No, he said tersely. He was halfway out of the opening before his hurried goodnight reached her ears. Minutes later, lying on his back, staring up at the stars, Ross cursed the tight constriction in his loins. If he accused her of being a whore, what did that make him? How could his body betray him this way? He had loved his wife, and his wife had died only a week ago. His only justification was that since the day he had learned Victoria was going to have his baby, he hadn't been with a woman. She had apologetically requested that she be relieved of her marital duties during her pregnancy. He had agreed instantly. Her sensibilities were one thing that had endeared her to him, besides her incredible aristocratic beauty. If he had suffered night after night lying close beside her, but not availing himself of her, that was part of being a gentleman, unless one took a mistress, and Ross had loved Victoria too much even to contemplate that. But now, after months of abstinence, his body was reacting to a flagrant display of female flesh and wanton warmth. What living, breathing man could be blamed for responding? Damn, it wasn't his fault. He couldn't control that part of his body. Nor, it appeared, could he control his mind, for it wouldn't leave alone the thought of the girl. He kept seeing her, her hair fanning over her back, the graceful way her spine divided it into perfect halves, the gentle sloping at her waist into slender hips. With the heels of his hands, he dug into his eye sockets and tried to eradicate the image, but the sight and scent and sound of her wouldn't go away. Most disgraceful of all was the stab of envy he felt toward Lee. His son knew what she tasted like. Chapter 5. The next morning, Lydia awakened just before dawn. Lee was still sleeping. She dressed in the only garment she had, Annabeth's dress, and pulled on her worn shoes. It was no small accomplishment to gather her mass of hair into a knot, but she managed to, and secured it to the back of her head with pins pilfered from a box of cosmetics and lotions that had belonged to Victoria. She wouldn't touch any of the other things, and, had it not been a necessity, she wouldn't have taken the pins. Ma and Annabeth had packed away most of the woman's things. Lydia was glad. She needed no traces of Victoria to remind her of her inadequacies. Glancing down at the tight dress, she sighed uncomfortably. It stood to reason that she could wear Victoria's clothes, but reason and Mr. Coleman, where his wife was concerned, came to a parting of the way. He hadn't offered his late wife's clothes to Lydia. Even Ma, who never failed to voice her opinion on anything, hadn't dared to suggest it. She seemed to know he wouldn't take kindly to the idea, taking as deep a breath as the constricting calico would permit. Lydia peeled back the flaps of the canvas and stepped out of the wagon. The sun was just breaking over the treetops, outlining the horizon. Ross, bending over the fire and feeding it kindling, looked up in surprise. "Good morning," Lydia said softly. His apparent surprise at seeing her in the light of day nettled her. Did he intend to hide her in the wagon forever? Conveniently, she forgot that only hours before she had been afraid to leave its safe confines. Not meeting his eyes, she stepped off the tailgate onto the ground. "Morning. I'll make coffee." He resented her cool detachment. She was acting like they did this every morning, that it was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. He looked around the campsite. At nearly every other wagon, there were couples going about their morning chores, speaking softly, personally, before the day's traveling began. His eyes came back to her as she spooned coffee into the enamel pot. On the surface, yes, everything looked right. But damn it, they weren't a couple. He felt as awkward and callow as Luke Langston, and irrationally he blamed her complacency for making him feel that way. "Guess I'll shave now." She straightened up to face him. His jaw was dark with a night's growth of beard. Looking at the dark mustache, she wondered what it would feel like to touch the men she had known had had beards only because they were too lazy to shave. When the facial hair began to irritate them, they would ineffectually scrape it off. Ross's mustache was well-groomed, trimmed, and clean. Even though it was thick, the individual hairs looked silky. "If you show me where the flour is, I can make biscuits." While he stood at the back of the wagon shaving, She went about preparing a breakfast of fried bacon and biscuits. She even made a thick gravy with the bacon drippings. Her coffee tasted a hell of a lot better than what he had been brewing for himself. He didn't want to think it, but it was better than Victoria's too. She had never made it strong enough to suit him and didn't know the difference. She had been a tea drinker. He didn't thank Lydia or compliment her on the breakfast. They ate in tense silence. He cleaned his plate, and when she filled it again without even asking, he ate all of that helping as well. "What day is this?" Lydia asked him as she began cleaning their utensils and repacking them. "Day? Thursday. Ma said the train doesn't travel on Sundays, and that's when most everyone does laundry. I don't think I can wait until then to wash Lee's diapers." They had found baby clothes and diapers packed away in one of the trunks in the Coleman's wagon. Victoria had known she was going to have the baby en route. Annabeth had been taking the foul diapers each night and cleaning them out for Lydia, but the hamper that stored the wet ones was getting odorous. Her bleeding had stopped during the night, but she needed to rinse out the rags. Annabeth and Ma hadn't gotten to. It had been hard to stay clean on the Russell place, but Mama had drilled cleanliness into her. She had been filthy when the Langstons brought her in. No one had deplored that as much as she. "We'll heat up some water after supper. If we hang them out overnight, they'll dry." Lydia nodded. She was placing their box of cooking utensils in the wagon when they heard Lee's hungry wail. "Right on time," she said, laughing. "I'll douse the fire and see to the horses." Ross stalked away, hating himself for feeling so good about the coming day and for noticing the way her complexion glowed in the early sunlight. Lydia had changed Lee and leaned with relaxed contentment against the slats of the wagon while he nursed. The camp was in full operation now. Most had eaten breakfast. Women were repacking the gear and admonishing their children to get their chores done. Men were hitching up their teams. Sharp whistles punctuated the air as they moved them into place. Lazily, Lydia's eyes closed. This was a safe, comfortable world, away from the larger, more frightening one. Here, she was unknown. No one would associate her with the Russells. No one knew about that body with the crushed skull. It may not even have been found. Even if it had been, no one could trace her here. She was safe, secure, she could rest. Ross was murmuring to his team horses as he hitched them to the wagon. She liked the low, deep timbre of his voice in contrast to the pleasant jingling of the harnesses. The air was heavy with the smell of wood smoke and horses and leather. It wasn't at all a disagreeable combination. Lee wasn't finding it so either. He ate hungrily, but the tugging cadence on her breast was lulling and only contributed to the aura of peacefulness. Her eyes opened drowsily and then flew open wide. Mr. Coleman was standing beside the team, fastening the harnesses together. He had an unrestricted view of her under the wagon seat and into the back where she sat, feeding Lee. He was staring straight at her from the deep shadow beneath his wide-brimmed hat. His gloved hands were momentarily still as they gripped the leather thongs. The instant she caught him looking at her, he jumped to life again, yanking his eyes away from her as brutally as he pulled on the leather strap he was securing. A trill of sensation tickled its way up from the depths of her womanhood, spread through her breasts and trapped her breath in her throat. Such a sensation she had never experienced before, and it shocked her as much as seeing Mr. Coleman staring at her with that degree of intentness. She turned her back slightly until Lee finished and didn't look toward the front of the wagon again. She had just tied Lee into a fresh sack when word came down the line that they were ready to pull out. Ma had told her that the train traveled 12 to 15 miles a day, but that they had been drastically slowed down by spring rains. It had left the roads and meadows over which they traveled muddy and rutted and hard to negotiate. Rivers and their tributaries were swollen and flooded, making crossing them hazardous. Because of the war, the bridges that remained were in a sad state of repair and wouldn't take the weight of the wagons. Ross was driving the wagon today and adroitly coaxed the team into line with the others. They began at a sluggish pace, but had soon accelerated to one they would try to maintain until they stopped for the noon rest. Lydia rolled the sleeping mattress against the side of the wagon to make more room to move about. She straightened the interior of the wagon, even folding some of Mr. Coleman's shirts and deciding which ones she should wash that night along with Lee's things. After a while, she became bored. Lee was sleeping soundly in his crate. She had done all the chores she could find for herself within the wagon and dreaded another day of lying about with nothing to do. The thought of fresh air and open spaces appealed to her greatly. Timidly, she ducked her head through the front opening of the wagon and tapped Mr. Coleman on the shoulder. His body tensed as if he had been gunshot before his head snapped around. She withdrew her hand quickly. "What is it?" he demanded. She resented his sharp tone. Did he think she would never grow tired of the inside of the wagon? Would he be embarrassed to have her riding beside him on the outside where everyone could see her, where his beloved Victoria used to sit with her lacy parasol? "I'd like to ride outside for a while," she said tartly. Without speaking again, he scooted over on the wide, flat seat and made room for her. The swaying of the wagon made the footwork tricky, but she held on to the canvas with one fist while she placed one foot on the seat and stepped out. She teetered there for a moment. The ground seemed a very long way down. She hadn't realized how high the seat of the wagon was. Swallowing her fear, she put the other foot on the seat. At that unfortunate moment, the left front wheel encountered a large rock, and the wagon bumped over it with a sudden jolt. Lydia lost what precarious grip she had on her balance and grabbed at air until her hand came in contact with Mr. Coleman's hat. It was knocked to the wagon seat an instant before her buttocks plopped down hard on it. On her way down, she had gained quite a bit of momentum. It propelled her against Mr. Coleman. His arm was trapped between her full breasts as she slid down its entire length from shoulder to wrist. She tried to catch herself by placing her hand on his thigh, but it slipped and plunged between his legs. When she finally stopped falling, she found herself sprawled across his lap, her arm wedged between his thighs, her cheek resting on his hip. For a moment she leaned against him, drawing in deep breaths, battling off vertigo, and trying valiantly to pretend nothing had happened. Finally she pulled herself upright and inched away. She was still sitting on his hat. It was when she again braced her hand on his thigh to lever herself up and extract the crumpled hat that he began muttering blasphemous curses. "I'm sorry," she apologized breathlessly, mortified by her clumsiness. I've never been on a wagon this large before." The eyes he turned on her were glassy, bright, and fierce. His mouth was a thin, stern line beneath the curving mustache as he said, "Please be more careful next time." Lydia noticed that his lips barely moved as he spoke and his voice sounded different. Was he in pain? Had she hurt him? With deft movements, she restored his hat to its original shape and shyly handed it to him. It seemed a shame for him to cover up that head of dark hair that shone with iridescent streaks in the sunlight, but as he pulled it low on his brow, she decided the hat did him justice as well. His clothes were serviceable work clothes, but he wore them well. The dark pants fit his long legs snugly. He always wore the black knee-high boots she had first seen. His shirt was heavy, blue cotton, but the black leather vest over it looked soft to touch. He had a bandana knotted around his throat, afraid he might notice her close scrutiny. Lydia dropped her eyes to his hands on the reins. The edges of the black leather gloves were curled back to reveal his wrist bones, which were sprinkled with dark hair. He held the reins with seeming negligence, but one subtle flick of his wrist could direct the team. They demonstrated tremendous power, yet were capable of tenderness too, which had he used when he touched his wife. Such a thought made Lydia dizzy again, so she directed her musings away from the man beside her and began taking in her surroundings. There were about 10 wagons in front of them. She turned her head to look behind her, but gripped the seat in fear of falling off. She couldn't see around the bulk of the wagon, and she wasn't about to lean too far over the side in order to do so. "Where are we?" she asked. The countryside was lush and green. Wildflowers were blooming everywhere. The land rimming the meadow they were traversing was gently hilly and heavily wooded, just east of Memphis. Ross had nearly recovered, but not quite. He had cursed his own susceptibility when he had accidentally seen her earlier with his son at her breast. Thank God she hadn't taken the whole top of the dress down as she had last night. Instead, it had been unbuttoned to her waist. Only one breast available to Lee Ross, despite his aversion to her, had been struck by the peaceful, glowing expression on her face, the smile tilting the corners of her mouth upward. It was the kind of expression a man would love to put on a woman's face. He shifted restlessly on the wagon seat. What in the hell had he thought of that for? He had certainly never had a woman look up at him with that kind of sublime smile in his youth. Wild and undisciplined as it had been, he had known only whores. Generally speaking, they were businesswomen who wanted him to hurry and finish so they could get on to the next customer. And then there had been Victoria. He had never expected that kind of passion from her. Ladies of her upbringing didn't enjoy that, and he would have been shocked if she had. She had been obliging and patient with him, even affectionate. She had never said no, but she had never initiated it either. He would never love another woman. That was out of the question. Still, it would be nice to have one smile up at him afterward with an expression close to the one he had seen on Lydia's. My God, he had thought of her as Lydia. Why the hell did she have to fall against him that way? He could still feel her hand sliding over his crotch. His arm still tingled from the contact with her breasts. He cleared his throat loudly as though to physically throw off his thoughts. We might be able to cross the river day after tomorrow. The Mississippi River. Was the girl dense? Of course the Mississippi River, he said in rebuke. Well, you don't have to be so snippy about it. Lydia fired back. She felt like he had slapped her in the face by pointing up her ignorance. She had heard of the Mississippi River, but she had no idea where it was. She had attended only 2 years of primary school before she and Mama had moved to the Russell place. It wasn't by choice that she was sadly unknowledgeable. You're going to sunburn if you don't put a hat on, Ross muttered, looking at the tip of her nose that was already taking on a rosy cast. I don't have a hat, she said, staring at him in that cold, haughty way she had. He flicked the reins over the horses' backs, venting his anger at them. Why the girls should vex him so he couldn't imagine. Maybe it had something to do with his physical discomforts throughout the morning. Riders on horseback passed their wagon. Most were men. Ross would grudgingly introduce her. This is Lydia. She's taking care of Lee. The men would doff their hats politely and introduce themselves. She met their glances shyly, but though they were curious, she didn't meet with the scorn she had expected. The only one who unnerved her was Scout. He eyed her in a leisurely way. His grin at Ross was sly. Pleased to know you, Lydia, he said. He had long, curly, butter-colored sideburns and a wide mustache that was almost white. Lydia wouldn't trust him as far as she could throw him. Thankfully, he was away from the train most of the time. Everyone seemed pleased with the job he was doing. He had mapped out a route so that they could use roads when possible and flat public lands at other times. He had promised that if all went well, they would camp near shallow running water every night. So far, he had kept that promise. Bubba and Luke Langston rode up pell-mell when the sun had almost reached its zenith. Chicken tonight. Luke chortled happily. They had found 2 scrawny roosters in the woods. He held them up by their wrung necks. Ma said she'd fry it up and for the 2 of you to share it with us. Lydia was watching Ross as his mouth split wide in a grin appreciative of the boy's exuberance. His smile was heart-stopping, and looking at it, she felt a strange fluttering in her breast. It wasn't her milk coming because she had felt that a while ago. This was an alien unsettling, as though something had stirred up her insides and everything was trying to find its proper place again. His teeth were brilliantly white against the dark mustache and tanned face. I reckon I could take you up on that invitation if you'll drive the wagon after the noon break and let me give one of the mares some exercise. I'd be glad to take a horse out for you, Ross, Bubba said excitedly. His blue eyes had nearly popped out of his head when he had seen Lydia sitting on top of the wagon with Ross where Victoria used to sit, but it was the bodice of her dress that had drawn his attention. He knew his ma would skin him alive if she caught him gawking at the girl, and he wasn't sure what Ross would do either. He found himself fairly shouting to release some of the energy surging through his body. Ross was shaking his head. That would leave no one to drive the wagon. I could drive the wagon, Luke said. He was jealous that Bubba had been asked to help take care of Mr. Coleman's horses. Ma had said Bubba was the oldest, and it was only right that he be offered the job first. Still, Luke didn't want to be discounted altogether, as though he held no more rank in the family than Samuel or Micah or one of the girls. Ross considered the suggestion while both boys waited in breathless expectation of his answer. I guess that would be all right. I could keep an eye on you, he said to Luke, and 2 horses would be exercised instead of 1. Yippee, Luke said, whipping his own mount around and heading toward the Langston's wagon to tell his good news. Only if Ma gives her approval, Ross shouted after him. They stopped, but briefly at noon. Lydia went into the wagon to nurse Lee, who had awakened a few minutes before. He had lain in his crate and fretted. Ross had curtly suggested that she not try to get back into the wagon until he pulled it to a stop. Luke brought her a wide-brimmed straw hat when he came to take over for Ross as driver. Mr. Coleman told Ma your nose was getting sunburned. This is an old hat of Bubba's, but it'll keep the sun off. Lydia took it, looking sightlessly at it as she turned it over and over in her hands. She didn't know if she was more moved by the Langstons' generosity or by Mr. Coleman's concern. She didn't see him for the rest of the afternoon except as a pesky dot that bounced along the horizon as he and Bubba rode 2 of his mares to exercise them. She grew weary in the early afternoon sun, and Luke talked her through getting into the back of the wagon without mishap. She unbuttoned her tight dress, unrolled the mattress, and lay down. Lee lay beside her. When she awoke, Luke was bringing the wagon to a halt in the circle with the others. Quickly she fed Lee, and then putting his crate on the tailgate in the shade, went about building their fire and getting their supper. She took time to tidy up her hair and bathe her arms and face and neck in cool water before Ross returned looking dusty and sweaty. He looked at the pot of beans simmering over the fire. I thought we were eating with the Langstons. The greeting sounded cross and critical, but he couldn't help it. The domesticity of the scene before him, the supper cooking, and Lee sleeping contentedly, and her taking the trouble to look nice for him made him unreasonably angry. We are, but I'd been soaking these beans all day, and it seemed a shame not to cook them. I sent word to Ma that we'd be bringing them for our part of the supper. He didn't like the way she said we and our either, like they were a pair. You can take the beans for your part. For my part, I'm helping Zeke re-show one of his horses after dinner. Very well, Mr. Coleman, she snapped. I was heating this water for you to wash in, but I think I'll use it to start washing out Lee's things instead. She swished past him, moving her skirt out of the way as though not to dirty its hem on his dusty boots. He had a good mind to yank her around by the hair on her head and tell her that just because she was taking care of his boy, it didn't mean she had anything to do with him. But she had already stepped up into the wagon before the right words arranged themselves on his tongue. Besides, if he ever put his hand in her hair, he wasn't sure what he would do. He turned away angrily, not wanting to think about how good it would feel to wash in warm water. He cursed viciously as he stepped behind the wagon where he was provided some privacy and peeled off his shirt. Lydia, with the soiled clothes piled beside her, lifted the pot away from the fire before the water got too hot. Then, rubbing a bar of soap over each garment, she dropped it into the water. When all were in, she swished them with a stick. Her shoulders lifted and fell in a sigh of irritation. He had been hateful again, but then it would be silly for her not to offer to wash his shirt too. Drawing in another deep breath, she rounded the end of the wagon to the far side. Ross was standing in pants and boots. His arms and chest were lathered white. For the few moments before he saw her, Lydia watched his hands sliding over the wet soapy flesh of his wide shoulders and under his arms. His chest was matted with dark, crinkly hair that twined around his fingers as he washed. The muscles of his upper arms bunched and knotted with each economic movement. His ribs were as evenly corrugated as a washboard. His stomach was flat and tapering. When he saw her standing there watching him, he became stock still. Soap bubbles dripped from fingers gone suddenly lifeless. For a long moment they stared at each other, each stunned by the sight of the other. "I'll wash your shirt," Lydia said at last. Rather than argue and prolong her standing there, Ross picked up his shirt and handed it to her. Her eyes averted, she whisked it from his hand and disappeared quickly around the end of the wagon. Ross rinsed and dunked his head in the water. Only after he had dried off did he realize that he didn't have a shirt to put on. He went to the tailgate and vaulted up into the wagon, nearly stepping on Lee where he slept in his crate. He cursed as he bumped his head on one of the slats, then grew more agitated when he couldn't locate any of his clothes. He stuck his head through the open canvas flaps. He said, hoping to get her attention as she wrung the clothes out. She turned around, brushing back a strand of willful hair with a damp hand. "I can't find my clothes," he stated simply. "Oh, I straightened up this morning. I'll get a shirt for you." Nervously, Ross's eyes scanned the campsite, hoping to God no one was watching her climb into the wagon with him shirtless. Damn. There stood Mrs. Watkins glaring at them across the grassy expanse, her mouth drawn up like a rotten apple, looking for all the world like a witch hunter. Her daughter Priscilla was standing behind her with a knowing, smug look on her petulant face. Ross had seen her wear that expression before. It made him damned uneasy. Livius, to their audience, brushed past him. Her brisk movements stirred the hair on his chest and stomach. He ducked out of sight into the wagon. God, the girl was shameless. Didn't she have 1 ounce of propriety? "I folded them up over here," she was saying, as she rummaged through the supplies which she had neatly stacked out of the way. It occurred to Ross suddenly that the interior of the wagon no longer painfully reminded him of Victoria. All traces of her clutter were gone. Things were more neatly arranged to save space and make room. Lydia handed him a clean shirt that had been folded carefully. She had almost gasped at the sight of the scar. It was above his left breast and had gouged out part of the muscle. She tried not to let him know she had noticed it. "Thanks," he said tersely, hoping that she would leave the wagon so everyone could see her outside instead of in there with him. He should have known that was too much to ask of her. "Mr. Coleman, would you teach me to drive the wagon?" she asked, looking up at him. Even stooped over as he was, she came no higher than his breastbone. "Drive the wagon?" he repeated vaguely. He was wondering if he should pull his shirt on or wait until she left. Better to put it on now. The way her eyes wandered curiously over his chest was making him perspire, even though he had just washed. "I don't think so," he said, cramming his arms into the sleeves. Was she looking at his nipple or at the scar? Why? Because the team would probably pull you off the seat, that's why. You're not husky enough. His fingers were behaving as though they had never buttoned a shirt before. Did Victoria drive the team? When he reached the last button, he discovered he had matched them all up with the wrong holes. He cursed under his breath and nearly ripped them free before starting all over again. Yes, she did. She was husky? Damn it. No, she wasn't husky, he shouted. Nervously, he glanced over his shoulder. He lowered his voice to a vicious hiss. No, she wasn't husky. And you taught her? Yes. Then why can't you teach me? Because you've no business driving my team. Why? She repeated. Unconsciously, he unbuttoned his pants to cram his shirt tail in. The men Lydia had known wore suspenders to hold up their breeches. Even the dim memories of her father pictured him with suspenders. Her eyes were on Ross's hands as he secured the buttons on his pants and refastened the buckle of his wide leather belt, slapping it lightly when he was done. You have to take care of Lee, that's why. She dragged her eyes up the long length of his torso, not knowing how provocative that sweep of her lashes was to watch. But he sleeps so much. I enjoyed riding on the seat today. There's no reason why I couldn't be useful while I'm sitting there. That would free you to ride your horses if you wanted to. I'm not saying I'd drive all the time. If Lee was fretful, I couldn't, but I should know how. More to end the conversation and get out into the open where he could breathe normally again. He said, I'll think about it. It's not easy, you know. With that, he stamped out of the wagon, leaving her with a satisfied smile on her lips. The noise and general state of confusion at the Langston wagon served to camouflage the tension between Ross and Lydia. The two roosters were honored with hearty appetites that didn't leave one bone unpicked. Only Bubba didn't enjoy the meal. After eating only half a plateful, he slunk away in the darkness, ostensibly to check on the horses. A few minutes later, Luke found him leaning against a tree, absently peeling a twig of its bark. What's the matter, Bubba? Got a bellyache? Go away, Bubba sighed. Privacy in a family the size of his was rare and valuable. I know what's wrong with you, Luke said cockily. You couldn't eat on account of looking at Lydia's titties? Bubba sprang to his feet, poised for hand-to-hand combat. You shut up, you foul-mouthed son of a bitch, he shouted. Luke only laughed and danced away from his brother, shadowboxing to egg him on. Can't help but look at him, can you? Course a body would think you'd have your eyes full after gawking at Priscilla Watkins's all the time. Hers are pretty big. I seen the way she pushes 'em out every time you ride by their wagon, which is about as often as you can. You're about the randiest billy goat I ever did see. Bubba lunged at his brother and managed to connect his flying fist with Luke's jaw. Luke fell back onto the ground, but he wasn't subdued by any means. He grabbed Bubba around the ankle, hauled him down, and a battle royal ensued. Ross came upon them moments later, grappling and rolling and slugging in the dirt. What's going on here? He bellowed. He grabbed the top one, which at the moment happened to be Luke, by the collar of his shirt and hauled him to his feet. Bubba came to his feet of his own volition. They were heaving from exertion and bleeding from noses, mouths, and various scratches. Is this all you two have to do? Ross demanded. He knew what came of fighting. First with fists, then with guns, it became a vicious cycle to see who you could best. If someone had curbed him when he was a youngster, maybe things wouldn't have gone the way they had. But by the time he was Bubba's age, he had already developed an awesome talent with a pistol. Bubba, I thought you were going to help me shoe that horse. Bubba dabbed at his rapidly swelling lip. Sure, Ross. Luke, Ross barked. Fetch some water to my wagon. Lydia has some clothes to rinse out. He didn't stop to consider how easily her name had come to his lips. But shake hands with your brother first. The boys grudgingly did as he instructed. They were both dreading having to explain their bloody, swollen faces to their ma. It would be hell to pay. Lydia was enjoying herself. She never knew folks could be so cordial. Neighbors stopped by to meet her. Some were openly curious, some were cautious, and she knew she wouldn't have been nearly so well accepted had it not been for the Langstons, because Ma approved of her. Everyone else felt obliged to. It was an unspoken fact that Ma governed much of what went on in the insulated community, almost as much as Mr. Grayson did. Her maternal instincts carried over to all members of the train. She adored and admonished each one, no matter how old or young, with the freedom she did her own children. Lydia tried to remember names and put the right children with the correct parents. There were the Sims with their two shy little girls, the Rigsbys with two boys and a baby girl. Lydia met the woman with the twins. They were almost a year old. One was beginning to take tentative steps, invariably in the direction of the campfire. Other names became familiar. Cox, Norwood, Appleton, Greer, Lawson. Everyone ogled Lee Coleman, who slept through most of it. Mrs. Greer offered her the use of some baby clothes. My boy has grown out of them. Ain't no sense in them going to waste. Such kindness was unheard of to Lydia, who had seen life as one scraping effort to survive. What one had, one kept and selfishly guarded before Lydia returned to Mr. Coleman's wagon. Ma gave her one of Luke's shirts and an old skirt of Annabeth's. They ain't as attractive as the dress, and Lord knows it ain't nothing fancy, but they'll be a sight more comfortable, I expect. Lydia carried Lee back to her own camp and was surprised to find Luke stretching a cord between the slender trunks of two nearby post oaks. He spotted her and averted his head. Mr. Coleman told me to fix this here so you could hang them clothes up. Thank you, Luke, she said quietly. She didn't comment on his bruised, distorted face, sensing his self-consciousness over it, when all the clothes were hanging on the line. She wearily climbed into the wagon. The camp had grown quiet and dark. She nursed Lee and settled him in his crib. Then she put on the nightgown Ma had told her was hers to keep. Her head was sore from supporting her hair all day. She shook it out and began brushing it. The brush, too, was a gift from Ma. She didn't want to go to sleep until Ross returned to the wagon. His presence outside made her feel safe, though. Why that should be, she couldn't imagine. For weeks before she had dropped in the woods to deliver her child, she had slept in the open, sometimes in a barn, but fear had been her guardian then. It had protected her from becoming tired or careless, but she had gotten careless and he had caught up with her. "Never again," she whispered in the darkness. "He's dead." Just when her eyes were drowsily closing, she heard Ross outside. His movements were easy to follow as he banked the fire and shook out his bedroll. Walking on her knees to the end of the wagon, she lifted the canvas. He was sitting on his bedroll, tugging off his boots. "Good night, Mr. Coleman." His head came up with a jerk. She was framed in the opening of the wagon, her nightgown reflecting whitely in the moonlight. Surrounding her head, her hair was a riot of curls and waves. Her voice seemed to come toward him out of the darkness to stroke his cheek. "Good night," he growled and flopped down on his hard bed. Still grouchy, she thought dejectedly as she settled herself on the mattress spread with soft bed linens. He was anxious to get across the Mississippi. By tomorrow, maybe they would see it. He would be in a better frame of mind then. Chapter 6. They drove the teams hard for the next 2 days, trying to reach the Mississippi. It was a landmark to all of them. Once they crossed it and left Tennessee behind, they would feel they were truly on their way. Ross let Bubba Langston lead his string of horses and drove the wagon himself. He never turned the reins over to Lydia, but he showed her how to hold and maneuver them. The instructions were tersely issued, and he rarely looked at her directly. Though Luke's shirt and the old skirt left a lot to be desired in the way of fashion, Ross had been vastly relieved to see that she wasn't wearing that dress anymore. She seemed determined not to foster his bad mood and pushed him into conversation. It became apparent that the girl knew little about anything, and he wondered again if she were mentally deficient. He dismissed that possibility, however. Once told something, she never forgot it. And behind her inquiring eyes he saw an eagerness to learn. "Did you fight in the war?" He nodded. "For Dixie. You wanted to keep the colored people slaves then?" He stared at her incredulously. "No. I don't want anyone to be a slave to anything or anybody. Then why did you fight for the South?" "Because that's where I lived," he said with growing impatience. She seemed to know his sore spots instinctively and went straight to them with probing accuracy. Patriotism had had little to do with what side Ross had allied himself. The war had provided him, as a reckless young man, with a good excuse to loot and kill without consequence. He had been spoiling for a fight, and he had been granted a dilly of a one. When a group of guerrilla fighters had recruited him to ride with them, nobility had not entered into his joining. Lydia didn't want him to think her totally ignorant. One day I watched a column of soldiers ride past our farm. They were all dressed alike. One was carrying a flag. Yankee troop, we sure as hell didn't have uniforms and flags toward the end. He had had only one uniform, and that he had taken off a dead soldier at Pea Ridge. He had never ridden in a column of soldiers either, but struck unsuspecting camps at night. There one minute, gone the next, phantoms leaving death and destruction behind, and Ross hadn't cared if he got killed in the process because to him it was all a game of chance. He was perfect for that kind of soldiering. I never saw any more soldiers, but I can remember hearing the guns and cannons sometimes. Where was your farm? Lydia didn't want to confide too much, but then she didn't actually know where the Russell place was, northeast Tennessee. Didn't troops from either side ever loot it? She laughed bitterly. No, there wasn't anything there worth stealing. He had ridden with men who would have passed up food for a chance at the girl, but then the war had ended 6 years ago. She couldn't have been more than a kid. "How old are you?" he surprised himself by asking. "I'll be 20 this year." "How old are you?" "A lot older," Ross said grimly. He was 32 if one counted chronologically. He liked to think his life had started when John Sachs found him. Winston Hill rode up to their wagon on a prancing white horse. "Good day to you, Miss Lydia. Mr. Coleman?" "Hello, Mr. Hill." "Hill, I hear that with luck we'll reach Memphis by nightfall." "That's the rumor," Ross said curtly. It irked Lydia that Ross was behaving rudely. She didn't want another argument with him concerning Winston Hill, but she didn't want to be a party to his bad manners either. "Do you think we'll have much trouble crossing, Mr. Hill?" She titled her head back so she could see him from beneath her hat. That depends on the flooding they've been having upstream. He paused to cough into his handkerchief. Once we're across, Moses and I would like to invite the two of you to celebrate with us with a glass of sherry. Lydia wondered what sherry was. If it tasted as pretty as it sounded, she would like it. She was about to accept his invitation when Ross intervened. No, thanks. Lydia is busy most evenings taking care of Lee, and I tend to my horses. Mr. Hill's eyes glanced back and forth between the two of them before he replied with gracious acceptance. Well, perhaps some evening when all your chores are done, he doffed his hat to Lydia and rode away. The next time someone invites me to do something, I'll answer for myself. Thank you, Lydia said as soon as the man was out of earshot. Not as long as you're sleeping in my wagon and eating the food I provide, you won't, he growled out of the side of his mouth. I won't have you openly flirting with him or anyone else as long as you're caring for Lee. I wasn't flirting, she said heatedly. I was being mannerly, an area of your personality that could stand some improvement. Manners has nothing to do with it. I don't like the man. He has said nothing but nice things about you and Victoria. But every time he comes around, you puff up like a bullfrog. What's he ever done to you? Ross hunched his shoulders and didn't speak. Winston Hill represented everything Ross wished he could be. Winston was the kind of man Victoria should have married. Ross remembered the night they had met. They had had mutual acquaintances to swap gossip about and had spoken in a cultured language he could barely follow. He had felt like scum, though he wouldn't put a name to the emotion Hill aroused in him. He had been jealous of him since the first time he laid eyes on him. Hill carried his aristocratic heritage like a shield in front of him for all to see. Ross felt that his heritage was just as visible no matter how hard he tried to hide it. Why does he cough all the time? Lydia asked. She ignored the working tension in Ross's jaw. He's tubercular, too. What? He has tuberculosis, lung fever, caught it in a Yankee prison camp. When he finally made his way home, somewhere in North Carolina, Raleigh, I think the plantation was gone. No one was left but old Moses. Even the house had been destroyed. He moved into town, but the weather there was bad for his lungs. He's on his way to a warmer, drier climate. Winston had stopped at the wagon in front of them to chat. She studied the slight young man whose eyes, though kind, were too old to match the rest of him. I feel sorry for him. That seemed truly to irritate Mr. Coleman. He didn't talk to her anymore until the noon break. Her first sight of Memphis was through a veil of mist as she sat in the wagon, staring out over Mr. Coleman's shoulder while he maneuvered the team into the circle for the night. Lydia had never seen so large a city. Even from that distance, it was an awesome sight. She could have gazed idly at it for a long time, but there was work to be done in a hurry. We'd better get a fire going as soon as I can locate some dry wood. Ross said, glancing up at the moisture-laden clouds that scurried past on a cool wind. He finally coaxed a small, sputtering fire out of the damp wood he had gathered. Lydia fried extra meat and made 2 batches of biscuits, saying, "This may be our last full-fledged fire for days." The rainfall had steadily increased. Everyone in camp was dejected. They could see the Mississippi below them where they were camped on the bluffs. They had both dreaded and anticipated crossing the river, but now it looked intimidating and ominous. It was swollen from recent heavy rains. One could barely see the Arkansas shore for the gloomy rain that shrouded it. Those who had lived on or near the fierce Tennessee all their lives were impressed into silence by the breadth of the Mississippi. Despite its awesome proportions, now that they were here and could see it, they were ready to cross. And it appeared they might have to wait for days, even weeks. A group of us are going with Grayson to check on the ferry first thing in the morning, Ross told Lydia as they secured everything they could in the wagon and out of the weather. What do you think will happen? Ross cursed. I think we'll have to wait out the rain. Folks who live on this river are superstitious about it. I don't think the ferries will chance crossing it until the next sunny day. Lydia was sensitive to his mood and didn't provoke his temper. When he came in to get an extra blanket, she spoke to him softly from the other side of the warm, dry wagon. "Do you have to sleep outside, Mr. Coleman?" He looked at her in open astonishment. She was feeding Lee, but since that morning he had seen her nursing him. She had started draping her shoulder, breast, and the baby's head with a flannel blanket. Ross was glad that she had felt some degree of modesty, but his mind wouldn't forget seeing her cushioning his son's head on that creamy mound of flesh. "What would people think if the two of us stayed in here together?" he demanded short-temperedly. "They'd probably think you had the good sense to come in out of the rain," she snapped back. The weather wasn't doing her temperament any good either, nor was the man's stubbornness. Did he think she was trying to lure him into the wagon? Lying with a man was the last thing she wanted to do. "Well, I can't sleep in here with you." He turned toward the opening. "I'll see you in the morning." He crawled beneath the wagon and rolled up in a blanket-lined tarpaulin. He was damp and chilled, but it was almost a relief from the hot, fevered feeling that had plagued him for days. Ross was querulous and bedraggled when he returned to the wagon about noon. Rain was falling in sheets. He, Mr. Norwood, Mr. Sims, and Mr. Grayson had ridden down to the banks of the river and contacted the man who operated the ferry service. As Ross had predicted, he wouldn't consider crossing the flood-stage river in this kind of rain and wind. Hauling 20 wagons with teams, women, and children through the swift current was out of the question. He said we would have to wait until the rain subsided. Ross said, grimacing as he tossed down the cold coffee Lydia had saved him. "Are you hungry?" He shrugged. His face was dark with stubble. With good reason he hadn't shaved that morning. "Reckon I could eat something." She passed him a folded linen napkin in which he found a bacon and biscuit sandwich. "Ma is sending her 2 boys into town later in hopes of buying some canned food. Can you think of anything Lee needs?" Ross asked. Lydia shook her head, thinking of a dozen things she needed, like a chemise, for instance. If she wore one, she could line it with soft cloth so that when her breasts leaked, she wouldn't have to run from Mr. Coleman or anyone else who might see the 2 damp circles on the front of her dress. "The ladies on the train have loaned him things. He won't need much else until he grows some." Ross would have loved to go into town himself, but didn't dare take a chance. He had been foolhardy even to go down and talk to the ferryman. He had kept his bearded face averted. It had been 3 years, but still, the afternoon hours dragged by drearily and interminably. Lee slept, though Lydia sang to him, tickled his tummy, and anything else she could do to keep him awake. She was bored, sitting alone in the wagon without older children or a husband to talk to. Other women were using this day to rest or mend or speculate with their families about their new homesteads in Texas or farther west. Ross had left the wagon to see to his horses, leaving Lydia alone. Luke and Bubba called to her from the back of the wagon just before darkness fell. She scrambled on hands and knees to lift the canvas and peer out, bursting into laughter at the sight of them. Their felt hat brims were drooping low as runnels of water rolled down onto the slickers they wore, but their rain-washed faces were as animated as ever. She imagined that they had enjoyed riding into a city like Memphis and would be full of stories to tell for days to come. "We spent all the money Ross gave us. Peaches, pears, okra stewed with tomatoes and onions, and a smoked sausage," Bubba said, taking the items from the knapsack tied to his saddle horn and passing them to her. "The smell of that sausage has been making our mouths water," Luke said. "Did you buy one too?" Bubba glanced at Luke with a look that said he would dearly love to murder him. Nah, Lydia was appalled at what she had forced the boy to admit. The Langstons couldn't afford a sausage. She and Mama had helped butcher hogs working all day for a pound of bacon and a sausage. She had no concept of money or any idea how much a sausage or anything else would cost. "Well, you deserve a reward for bringing it back to me, to Mr. Coleman, I mean." Reaching in the cooking utensil box, she lifted out a butcher knife and, securing the sausage between her body and her arm, cut off a slice for each boy. "Here, enjoy it." Luke reached for his slice immediately, unabashedly cramming it into his mouth. Bubba took his portion almost grudgingly. "Thank you kindly, Miss Lydia." He was relieved to see that she wasn't wearing the tight dress anymore, though she filled out the front of Luke's old shirt right nice. The mysteries of the female body bewitched him and consumed his thoughts. He had been thinking about Priscilla Watkins all day. He had seen her standing out in the rain yesterday evening. Her dress had been clinging wetly to her body and detailing her figure. When she saw Bubba, She had turned to him, seemingly unaware that the cloth was plastered to her breasts and their impudent nipples. He had lain in misery all night, wondering what it felt like to touch a woman's breast. Now sight of Lydia's warmth and softness caused embarrassing and shameful reactions in his body. We'd best be getting to our own wagon, or Ma'll have a posse out after us. Lydia smiled. Yes, you'd better. They rode away into the gathering gloom. She and Ross shared the food when he returned to the wagon. He looked almost as sodden as the young men had. They rationed the food to last for several days, even eaten cold with leftover biscuits. It tasted delicious to Lydia. Before the Langstons found her, she had never had such good-tasting food that everyone else seemed to take for granted. Lydia dreaded the time when Ross would go back outside, but not as much as Ross did. The ground was good and soaked now, and he didn't look forward to another night spent striving to stay dry. The wagon was cozy with the lantern's soft glow. With Lee's new baby smell, with Lydia, her feminine presence made the wagon alluringly homey. He stretched out the time he could remain inside by repairing a bridle that could have gone another few days without his attention. It took him an inordinate amount of time to accomplish that simple task, but he made sure that the two shadows cast on the canvas by the interior light were well separated should anyone happen to be watching. When he had run out of excuses to stay, he gathered his damp bedroll and approached the back of the wagon. Don't forget to turn out the lantern. He didn't look at her where she sat in a front corner of the wagon with Lee lying on her breast. The baby had finished feeding minutes ago, but she hadn't wanted to put him in his bed yet. She loved his precious weight against her body, loved to feel his rapid heartbeats against her. Good night, Mr. Coleman. Guiltily, she watched his retreating back. Rightfully, he could have booted her out in the rain and taken the wagon for himself. But she had suggested once that for common sense's sake he stay inside. He had nearly bitten her head off. She could be as stubborn as he. She wouldn't offer again. She hadn't been asleep long when a crack of thunder brought her bolt upright on the pallet. It had been thundering the last time Clancy had crawled into her sleeping loft and clamped her throat with his grimy hand in order to hold her still and quiet. Her forehead and upper lip were beaded with perspiration. She had been dreaming of his grappling hands on her, of the pain, of the sickening culmination of her losing struggle. Thunder reverberated through the air again, accompanied by a keening wind. Rain pelleted the canvas covering the wagon. It sounded like 1,000 tiny beating drums. Lydia shivered, in terror of the elements, and with the residual horror of her nightmare. She checked on Lee. He was sleeping soundly. She thought of Mr. Coleman out there in the rain, and before she weighed her reasons, began crawling her way toward the end of the wagon. About the time Lydia was waking from her dream, Ross decided that he was a damned fool for turning over the warmth and comfort of his wagon to a strumpet who would likely run off any day now. He was soaked to the skin, shivering with each blast of wind and rain that found him where he lay underneath the wagon. The girl could go to hell and take Mrs. Watkins and everyone else on the train with her. For all he cared, he was going inside. He inched from beneath the wagon and was groping for the flapping canvas when Lydia threw it back. Surprised to see the other, they each stared, frozen for a moment in time, heedless of the rain drenching Ross. It took another fearsome crack of lightning which cut a jagged bluish scar out of the sky to jerk them back into the present. Lydia reached out and caught his hand, pulling him into the wagon. He all but fell inside on his knees, shivering convulsively while a great pool of rainwater formed around him. Mindless that she was getting the hem of her nightgown wet, Lydia knelt before him and began unbuttoning his shirt buttons. "You're going to catch your death," she said fussily as she peeled the sodden shirt away from his shoulders and down his arms. "Get out of those pants." Ross was too numb in mind and body to object and obeyed blindly. Lydia tossed the shirt onto the steps outside. It couldn't get any wetter. She lit the lantern, but only turned the wick high enough to cast a feeble glow. She glanced over her shoulder to see him working with his belt buckle. "Hand me all your clothes. I'll put 'em outside." She kept her back turned, but she could hear him taking off the clothes. His pants must have weighed 10 pounds with the water they contained, but she managed to take them with her hand stretched out behind her, bring them forward, and heave them outside along with a pair of socks and underwear. When she glanced around, Ross was wrapped in a blanket. "You're shivering. Are you still wet?" She reached into the hamper where towels were stored and approached him with two of them. "Dry your hair." He draped the towel over his head and rubbed it vigorously. She placed the other towel on his chest and began to run her hands over it. Ross's action stilled for a heartbeat, but he resumed as she briskly blotted his shoulders, his chest, and lower to his stomach. She was struck by how hard his body was. The bronze skin was stretched tautly over sinew and muscle and bone. There were nicks in it, small scars scattered over him, and the one just below his left shoulder that looked like a handful of flesh had been torn out by a giant fist. She wondered what he had suffered to have put it there, and she ached to touch it, soothe it somehow. Intriguing to her, too, was the forest of crisp hair that covered his chest. It looked like a dark cloud, damp and curly, but the farther down his torso her hands moved, the silkier and finer the hair became. The growth pattern narrowed toward his navel. Ross sucked his breath in sharply when she touched his navel and clenched his teeth when he felt her hands climbing back up his ribs. He draped the towel around his neck and caught her wrists in both his fists, yanking her upward and forward. He had been intent only on stopping her hands. He hadn't counted on her being caught totally off guard, on her weighing no more than a hummingbird, and on it taking no more than that swift tug to land her square in his lap with her breasts pressed flat against his chest and her knees. Good God, could she feel him? Naked and hard? For another startled moment, they stared deep into each other's eyes, their breaths rasping together, hearts pulsing as violently as the thunder outside. Damn those eyes of hers! He searched the jeweled depths of them. The myriad facets made him too dizzy to count them. And did her mouth have to look so goddamn succulent, like a rare and precious fruit that the gods squeeze nectar from? The tip of his tongue ached to dip into it and taste again. Didn't she have bones? Did all of her feel this soft and malleable, with no sharp angles to poke or protrude? He wanted to kiss her, to distort the perfection of her mouth with his lips. He craved to mold that incredible welcoming warmth against his hard desire. He would die if he didn't surrender to the raging, maniacal demand of his body for Circe's, but he would forever regret it if he heeded that cry. He closed his mind to it. Gradually his grip relaxed and he eased her away. Lydia moved back quickly the moment she gained her release. The sparks shooting from the corners of his green eyes frightened her. When she was sitting on her knees a safe distance from him, she whispered, "Are you feeling better?" That was entirely dependent on one's point of view. "Somewhat. Your teeth aren't chattering anymore." "I'm getting warmer." He was a helluva lot warmer. Hot, in fact. So damned hot, he didn't know why the hair on his body wasn't singed. "I wish we had something hot for you to drink." "I do too. Maybe at breakfast I can build a fire." Neither thought so, but it gave him something to say, and something they could nod their heads in agreement over. Now that the immediacy of the crisis was over, they had to come to grips with sharing the wagon. "I'd better put some clothes on." "Oh," she said, lifting a hand to still the fluttering pulse in her throat. Why her heart was pounding and why her breath was irregular, she couldn't imagine, but every time she looked at the network of hair disappearing into the shadows of the blanket bunched around his hips, she went to trembling all over. Of course. She turned her back and pretended to straighten the covers on the pallet. In a minute, he said, "It's all right now." He was sitting on the floor in a pair of breeches, pulling on socks. He hadn't put on another shirt. Even as Lydia watched, gooseflesh formed on his arms and chest. "Mr. Coleman," she said, moving away from the mattress, "get in here under these covers or you're going to have pneumonia." "No, I'll bundle up over here." "No, I've already warmed a spot." That's what he was afraid of, and it's your bed after all. Well, at least the girl remembered that. "No, you go on. Please don't be stubborn about this." "I'm not being stubborn. You are. If I hadn't been using your bed, you wouldn't have been outside in the first place. Don't make me feel any more guilty than I do." She could see the indomitable thinning of his lips and took another tack. "If you get sick, it might delay you and Lee getting to Texas. I won't get sick, or you might die. Then what would happen to Lee? I'm not going to die. How do you know?" "For God's sakes, all right," Ross exploded. He bent at the waist and made his way to the pallet, falling onto it with more weariness than he wanted to admit to, and pulling the warm covers over his shivering body. "There, are you satisfied?" "Yes," Lydia said, smiling. She mopped the wagon floor with the damp towels, then threw them outside with his clothes. No telling how long it would take them to wring the water out of those things, but she couldn't leave them in the wagon. Turning out the lantern first, she crept to the opposite corner, wrapped herself in a blanket, and leaned against the side of the wagon. Damn, Ross knew what he should do, but how could he invite that girl who had slept with God knew how many men, who represented everything he hated and had tried all his life to escape from, beneath those blankets with him? How could he ask her to lie beside him where Victoria, ladylike and proper, even in bed, dressed in her chaste nightgowns, trimmed with satin bows and eyelet lace, had lain? Of course it wouldn't be that way. He didn't want the girl. Like hell, his baser side mocked him. All right, he was stiff with wanting her. He ached like hell. It was physical, but he was a man, not an animal. Victoria's love had rid him of all that ugliness inside him. He couldn't control his body, but he could control his response to it. "Miss, Lydia," he spoke into the darkness. "Yes." Her voice was shallow with fright. What was he going to do? It was most often in the night when men did things to women. She could remember her mother's weeping as she lay with Otis Russell in their bed. She could remember Clancy's defilement of her own shuck mattress. "You can't sit there for the rest of the night. If you like, you can lie on the other side of the mattress. I'll be fine. Don't be ridiculous." He came up on his elbows to address the silhouette huddled in the darkness. "It's hours till dawn. It's cold and damp. You can't sit there all night or you'll be consumptive by morning. I have a strong constitution. I'll be fine." The last thing his shredded nerves needed was the girl's obtuseness and another argument with her. Lately, he had been losing every one of them. His temper flared. "Damn it, I said to get over here." He extended his hand, closed it around her upper arm, and hauled her across the wagon. Tears pooled in Lydia's eyes. She hadn't thought Mr. Coleman would do the bad things Clancy had, but she had been wrong. He was a man. She struggled until she realized that she was fighting empty air. Mr. Coleman had slung the blankets over her and then rolled to face away from her. He wasn't even touching her. Lydia awake for long minutes, letting her body relax by gradual degrees. When Mr. Coleman's breathing had been regular and deep for several minutes, she let herself believe that he wasn't going to hurt her and snuggled down deeper into the blankets. It was still raining hard, though the thunder echoed now from far away and the lightning flashed no longer. Even though they weren't touching, the heat emanating from Ross's body felt good. She slept. When Ross awoke, it took him a minute to orient himself. His eyes opened to the side slats of the wagon. Through the crack between the side of the wagon and the canvas covering, he could see that it was light but still raining hard. He was dry and warm and rested and felt pretty damn good about something. He rolled over quickly. Lydia lay beside him. She was awake, lying on her side away from him, holding Lee in the crook of her arm. The nightgown was unbuttoned and open. Lee was avidly sucking at her breast. She turned her head slightly. "I'm sorry we woke you up. You were sleeping so soundly. You didn't wake me. I'm used to getting up early." Ross tried to tear his eyes away from her, from his contentedly nursing son from her breast, but he couldn't. He didn't think about lying in the same bed with her, neither of them fully clothed. He didn't think about Victoria. He didn't think about anything except how pretty she was when she smiled drowsily like that. "No sense in getting an early start today," she said quietly. "The rain is as bad as it was last night." "Sounds like it," Ross said absently. He wondered how he could have ever thought her hair was unattractive. A compulsion to touch its curly confusion seized him, and only by an act of will did he resist. He propped himself up on one elbow to better peer over her shoulder at his son. "He's getting fatter," he observed. Lydia laughed, a soft, throaty laugh that brushed every erogenous part of Ross's body. "He should be. All he does is eat and sleep." They looked on while Lee, unaware that he was something as important as a unifying bond between two strangers, sucked happily. He was greedy, and a pearl of milk escaped his lips and rolled down his chin and onto Lydia's breast. Ross didn't plan it, would have been horrified by the mere thought of doing it, but it was done before he realized he had even moved. He reached across Lydia, lifted the droplet of milk from her breast with his finger, and then brought it to his own mouth and licked it free with his tongue. Realizing too late what he had done, he lay perfectly still, paralyzed by his own reflexive action. Lydia turned her head on the pillow to gaze up at him with disbelief. Her eyes went to his mustache, to his mouth beneath it, to the finger that still rested against his lips, a guilty culprit caught in a crime. "I didn't mean to do that." Ross's voice was like a saw against hardwood. Lydia continued to stare at him with wordless inquiry, as though trying to figure out something beyond her reasoning powers. Why he didn't throw the covers off both of them and leave. He didn't know. He only knew that he was powerless to move either his body or his eyes away from hers. At last, she turned back to the baby. "He's already asleep again," she murmured softly, as though nothing earth-shattering had happened. Ross fell back onto the pallet, an arm thrown over his eyes. With his ears, he followed each of her motions as she lifted Lee from her breast and tucked it into the security of the nightgown. She rebuttoned it. She positioned the baby safely against her side. She settled into sleep again, and still he couldn't get over what he had done, and still he couldn't move away, and still he could taste it. With the essence of her lingering on his tongue, sleep overcame him again. Unconsciously, he lowered his arm and sought to warm it under the covers. As he rolled to his side, unknowingly, his cheek trapped several strands of russet hair, and they in turn ensnared his mustache. His body instinctively curved around the closest source of warmth, a rounder, softer, smaller version of humankind than himself. To his subconscious mind, it felt right. The three slept on. That's how Mr. Grayson found them an hour later. Chapter 7. Ross Coleman had the quicksilver instincts of a rattlesnake. From years of guerrilla fighting and being a fugitive, he had developed a sixth sense about any intrusive presence. It failed him completely that morning. He was still sleeping soundly when the wagon master cleared his throat loudly. Ross opened his eyes to see Hal Grayson standing just inside the wagon's opening. He was staring at the floor, nervously rotating the brim of his hat between his fingers. Ross's whipcord reactions took over. He leaped from the pallet, slapping his right thigh, reaching for something that wasn't there, and balancing on the balls of his feet in an attitude of attack. Grayson's eyes opened as wide as his mouth in astonishment. He had never seen a man move so quickly. He held both hands up in surrender. "I'm sorry, I knocked," he stuttered. Lydia scrambled to the side of the wagon, bringing a startled and fussing Lee with her. Eyes were wide with incomprehension, her hair a swirl of wild disarray around her head. "Do your duties extend to entering someone's wagon uninvited?" Ross demanded of the obviously appalled Grayson. "No, they don't, except when he's about to evict the party." The smug voice belonged to Leona Watkins, whose beady, accusatory eyes had been level with the floor of the wagon as she stood on the ground below. Now she stepped up into the wagon to glare at Lydia and Ross with righteous outrage. Ross forced his muscles to relax and his heart to stop racing. "Evict? What's she talking about?" he asked Grayson, who wouldn't meet Ross's eyes. "I'm sorry, Ross, but Mrs. Watkins has gotten up a committee of folks. They voted that you and the girl have to leave the train since you plan to cohabitate." "Cohabitate," Ross roared. "We shared the wagon last night because it was pouring down rain." "I understand," Grayson began, but Leona interrupted. "You shared a bed." She screamed, pointing a bony finger at them, then turning to speak out the end of the wagon, she addressed the soggy group gathered outside. "I saw them. They were lying together on the same bed. He still doesn't have all his clothes on. God will probably smite me blind for the sinful thing I witnessed." Lydia had had all she could stand. She saw the dozens of pairs of eyes curiously gaping at her through the opening at the end of the wagon. Bounding off the pallet and holding the squalling Lee to her chest, she said in heaving breaths, "You witnessed nothing except two people sleeping on the same bed." At the sight of Lydia, clad only in her nightgown, her hair unbound and seductively falling about her shoulders. Leona Watkins drew up as tight as a fiddle string. Lydia didn't notice. I felt bad about using Mr. Coleman's bed. I told him to sleep there on the pallet because he was cold and shivering. That's all. I was only lying beside him because there wasn't any other place to sleep. I know what I saw. The woman hissed, her scrawny neck stretching out like an angry hen's. Spittle flecked her narrow, pious lips. What in blue blazes do you know about how a woman sleeps with a man, Leona Watkins? Ma heaved her bulk into the wagon, Zeke behind her. He had pulled his pants on over his long johns, which he wore year-round. They were a faded red. With his hair sticking out at odd angles to his head, he made a comical sight. Leona went even stiffer when she saw him. You got only one young'un. That must mean you got lucky the one time you was with your husband. Leona's face drained of color only to be inundated by a deep blush. Her lips worked wordlessly. I won't listen to this filthy talk, she said finally, spinning around to face Grayson again. What are you as elected leader going to do about this sinful influence on the children of this train? Wearily Grayson sighed, shaking his head. His own wife, tolerant as she was, had been aghast when this morning, at the crack of dawn, the Watkins woman had come to their wagon with the news that Mr. Coleman and that disgraceful Trollope were sleeping together in his wagon. Grayson hadn't believed it at first. He had seen Ross suffer through Victoria's labor. He had seen the devastation on the young man's face when they lowered the undecorated pine box into the ground. Ross had been angry when Ma brought the girl to him to wet nurse his son. Grayson didn't think Ross would be ready to engage in a carnal act with any woman, especially the girl he obviously held such contempt for. Still, Ross was a young man, with more spirit, and Grayson suspected a lustier nature than most. And the girl wasn't bad to look at all. Now that she had been cleaned up and dressed, he looked at Lydia, then dropped his eyes in embarrassment. What man in Ross Coleman's situation wouldn't have done the same thing, or have been sorely tempted at best? The girl, either to her credit or detriment, was of the stuff wicked fantasies were made. He bravely raised his eyes to Coleman and shrank from the black hatred stamped on every rigid plane of his face. The man's green eyes smoldered. I'm sorry, Ross, Grayson said, spreading his hands wide imploringly. Left to me, I wouldn't care. But there are the children to consider, and he lifted his arms uselessly as his voice trailed off. Forget it, Ross snapped. I don't want to stay where I'm not wanted. Now, if you will all get out, hold on there just one golden minute, Ma said. This here has gone far enough, she turned to Ross. You're wanted on this train. Who else knows as much about doctoring the horses? She addressed Grayson. And who's a better shot? Who always brings back fresh meat, huh? You gonna get rid of a man for coming in out of the rain? Myself, I'd have thought him a fool if he hadn't. Really, Mr. Grayson? Leona interrupted. Quiet, woman, Zeke snapped. It was the first time they had heard the easygoing man admonish anyone. Surprise more than anything else rendered Mrs. Watkins speechless. Now as to these two young people doing anything shameful, use your God-given common sense. She had a baby not 2 weeks ago. You think she's in any shape to be bedded? Lydia's face went fiery as all eyes speculatively turned on her. She looked at Ross. He was standing as stoic and taut as an Indian, seemingly impervious to what was going on. She turned to Leona and put all the chill she could muster into her eyes. The woman was the first to look away, but she wasn't completely cowed. That wouldn't matter to the likes of her, she exclaimed. Pain's pain to any woman, Ma said. She crossed her arms over her massive bosom and drew a deep breath. There's only one practical answer to this problem. Mr. Coleman and Lydia could get married. Pandemonium broke out from every direction. Ross snarled, Like hell I'll marry her. Lydia gasped. I don't want to marry anybody, Grayson said. Ma, you've gone too far. Zeke cackled with delight. Mrs. Watkins chanted, Lord, Lord, his sainted wife not even cold in her grave. Actually, she had despised Victoria Coleman for her beauty and graciousness, but was now staunchly ready to take up the cause of the wronged late wife. Mr. Grayson, if they was to marry up, would that satisfy you? Ma asked, dismissing everyone's initial dismay over her suggestion. Hal Grayson rued the day he had ever accepted the appointment of wagon master. He didn't know much about anything except farming. His opinion on planting time was valued, but what did he know about who should marry whom? I suppose so. What about you, you spiteful, mean, old busybody? She demanded of Leona Watkins. The woman sputtered angrily. Her skin seemed about ready to split open for the rage expanding her insides. I think it would be a disgrace, no telling what we would all see and hear from this wagon. If you're so all-fired hepped up on seeing and hearing what other people are doing in their beds, why don't you try doing some of it in yours? Oh, Leona covered her breast as though Ma had struck her. After glaring at Grayson, silently expressing her severe disappointment in him, she stepped out of the wagon. The Langston woman has suggested that the two of them get married, she announced to the others. I wash my hands of the whole affair and think we all should pray that we as God-fearing Christians be protected against the evils that beset us. Mr. Grayson, why don't you excuse us? Ma said, ignoring the confused babble that had erupted outside. I want to talk to Lydia and Ross. You too, Zeke. Get along to the wagon and see that those young uns don't tear it up. They'll get rambunctious if confined too long. Zeke and Grayson departed. Baby Lee had wailed through the whole fracas. Now Lydia dropped down onto one of the stools, turned her back on Ross and Ma, and began to nurse him. Ross was seething as he spoke to her back. I told you I didn't want to sleep on that goddamn bed, but no, you browbeat me into it. Now look what's happened. Lydia glowered at him over her shoulder. Me! They were keeping their voices soft, punctuating their anger with flashing eyes and seesawing inflections. Yes, I wanted you to sleep in your bed. You were cold and wet and tired. But who dragged me across the wagon to sleep there too? Answer me that? Who nearly rattled the teeth out of my head, jerking me onto that bedroll? She turned back to the baby and crooned softly. Ross slammed one fist into the palm of his other hand. You've been nothing but a pain in my ass ever since I first saw you. Oh, and you've been such a joy to be around, with your bad temper and your mean looks and your insulting words. A real pleasure, Mr. Coleman. Well, you nearly scared the life out of me when you woke up. You jumped up like a scalded panther when you heard Mr. Grayson. You were lying so close, Lee and I nearly came with you. As it was, you practically pulled the hair right off my head. Well, if you ask me, it could stand some pulling, like through a brush and comb, if it weren't a wild tangled. Ma's laughter cut him off. He and Lydia looked at her, bewildered, as she wiped tears of mirth from her eyes. You two are already arguing like married folks. Ross began shoving the buttons of his shirt into their corresponding holes. During one of Mrs. Watkins's harangues, he had pulled on a shirt but had been distracted from buttoning it. I like you, Ma, and your whole family. You've been kind to me, and you were nice to Victoria before she died, but this is one time I'm going to ask you to butt out of my business. All right? She surprised him by saying, but first I'm going to have my say, and no one's leaving this wagon until I do. She planted both booted feet inside the opening, and Ross didn't think he could move her with dynamite. He couldn't travel far today anyway with the mud and rain, so there was no advantage to getting an early start. He plopped down on the other stool and dropped his head in his hands. When Lydia glanced at him over her shoulder, she was struck by his pose. That was exactly as she had first seen him, as though he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Now, listen to me, Ma said to him. Are you going to let that wicked-hearted old witch Leona Watkins drive you away? No, Ross replied tersely. She has nothing to do with my decision. I should have left the train after Victoria died. I can make it to Texas on my own and probably move a lot faster. With Lee, I'll manage. And probably kill the baby in the process, unless you're planning to take Lydia with you, and in that case you might just as well stay with the train and have the protection of the group. Staying with the train means marrying her. I can't marry her. Why? Why? He came to his feet and began to pace, though he had to slump to do so. Because she's trash, that's why. I'm sick to death of you saying that. Ross Coleman, Lydia said, whirling away from the crib where she had just put a full and sleepy Lee. She faced Ross with both fists grinding into her hips. You don't know anything about me. That's right, not even your full name. And I don't care to tell you, but I'm not trash, she said with the ferocity of a lioness. You've told me nothing about yourself either. It's not the same, isn't it? How do we know you haven't got some shameful past you're trying to hide? Maybe you don't belong here with these folks any more than you think I do, no matter who your wife was. If Ross's darkly tanned skin could pale, it did so then. His eyes ricocheted from her to Ma as though the women were enemies about to attack. His whole body tensed rather than give himself away. He snatched at his second argument. I had a wife, he said to Ma. Victoria Gentry was my wife, my only wife. I loved her. She died not 2 weeks ago. How can you even suggest that I betray her memory by taking another woman? You'll do no taking with me. I'd kill you first, Lydia spat. There you see. Ma jumped into the thick of the argument. There's one problem solved. Ross, you don't want another woman, and Lydia don't want another man. You can live and work together for convenience's sake. She can take care of Lee. You can provide for her. Pairs to me. It's a simple solution to the problem. The wedding would only be to settle down them so-called God-fearing Christians out there anyway, she said, jerking her head backward. We'll know it don't mean nothing much. Way I see it, things would go on about the way they've been going. Ross gnawed the corner of his mustache as he cast deprecating looks first at Ma, then at Lydia. He yanked his hat down from its peg and clamped it on his head. I've got to see to my horses. He stamped out of the wagon. I'm not going to marry him, Lydia said quietly. She knew the misery that could come of marriage. Her mother had lived through years of servitude and degradation until she'd finally died of the shame and humiliation of it all. Lydia wanted no part of it. I'm not going to marry anybody. Was it as bad as that, girl? What? Getting that baby of yours? Was it bad enough to taint your opinion of menfolks in general? Lydia stared at Ma for silent seconds before directing her eyes to the outside. Ross should have taken his slicker. It had begun to rain again. Yes, she said in a faint whisper. It was bad. She shivered with repugnance at the memories that crowded her mind, memories that she had sworn never to recall if she could help it. Ma sighed. I was afraid it was something like that. But it don't have to be that way, Lydia. Mr. Coleman is a man who doesn't want me any more than I want him. That's debatable, Ma said under her breath. Out loud, she said, but you need each other. Could you stand to let Lee go now? Tears blurred Lydia's eyes as she looked toward the makeshift cradle. In a few weeks, she would have to find another box to put him in, or he would be kicking the sides away. But would she even be with him in a few weeks? Mr. Coleman was a gentle and loving father, but would he see the little things that had to be done to care for the infant? He didn't have the maternal instincts she had. Ma could see that her persuasion was working, so she pressed on. What are you going to do if they evict you? I don't even think they would let you stay with us any longer. Not with my two impressionable boys around. That stung the girl's pride just as Ma had intended it to. Lydia's head came up defiantly. I can take care of myself. Well, you weren't doing too good a job at it when my boys found you nearly dead from exhaustion and exposure and loss of blood. Your clothes were shredding off your back. You had no money any of us could locate. No food. These times it's hard for a woman to make it on her own. Ma eyed the girl keenly, especially if she's running from someone. Caution sprang into Lydia's eyes, revealing her fear. Ma saw it and knew she had guessed correctly. Nobody would be looking for a young wife with a baby, now would they? She turned on her way out, but paused with one last point to make. The girl was sitting on the low stool, staring into space, deep in thought. You could do a lot worse. I expect Mr. Coleman has got a temper mean as Satan's, but he's learned to control it. I don't think he'd ever hurt you like that other man done. Think on it. With that, she left. A lot of what Ma had said made sense to Lydia. By marrying Mr. Coleman, she could stay with Lee. She loved the child and thought he was coming to love her, or at least recognize her. All she had to do was speak to him and his wobbly little head would turn toward her voice. Mr. Coleman wasn't an evil man, not like the men she had lived with for 12 years. He was a bit high-strung and temperamental and proud, but she agreed with Ma. He might get angry at her, but he would never beat her. He had had ample opportunity, and if he hadn't already, he wasn't going to. His face was nice to look at. When he smiled, she felt a warm glow spread over her. He had lain close to her all night, but she hadn't been afraid of him. His body didn't repulse her. Indeed, she thought it a very nice body and had felt protected by its size and obvious strength. Physically, she could tolerate having him around her. If she were Mrs. Coleman, she would have things she had never had before. She would have a title, a position in the world, a place where she belonged. The title carried with it a certain respect that she wasn't likely to get anywhere else, especially as a woman alone without family or background. She wanted a home, maybe with curtains in the windows, several rooms that were light and airy. A home, how could she, a woman, without a man, without money, without any means of support ever have that? But she wasn't going to beg. If he was dead set against it, so be it. She wasn't going to start out a marriage by asking him for anything. Ross held the bucket of oats under the mare's muzzle, wishing she didn't have such fastidious table manners and would hurry up and finish it. What a helluva mess. But then it went along with the rest of his life. The only good thing that had ever happened to him was Victoria. The gods must have been napping the day he met her, and when they woke up and discovered him happy, they had killed her. Shit, he said aloud. What was he going to do with the girl? Or more to the point, what was he going to do without her? Everything Ma had said had been accurate. He wasn't afraid to strike out on his own, leaving the wagon and everything else behind. He had lived out of a saddlebag since he was about 15, 14. He didn't remember. But what of Lee? He needed Lydia to take care of the baby. He rebuked himself for thinking of her by name and took the bucket of oats from the mare. If she were that particular, she couldn't be very hungry. He patted her neck and moved to the other side of the temporary corral to the stallion. Picking up a brush, he began to comb through Lucky's thick, deep mane. He had won the horse in a poker game, thus the name. Vance Gentry hadn't known that. He had complimented Ross on saving up enough money to buy the animal. What his father-in-law didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He would be devastated by news of Victoria's death. Ross had sent a letter to him from a rural mailbox. He wondered how Gentry would react to the news that he had a grandson. Gentry hadn't known about Victoria's being pregnant. Ross doubted the man would care about ever seeing the boy since he had made no secret that he thought his daughter had married beneath her. Ross wouldn't be going back to Tennessee. He certainly had no ties there now that Victoria was dead. He would probably never hear from Vance Gentry. Putting emotional considerations aside and looking strictly on the practical side, it would be to his advantage to marry Lydia. He needed a woman to cook and clean for him, and it would be harder to find someone in Texas who would move out onto his land with him before there was even a cabin to move into. Leaving Lee in town with strangers would be out of the question. He didn't want to be separated from his son even temporarily. No, he needed a woman. Lydia was available. He could do worse. It wasn't as if she looked like a toad. She was presentable, even if her coloring was extravagant, and attracted the attention of every man who saw her. Her tongue was as sharp as a razor and her temper testy at times, but most important, she loved Lee. That was a strong point in favor of marrying her. She wasn't someone he had hired to care about the baby. She already cared. From an emotional point of view, but there wasn't an emotional point of view because emotions had no place in this decision. It had to be purely practical. He hated himself for what had happened that morning. Of course it had meant nothing. It had been a chilly dawn. He had been asleep and couldn't be held accountable for cuddling up with Lydia with her like that. He had loved Victoria and would never love that way again. And what of Lydia's lover or lovers? Even though he had looked for it when he had clasped her to him last night, he hadn't found any sensuous invitation in her expression. What he had seen in those whiskey-colored eyes was fear. Stark fear. The terror that petrifies an animal caught by a sudden bright light in the darkness. Ross wanted to think the worst of her, but now he wasn't so sure she had had many men. Maybe only one. And he had hurt her. He cursed. Or was she playing him for a fool? Maybe that frightened expression was only a part of her game to seduce him. Was she a well-trained whore who knew all the tricks of her trade? Did she laugh at him behind his back because she knew he wanted her? Was she ticking off the nights until he succumbed and bedded her? Well, he wasn't going to, by God. He would never give in to the physical urges that she stirred inside him, never. He would buy a woman if need be, but he would never sully himself and Victoria's memory by taking that girl. He could marry her and remain attached. He knew he could. He just wouldn't get too close to her, that's all. She was alone when he stepped into the wagon. Her arms were raised over her head as she struggled to twist her hair into a prim knot. Pins were sticking out of her mouth when she turned at hearing him enter. He was immediately sorry he had made that snide comment about her hair earlier. But was he sorry because it had been unkind or because she had taken it to heart and was pinning up the riot of curls he had come to like? It was too dangerous a question for him to ask himself. Hastily, she pushed the remaining pins into the collection of hair at her nape and faced him, running her palms down the sides of her skirt. "I've been thinking it over," he began. His eyes moved from one item in the wagon to another, unable to light, fearful they would stop on her. Maybe we should consider it. Maybe, damn it. She was going to start those soft-spoken short responses that told a man not one goddamn thing about what she was thinking. Well, I've been thinking too. Christ. And she breathed in deeply. And I don't know how you're going to take care of Lee otherwise. That's what I was thinking too. Ross felt his muscles melting into a more relaxed stance. But I want to make it clear that if either one of us ever want to call it off, we can. Lydia didn't like that. One reason she was doing this was for security and a feeling of permanence. However, if that were one of his conditions, she would have to agree and then see to it that she never did anything that would cause him to send her packing. All right, but I have a condition of my own. The hussy had nerve. Here he was offering her a way to better herself, and she was laying down conditions. Let's hear it. His head tilted to an arrogant angle that annoyed Lydia. "Don't you ever hit me or hurt me in any way," she warned, her eyes flashing. "What do you think I am? A savage? I wouldn't hurt a woman," he cried, highly vexed. "Then there's no problem, is there?" she shot back. He cursed, pulling on his hat again and painfully scraping his knuckles on the rough canvas ceiling of the wagon. He was still cursing as he turned to leave. "I'll go tell Ma and Grayson." Things were already off to a bad beginning. The wedding ceremony was set for 3 o'clock that day. Outside if the weather permitted, inside the Coleman wagon if not. Ma saw to it that everyone was invited. She made it sound like a happy occasion to be celebrated by all, building up the sentimental fact that the Lord had provided a wife to take care of Mr. Coleman and Lee after his poor Victoria had been snatched from him. Who said the day of miracles was over? She actually coaxed tears from the eyes of some of the more romantic souls. Grayson volunteered to go into town and arrange a license and to fetch the Baptist minister. An hour before 3, Ma appeared at the wagon toting several wrapped packages. She handed them to Lydia. "For you," Ma said proudly. Lydia stared down at the packages, dumbstruck. She could remember getting presents from her mama and papa, but the memories were dim and she didn't know what was fact and what was fantasy. "For me?" she asked breathlessly. "Don't know anybody else around here who's gonna be a bride in an hour. Better get started opening them up." Hesitantly at first, and then more hurriedly as treasure after treasure was revealed, she plowed through the contents of each package. There were 2 dresses, 2 skirts, and 2 shirtwaists, 3 pairs of pantaloons, 2 chemises, 1 nightgown, and 2 petticoats, along with a pair of black shoes and 3 pair of cotton stockings. Mr. Coleman bought it all for you. Course he sent Annabeth and me after it. Menfolks get as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs when they go to buying stuff for the ladies. Ma chattered on, deliberately not seeing the tears that clouded the girl's eyes. Now, I thought this yellow dress would be right pretty for the wedding. At the appointed time, Lydia stepped out onto the tailgate. She shrank back shyly at the crowd gathered in front of the wagon. All eyes were turned to her, but those who had been her accusers that morning were smiling apologetically at her now. "Come on, Lydia," Ma said gently, tugging on her arm. "Let's get on with this before the rain starts again." She took the steps down, loving the rustling sound of her new clothes. The undergarments caressed her skin softly. The skirt of her dress swished around her legs. Thank heaven the bodice fit, and her bosom didn't bulge out the way it had in Annabeth's dress, though there wasn't much room to spare. The shoes were serviceable and laced up past her ankles. The new leather squeaked slightly with each step. For a woman with higher standards, the clothes would have been for a workday. To Lydia, they were the clothes of a princess. She searched out Lee to see that he was all right. Annabeth was holding him, his head covered with a light blanket. The Langston children were clustered around their father, strangely somber. Lydia imagined they had been threatened with a thrashing should they act up. Her eyes glided over the crowd. She was too shy to meet individual eyes. When she had run out of things to look at, she looked at Ross. He was standing grim and ramrod straight. Her heart did a funny flip-flop on seeing him. He looked so handsome. He was still dressed in his work pants, but had put on a white shirt and string tie. The shirt set off his black hair and mustache and tan face. His eyes were the only trace of color on him, an intense green that shone from under his thick, dark brows. A weaselly little man with spectacles and a pointed nose, whom Lydia assumed was the preacher, was standing beside him. He smiled at her warmly. "And here's the bride. So now we can get started. Take your bride's hand, young man." He instructed Ross. Lydia watched, mesmerized, as Ross's dark hand enfolded hers and placed them both atop a black leather Bible, which had magically appeared out of nowhere. His hand was warm, hot in fact, as it lay on hers. The calluses where his fingers bordered his palm were rough on the back of her hand, but that reality made the whole thing seem less like a dream. She stared at his hand, almost afraid that if she looked away he would suddenly disappear. She followed only a few of the words, but apparently she made the right responses because in an amazingly short span of time, the preacher was saying, "I now pronounce you man and wife. What God hath joined, let no man put asunder. You may now kiss your bride, kiss." The word echoed off the walls of her brain, ringing through the chambers and growing louder until she thought her head would burst. No one had told her about that. But she didn't have time to ask Ma if she would have to go through with it because Ross had put his hands gently on her shoulders and was turning her toward him. She saw his face looming above hers. It seemed huge and blocked out everything else. It came closer, closer. She screwed her eyes closed against the recurring nightmare of a man's face bending over her, cutting off her air with his fetid mouth, suffocating her with a crushing weight. Then she felt the warm brush of Ross's lips across hers. They lingered but for a heartbeat and then withdrew and it was over. Leona Watkins, peeking from beneath the canvas of her wagon, because she wasn't about to be seen at such a flagrant mockery of the institution of marriage, was disappointed. The hypocrites were acting as though they hadn't ever touched flesh to flesh before. Ma was disappointed. She had hoped for a lengthier kiss, one with more substance. Bubba Langston lost control of his Adam's apple. It bobbed spasmodically as the front of his breeches filled up. He lapsed into a prayer that no one would notice. Only Ma's threat of a whipping if he didn't behave himself kept Luke Langston from giggling out loud. Tears of romanticism came to Annabeth's eyes. Lydia was wondering how Mr. Coleman's mustache could have tickled not only her lips, but the back of her throat and all the way down the center of her body. The place between her thighs had grown strangely warm and swollen and moist with the touch of his mouth on hers. She was vaguely disappointed the kiss hadn't lasted longer. Ross was swearing that he wasn't going to put himself through any more tests. He had convinced himself that he could kiss her unemotionally for the sake of ceremony and curious eyes. Well, now he knew. He couldn't kiss her unemotionally for the sake of anything. It's a shame it started raining so soon afterward. Why? Lydia sighed. She had hoped that they might have an easier time talking to each other now that they were legally man and wife. But ever since they had returned to their wagon, Mr. Coleman had been acting mad at her. Did he already regret marrying her? Well, she hadn't seen anyone holding a shotgun at his back. I got the impression that some of the folks wanted to visit with us. That's all. He snorted a derisive laugh. They're just nosy. They came to the wedding for the same reason they go to the circus. She had wanted to believe that everyone who crowded around her after it was over was glad that she was now Mrs. Coleman, that they accepted her as one of them. She looked at the bouquet of flowers she had put in a glass jar. She touched the fragile petals. Mr. Hill had given them to her as he kissed her hand after the ceremony. Congratulations, Mrs. Coleman. I wish you many years of happiness. Thank you, Mr. Hill. The flowers are lovely, she had said. Now Mr. Coleman seemed bent on ruining all the good feelings she had stored up to savor later. I don't think they only came to gawk. He shrugged. Suit yourself. She checked Lee one last time and lay down on the bedroll. Ross had made himself another one on the far side of the wagon, as far away from her as he could get. I'm not poisoned, she had wanted to say to him, but she had held her temper. She was too elated by the events of the day, by her new name, by her new clothes, to fight with him. Thank you for the new clothes. You're welcome, he said harshly. I couldn't have you running around in hand-me-downs. He turned out the lantern and she heard him taking off his clothes, then crawling between his own covers. The rain seemed noisy now that it was quiet. This morning it had sounded comforting as it lullabied them back to sleep. Now it was a sad sound. Lydia felt more lonely than ever, and she knew that if he had chosen to lie beside her, she wouldn't have said anything to change his mind. In the dark, she rolled to her side and sought out the shadowy huddle of his body on the other side of the wagon. Good night, Ross. Why did she choose this moment to speak my name aloud for the first time, and why does it sound like music coming from her mouth? Ross asked himself, over the thrumming blood that rushed through his veins to concentrate in his manhood. He could barely hear himself reply, Good night, Lydia. Chapter 8. The man took a chair at an empty table in the smoky saloon and absently spread out the curled yellow sheets of paper on its nicked surface. His companion took the opposite chair after first scanning the other patrons in the barroom. It was a habit of his profession. Whiskey? Yes, please. The first man absently replied as he continued to peruse the posters. He was as unaware of Howard Majors signaling to the barkeeper for a bottle and 2 glasses as he was when they arrived. Only when Majors had poured him a draft and slid it across the table did he look up. His expression was ravaged, that of a man coming out of a bad dream. He grasped the shot glass and tossed the burning contents down his throat. Usually a gentleman where drinking intoxicants was concerned, he uncharacteristically reached for the bottle himself and poured another glass. When the whiskey had stung a raw path down his throat into his stomach, he raised hate-filled eyes to his host. That bastard married my daughter. His fist thumped the table. The fingernails were well manicured, but it was a purely masculine hand, and the way the fingers were tightly clenched reflected his personality. He was a man accustomed to getting his own way, of exercising control on himself and everyone around him, of rarely being duped, of getting revenge if necessary. God, when I think about him sharing her bed, he slammed his fist down harder on the tabletop, sending the posters scuttling across it and sloshing the whiskey in the bottle. I hated to show you these, Majors said with commiseration. I immediately thought I recognized him in the wedding portrait you showed me, but I wanted to be absolutely certain by closely comparing that photograph to these posters. There's no doubt it's the same man, even with the mustache. The law has been after him for years. The Pinkerton Agency has been asked on many occasions to try to apprehend him. Ross Coleman is really Sonny Clark. Vance Gentry said bitterly. My daughter is married to a gunfighter, an outlaw, a man wanted for murder, bank robbery. God, he groaned, dragging his hands over his ruddy face, distorting the aristocratic features beneath the snowy white crown of hair. What has he done with her? Wordlessly, Majors poured the man another drink and he gulped it down. If he's hurt her in any way, I'll kill him. His lips barely moved as he made the vow. I wanted to anyway every time I saw him touch her. I knew he was scum the first time I laid eyes on him. He had a way with horses, otherwise I would never have hired him, his straight white teeth clamped together. Why didn't I heed that gut feeling? Well, the Pinkerton detective said with cool professionalism, we have to locate them before either of us can do anything. He could have killed her and run off with that cache of jewelry. The man was working himself up into a lather, and Majors couldn't let that happen. The only way to find Clark was with a clear head and level thinking. The young man was wily and had cagily eluded the finest lawmen for years. Detective Majors was going to bring him in, and he wouldn't let a hothead like Gentry bungle it. I don't think he has disposed of your daughter. That's not his style. Sonny is wild and reckless and mean, and he did his fair share of killing, but it was always when he was in a pinch, backed into a corner and trying to escape. He didn't kill on whim. Besides, you said he adored your daughter. I said he seemed to adore her. He fooled us in every other instance. How can you expect me to believe he truly loved her? The servants said they'd been gone for weeks by the time I returned from Virginia. Not a note. Nothing. Is that the behavior of an affectionate son-in-law? No telling where he has dragged her. We'll find them. Majors's platitudes were wearing thin. Well, you didn't find him before, did you? Gentry barked. With these posters scattered all over the Mississippi Valley, you weren't able to find Sonny Clark. We stopped looking because we thought he was dead. That's why I had to dig the posters out of an old file. He got shot up in a bank robbery. We felt for certain the rest of the James gang had left him for dead somewhere. Apparently that's exactly what happened, because on all the subsequent jobs Jesse and Frank have pulled, he hasn't been with them. We never heard from Sonny again until you walked into my office the day before yesterday and showed me that picture of your daughter and her husband, Ross Coleman. I figure he holed up somewhere until he was healed, changed his looks, and took on the aspects of a law-abiding citizen. The glasses on the table rattled again this time because a man drunkenly stumbled against it. He half fell over Majors before righting himself. "Pardon," he mumbled as he ambled to the next table and collapsed into the chair. "Whiskey," he bellowed. Gentry eyed him with disgust. He was filthy, his clothes stained with dried blood. Maybe his unsteady gait couldn't be attributed solely to drunkenness. His thin hair and scalp were matted with clotted blood. The man reeked of unwashed flesh. Gentry was about to suggest that he and Majors go somewhere else to continue their discussion, but Majors was already speaking. "I've been nosing around, the old man who lived up in the hills." Majors checked his notepad. John Sachs, he was dead and apparently had been for weeks when our men finally found their way to his cabin. No sign of a struggle. He obviously died of old age. No help there as to where Clark might be headed. There was a wagon train organized last month in McMinn Country. Gentry scoffed. "You don't know him as well as you think, Majors. Ross Sonny is restless, active, he's constantly moving. He rides a horse better than any man I've ever seen, so I've heard from plenty of posses," Majors said dryly. "He wouldn't attach himself to something as slow-moving as a wagon train, but that would protect him too. Traveling with his wife like any other immigrant wouldn't call attention to him." Gentry was already shaking his head adamantly. "I know the man better than you do. If he's got a pocket full of jewelry, and believe me, its value would amount to a considerable sum, he wouldn't be heading to the frontier with it. New Orleans, New York, St. Louis, maybe. Places where those jewels could be sold for cash. Maybe you're right, but we have no leads. That's what I'm paying you for, Mr. Majors," Gentry said in a sour tone. "I'll head for New Orleans. I'm familiar with the city. Very well, I'll go to St. Louis. We'll communicate through cables sent to my office here in Knoxville. I'll have posters printed with his new face on them. No," Gentry said sharply, causing the man at the next table to peer at them closely with shrewd eyes. I don't want anyone to know that my daughter is married to a notorious outlaw and that he tricked us both and robbed us of valuable heirlooms. That will make our job harder, working alone without the help of local law enforcement folk. But it may also save Victoria's life. I've never seen him raise a hand to her, or he wouldn't be alive today, but I've never seen him desperate either. I don't want him alerted. We don't want Ross Coleman to panic. You may be right at that. Witnesses have tried to describe his hair trigger reactions. They defy description. Finding Sonny Clark will be my last official duty with the agency before my retirement. I don't want any deaths on my conscience except his. The bone-chilling determination in Gentry's tone sent shivers down Majors's veteran spine, and he was tempted to remind the man not to take the law into his own hands. He wanted Clark taken alive and hoped that by the time they located Victoria Gentry and her husband, her father's hatred would have subsided. "Let's get started," he said, rising and tossing several coins on the table. The men pulled on their hats and left the saloon as it was being prepared for the evening crowd. The barkeeper was busy washing glasses behind the bar. A young man was desultorily pushing a broom around the floor as he watched the foot traffic of Knoxville Parade by the man with the injured head stood. Reeling until he gained his equilibrium purposefully, he let himself stumble into the table the other men had just vacated. As he did, his hand covered the coins and swept them into his palm. It was a far greater amount than what he had left to pay for his own drink. His bleary eyes tried to focus on the outdated wanted posters, which still littered the table. He couldn't read, but he knew what the posters signified, and he had heard the mention of stolen heirlooms. Never passing up a chance to get something for nothing, he crammed the crackling sheets beneath his blood-stained shirt and staggered toward the door. No one had seen him pick up the money. No one was paying him any attention. So far, so good. "Hey, mister, shit, yeah?" Belligerently, he turned toward the barkeeper. Better have that head seen to. He relaxed and slid a smile over his uneven, broken yellow teeth. "Sure thing. How'd you get your head bashed in that way anyhow?" He smiled again, the sly, cunning grin of a scavenger. "Got a little too feisty with my woman. She clouted me over the head with a rock." The barkeeper laughed good-naturedly. "Doubt if I'd let her get away with that." The grin turned into a malevolent smirk. "I don't intend to. If it was the last thing he did, he would find that bitch and give her what she had coming." He took one more step toward the door, then paused. Something else the two dandies had said came back into his alcohol and pain-dazed mind. "Say, you hear somepin' about a wagon train starting up in McMinn country." "No, can't say that I have," the barkeep said, polishing a glass with a muslin towel. "But it wouldn't surprise me any. Had a helluva flood down that way last spring. Folks have been trying to salvage what they could of their farms after the war and the floods and all. Lot of 'em are getting out." The man at the door rubbed his beard-stubbled jaw musingly. A wagon train of families looking for new homesteads would be a good hiding place. "Think I'll mosey down that way and have a look?" "See." He went out the door, chuckling to himself and wondering when the friendly barkeeper would notice he had been robbed. She liked the way his hair fell over his forehead. His head was bent over as he cleaned his guns. The rifle, already oiled and gleaming, was propped against the side of the wagon. Now he was working on a pistol. Lydia knew nothing of guns, but this particular one frightened her. Its steel barrel was long and slender, cold and lethal. Ross brought it up near his face and peered down the barrel, blowing on it gently. Then he concentrated on rubbing it again with a soft cloth. Their first day of marriage had passed uneventfully. The weather was still gloomy, but it wasn't raining as steadily or as hard as it had been. Nevertheless, it was damp and cool, and Lydia had spent most of the day in the wagon. Ross had gotten up early while it was still dark and had shuffled through trunks and boxes. He seemed intent on the task, and she had pretended to sleep, not daring to ask what he was doing. When she did get up and began to move about the wagon, she noticed that everything that had belonged to Victoria was gone. She didn't know what Ross had done with Victoria's things, but there was nothing of hers left in the wagon. Lydia watched him now as he unconsciously pushed back his hair with raking fingers. His hair was always clean and glossy. even when his hat had mashed it down. It was getting long over his neck and ears. Lydia thought the black strands might feel very good against her fingers if she ever had occasion to touch them, which she couldn't imagine having the nerve to do even if he would allow it. She doubted he would. He treated her politely, but never commenced a conversation, and certainly never touched her. "Tell me about your place in Texas," she said softly, bringing his green eyes away from the pistol to meet hers in the glow of the single lantern. She was holding Lee, rocking him gently, though he had finished nursing for the night and was already sleeping. They were killing time until it was time to go to bed. "I don't know much about it yet," he said, turning his attention back to his project. He briefly told her the same story about John Sachs that he had told Bubba. He sent for the deed, and when it came back in the mail, there was a surveyor's description attached to it. His enthusiasm for the property overrode his restraint, and the words poured out. "It sounds beautiful, rolling pasture land. Plenty of water. There's a branch of the Sabine River that flows through a part of it. The report said it has 2 wooded areas with oak, elm, pecan, cottonwoods near the river, pine, dogwood. I love dogwood trees in the springtime when they bloom," Lydia chimed in excitedly. Ross found himself smiling with her until he realized he was doing it and ducked his head again. "First thing I'll have to do is build a corral for the horses and a lean-to for us." The word had fallen naturally from his lips. Us. He glanced at her furtively, but she was stroking Lee's head and watching the dark baby hair fall back into its swirls after it was disturbed. Lee's head was pillowed on her breasts. For an instant, Ross thought of his own head there, her touching his hair that way with that loving expression on her face. He shifted uncomfortably on his stool. "Then before winter, I'll have to build a cabin. It won't be fancy," he said with more force than necessary, like he was warning her not to expect anything special from him. She looked at him with unspoken reproach. "It'll be fine, whatever it is." He rubbed the gun barrel more aggressively. "Next spring, I hope all the mares foal. That'll be my start, and who knows, maybe I can sell timber off the land to make some extra money. Or put Lucky out to stud. I'm sure you'll make a success of it." He wished she wouldn't be so damned optimistic. It was contagious. He could feel his heart accelerating over the unlimited prospects of a place of his own with heavy woods and fertile soil and a prize string of horses, and he wouldn't have to be looking over his shoulder all the time either. He had never been in Texas. There wouldn't be as much threat of someone recognizing him. Lost in his memories, he snapped the barrel back into place, spun the loaded 6-bullet chamber, and twirled the pistol on his index finger with uncanny talent before taking aim on an imaginary target. Lydia stared at him with fascination. When it occurred to Ross what he had done out of reflex, he jerked his head around to see if she had noticed. Her dark amber eyes were wide with incredulity. He shoved the pistol into its holster as if to deny that it existed. She licked her lips nervously. How far is your land from Jefferson?" "About a day's ride by wagon, half a day on horseback. As near as I can figure it on the map. What will we do when we get to Jefferson?" She had listened to the others in the train enough to know that Jefferson was the second largest city in Texas. It was an inland port in the northeastern corner of the state that was connected to the Red River via Cypress Creek and Caddo Lake. The Red flowed into the Mississippi in Louisiana. Jefferson was a commercial center with paddle wheelers bringing supplies from the East and New Orleans in exchange for taking cotton down to the markets in that city. For settlers moving into the state, it was a stopping-off place where they purchased wagons and household goods before continuing their trek westward. "We won't have any trouble selling the wagon. I hear there's a waiting list for them. Folks are camped for miles around town just waiting for more wagons to be built. I'll buy a flatbed before we continue on." Lydia had been listening, but her mind was elsewhere. "Would you like for me to trim your hair?" "What?" His head came up like a spring mechanism was operating it. Lydia swallowed her caution. "Your hair? It keeps falling over your eyes? Would you like me to cut it for you?" He didn't think that was a good idea. Damn, he knew that wasn't a good idea. Still, he couldn't leave the idea alone. "You've got your hands full," he mumbled, nodding toward Lee. She laughed. "I'm spoiling him rotten. I should have put him in his bed long ago. She turned to do just that, tucking the baby in with a light blanket to keep the damp air off him. She had on one of the shirtwaists and skirts he had financed the day before. He wasn't going to let it be said that Ross Coleman wouldn't take care of his wife, any more than he was going to let it be said that he was sleeping outside his own wagon when he had a new wife sleeping inside. It was hell on him, and he didn't know how he was going to survive many more nights like the sleepless one he had spent last night. But his pride had to be served. After a suitable time when suspicions would no longer be aroused, he would start sleeping outside. Many of the men did, giving up the wagons to their wives and children. She liked those new clothes. She had folded and refolded them about 10 times throughout the day. Ross couldn't decide if she was a woman accustomed to having fine clothes who had fallen on bad times, or a woman who had never possessed any clothes so fine. When it came right down to it, he didn't know anything about her. But then she didn't know about him either, nor did anyone else. All he knew of her was that a man had touched her, kissed her, known her intimately. And the more Ross thought about that, the more it drove him crazy. Who was the man, and where was he now? Every time Ross looked at her, he could imagine that man lying on her, kissing her mouth, her breasts, burying his hands in her hair, fitting his body deep into hers. What disturbed him most was that the image had begun to wear his face. "Do you have any scissors?" Ross nodded, knowing he was jumping from the frying pan into the fire and condemning himself to another night of sleepless misery. He wanted badly to hate her. He also wanted badly to bed her. He resumed his seat on the stool after he had given her the scissors. She draped a towel around his neck and told him to hold it together with one hand. Then she stood away from him, tilting her head first to one side, then the other as she studied him. When she lifted the first lock of his hair, he caught her wrist with his free hand. "You aren't going to butcher me, are you? Do you know what you're doing?" "Sure," she said, teasing laughter, shining like a sunbeam in her eyes. "Who do you think cuts my hair?" His face drained of color and took on a sickly expression. She burst out laughing. "Scared you, didn't I?" She shook off his hand and made the first snip with the scissors. "I don't think you'll be too mutilated." She stepped behind him to work on the backside first. His hair felt as good coiling over her fingers as she had thought it would. It was coarse and thick, yet silky. She played with it more than she actually cut, hoping to prolong the pleasure. They chatted inconsequentially about Lee, about the various members of the train, and laughed over Luke Langston's latest mischievous antic. The dark strands fell to his shoulders and then drifted to the floor of the wagon as she deftly maneuvered the scissors around his head. It was an effort to keep his voice steady when her breast pressed into his back as she leaned forward or glanced his arm as she moved from one spot to another. Once a clump of hair fell onto his ear. Lydia bent at the waist and blew on it gently. Ross's arm shot up and all but knocked her to the floor. "What are you doing?" Her warm breath on his skin had sent shafts of desire firing through him like cannonballs. His hand all but made a garrote out of the towel around his neck. The other hand balled into a tight fist where it rested on the top of his thigh. She was stunned. I was... What? What did I do?" "Nothing," he growled. "Just hurry the hell up and get done with this." Her spirits sank. They had been having such an easy time. She had actually begun to hope that he might come to like her. She moved around to his front, hoping to rectify whatever she had done to startle him so, but he became even more still and tense. Ross had decided that if she were to trim his hair, it was necessary for her fingers to be sliding through it. He had even decided that it was necessary for her to lay her hand along his cheek to turn his head. He had decided that this was going to feel good no matter how much he didn't want it to, and that he might just as well sit back and enjoy her attention. But when he had felt her breath, heavy and warm and fragrant, whispering around his ear, it had had the impact of a strike of lightning. The bolt went straight from his head to his loins and ignited them. If that weren't bad enough, now she was standing in front of him between his knees. It had only been natural to open them so she could move closer and not have to reach so far. Her breasts were directly in his line of vision and looked as tempting as ripe peaches waiting to be picked. God, but didn't she know what she was doing? Couldn't she tell by the fine sheen of sweat on his face that she was driving him slowly crazy? Each time she moved, he was tantalized by her scent, by the supple grace of her limbs, by the rustling of the clothes against her body, which hinted at mysteries worth discovering. "I'm almost done," she said when he shifted restlessly on the stool. Her knees had come dangerously close to his vulnerable crotch. "Oh, God, no!" She leaned down closer to trim the hair on the crown of his head, raising her arms higher. Her breasts were lifted as well. If he inclined forward a fraction of an inch, he could nuzzle her with his nose and chin and mouth, bury his face in her lushness and breathe her, imbibe her. His lips with searching love bites would find her nipple. He hated himself. He plowed through his memory, trying to recall a time when Victoria had been such a temptation to him, or a time when he had felt free to put his hands over her breasts for the sheer pleasure of holding them. He couldn't. Had there ever been such a time? No. Victoria hadn't been the kind of woman who deliberately lured a man, reducing him to an animal. Every time Ross had made love to Victoria, it had been with reverence and an attitude of worship. He had entered her body as one walks into a church, a little ashamed for what he was, apologetic because he wasn't worthy, a supplicant for mercy, contrite that such a temple was defiled by his presence. There was nothing spiritual in what he was feeling now. He was consumed by undiluted carnality. Lydia was a woman who inspired that in a man who had probably inspired it as a profession despite her denials. She was trying to work the tricks of her trade on him by looking and acting as innocent as a virgin bride. Well, by God, it wasn't going to work. "Your mustache needs trimming, too." "What?" he asked, stupidly, by now totally disoriented. He saw nothing but the feminine form before him, heard nothing but the pounding of his own pulse. "Your mustache, be very still." Bending to the task, she carefully clipped away a few longish hairs in his mustache, working her mouth in the way she wanted his to go. Had he been looking at her comical, mobile mouth, it might have made him laugh. Instead, he had lowered his eyes to trace the arch of her throat. The skin of it looked creamy at the base before it melded into the more velvety texture of her chest that disappeared into the top of her shirtwaist. Did she smell more like honeysuckle or magnolia blossoms? Every sensory receptor in his body went off like a fire bell when she lightly touched his mustache, brushing his lips free of the clipped hairs with her fingertips. First to one side, then the other, her finger glided over his mouth. The choice was his. He could either stop her or he could explode. He pushed her hands away and said gruffly, "That's enough." "But there's one, damn it, I said that's enough," he shouted, whipping the towel from around his neck and flinging it to the floor as he came off the stool. "Clean this mess up." Lydia was at first taken off guard by his rudeness and his curt order, but anger soon overcame astonishment. She grabbed his hand and slapped the scissors into his palm with a resounding whack. "You clean it up? It's your hair? And haven't you ever heard the words thank you before?" With that, she spun away from him, and after having taken off her skirt and shirtwaist and carefully folding them, crawled into her pallet, giving him her back as she pulled the covers over her shoulders. He stood watching her in speechless fury before turning away to find the broom. The sun shone from dawn till dusk the next day, and on the following day they crossed the Mississippi. Everyone was at a pitch of excitement as the wagons rolled in file down the bluffs to the banks of the muddy river. Mr. Grayson collected each wagon's toll, which, like everything else post-war, was inflated. 2 steam ferries would be working, carrying 2 wagons, their teams and their families at a time. Lydia was as excited as everyone else, until she saw the river. It could have been an ocean and not appeared more vast, limitless, life-threatening. Holding Lee protectively against her pounding heart, she watched as the first wagons were guided onto the ferries and their wheels secured between braces. She saw the murky water slapping at the hull of the ferry. The hateful memory from her childhood came rolling over her. The brackish taste of river water flooding her mouth and throat was real. She couldn't breathe, just as she hadn't been able to that day. They had been taking one of their rare trips to town. For once old man Russell had agreed to let her and Mama go along. She had looked forward to the day for a week. They had to cross a branch of the Tennessee on a poled ferry. She had been leaning over the railing, watching the sunlight dancing on the water. Clancy came up behind her and nudged her lightly enough to appear accidental, and yet hard enough to make her lose her balance and send her plunging into the water. She clawed her way to the surface, sputtering and screaming. The water sucked at her skirt and the one petticoat she owned. Through water-filled eyes, she could see Otis and Clancy laughing hilariously, slapping their thighs, hooting over her distress. Mama had both hands clasped to her head, screaming for them to pull Lydia out. She reached for the splintery edge of the bark-like ferry, but Clancy kicked at her hand with his boot for a full minute. She had struggled to stay on the surface, and they wouldn't help her. When Mama tried to, Clancy held her back. Finally, he grabbed a handful of her hair and pulled her out. "Enjoy your swim?" He had taunted. She had been about 11 when that happened, but she could still remember the terror she had known when the water had closed over her eyes, her nostrils, her mouth, cutting off her air supply. Now she stared entranced into the opaque waters of the Mississippi and wondered how she would ever force herself to step onto the ferry. She was still trembling when Ross, who had been busy helping secure the wagons, came up to her. "Our turn next. You stand with Lee there against the engine house. The Langstons are crossing with us." "Ross," she called out when he turned and strode away. "Yes?" He looked back, a trace impatiently. "Where are you going to be with my horses?" She nodded, pale and nervous. "Oh, yes, of course." He stared at her for one intense moment, then went back to the chore of getting the 2 wagons secured onto the ferry with as little delay as possible. Lydia stepped onto the gently rocking ferry, hastened toward the engine house, and plastered herself to the vibrating walls, clutching Lee tightly. Ma joined her there, though the children stood as close to the railing as they could. This was an adventure they would remember for the rest of their lives, and after one cautioning lecture, Ma let them enjoy themselves. The ferry was about a third of the way across when Mary Nell called, "Come here, Lydia. Look." She was pointing down into the water at something that was riding the current of the river and entertaining the children with its bobbing course. "No, I've got to stay with Lee." "Go on," Ma said, taking the baby from her before she could object. "You ain't much more than a kid yourself. Have some fun." Not wanting to appear a coward, she inched closer to the edge of the craft. Frantically, she tried to catch sight of Ross, but he had seemingly disappeared. Though she executed a shaky smile for the children's sake, the apple crate riding in the ferry's wake did little to rid her of her fear. All she truly saw were the unfathomable depths, the swirling patterns of currents, the foamy water licking the sides of the boat. She began to shiver. She could feel that dark water closing over her head again, could feel her lungs burning, panic engulfing her, as surely as she imagined the water to be. She whirled away and searched out a haven. She ran, heedless of knocking the astounded Langston children out of her way, toward the wagon. Nostrils flared, eyes wide, her lungs pumping like a bellows. She scrambled up the wheel of the wagon and worked her way around to the back, climbed over the raised tailgate, and fell inside, panting laboriously. Ma had seen the whole thing and began shouting to her children, who were chasing after Lydia like scattering baby chicks, to stand where they were. "Go get Mr. Coleman. Atlanta, tell him to turn his horses over to Luke." Bubba was holding the lead horse of Ross's team as his father was doing to their own. Within seconds, Ross was running over the rough planks of the ferry. Out of habit, his hand was on the holster strapped to his thigh. "What is it? Lydia, in your wagon? Lee is fine? See to your wife, Mr. Coleman." Ma caught his eyes and held them for one telling moment before he bounded toward the wagon. When he flung his long leg over the tailgate and stepped inside, he saw her huddled in a corner, her head covered with her arms. She was weeping hysterically. "Lydia!" he barked. "What the hell?" Taking off his hat and tossing it aside, he pulled the rest of his body through the opening and crossed the floor to crouch down in front of her. He extended his hands, intending to place them on her comfortingly, but they hovered for a moment before he withdrew them. "Lydia?" he said more gently. The weeping was bitter, from the soul from hell. "You scared the stuffing out of everyone. What's the matter with you?" As with most men, tears without a logical explanation were beyond his ken, and as with most men, he became angry when no explanation was forthcoming. Lydia, for God's sake, tell me what's wrong. Are you hurt, in pain? Had she bumped her head? Why was she covering it that way? He tried to prise her hands away, but her arms were as rigid as death. Desperate, he gripped her shoulders and began to shake her hard until she brought her arms down. Dazed, she looked at him with unfocused eyes and clutched handfuls of his shirt front between numb fingers. Don't push me in the water of the river. Please don't push. Ross stared at her in mute dismay. He had seen men about to die staring down the barrel of a pistol seconds away from having their brains blown to smithereens, and he had never seen such stark terror on any face. The pupils of her eyes were so drastically dilated that only a ring of amber encircled them. Her lips were chalky. There seemed to be not one drop of blood left in her face. "Lydia? Lydia?" His voice was a soothing purr, and he never remembered lifting his hands to cup her face between his palms. "What are you talking about?" "The river," she said deliriously, clutching the fabric of his shirt tighter. "No one is going to push you in the river. You're safe." She swallowed. He could see her forcing the knot of fear down her throat. Her tongue came out to wet her lips. Her chest rose and fell dramatically with each rasping breath. "Ross?" His name was a question. She peered deeply into his eyes as though trying to identify him. Yes. Her body sagged with relief, and her head fell forward to thump against his breastbone. Because his hands were still pressed to her cheeks, he drew her closer until she rested against his chest. They remained motionless until her breathing returned to normal. "Why would anyone want to push you in the river?" he asked at last in a rough whisper. She lifted her eyes to his, but she didn't speak, only stared back at him in that habit he found both irritating and captivating. "We were all right there." His thumb stroked her cheekbones, ridding them of remnant tears. He watched her eyes fill again, but this time the tears weren't terror-induced. Whiskey eyes were cleansing themselves of the nightmare she had just relived. Ma wouldn't let. His thumbs alternated as they skimmed her lips. They were damp from the recent licking she had given them. The moisture collected on the pads of his thumbs. "Anything happened to you?" He knew then he was going to kiss her, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. The choice had been taken away from him long ago. The moment had been ordained, predestined, and he would be jousting with fate to resist it. So he submitted his will and let the gods dictate that his head move slowly downward toward her waiting mouth. At first he merely touched his lips to hers. Her fingers curled tighter into his chest. He waited until he could deny himself no longer. Then, tilting her head farther back to accommodate him, he rubbed his lips against hers, dusting them with his mustache, applying more pressure until they parted. His heart was pounding erratically, but he didn't rush. He hesitated, taking time to breathe in the flavor of her breath and anticipate what he would find beyond this first soft portal. He touched her upper lip with the tip of his tongue, lightly. So very lightly, he wasn't even sure he had made contact until he heard the soft, choppy rush of air that escaped her lips and feathered his. The wake of another boat on the river caused the ferry to wobble. They lost their balance. Ross was on his knees, and when she fell back against a pile of bedding, his body followed hers down. Hot emerald eyes roved her face, her hair down her throat, over her chest, then back up to her mouth that he hadn't gotten near enough of. She lay motionless, soundless, sacrificial. The fingers of one hand tunneled through her hair to settle on her scalp. His other hand cradled her jaw. He eased himself down until his chest touched the gentle slopes of her breasts in repose. When his mouth aligned with hers again, instinct took over. He had been taught to kiss at 13 by one of his mother's friends in the brothel. The whore had taken the boy into her room on a boring afternoon and had teased him mercilessly even as she demonstrated the finer points of kissing. She instructed him on how to apply just the right amount of suction to seal two mouths together, on how to swirl his tongue as though gathering honey with it, and how to thrust and parry with it in ever-changing tempos. Her pupil was brilliant. He had a natural talent for it, and before the afternoon was out, he had perfected the art. The whore had learned a few things too. Ross applied that knowledge and years of practice to this kiss, for never had he dreaded or anticipated one more. Only his anticipation hadn't prepared him for the soul-jolting thrill of it. The reality far exceeded his imagination. She had a marvelous mouth. It was a sweet, wet chasm he explored thoroughly. He tasted it all because he had been so consummately hungry for it. He dragged his tongue along the straight ridge of her teeth. He touched the roof of her mouth, investigated the slick lining of her lips, playfully prodded the tip of her tongue with his, and he applied that sweet, sweet suction that intimated he would draw all of her into himself if he could. He wasn't aware of the low rumbles of arousal that issued out of his throat. Not until the ferry bumped into the dock on the Arkansas side of the river. That animal growl reached his ears, and for a moment he wondered where it had come from. When he realized its source, he pushed himself off her. Her eyes were just as large, just as inquiring as before he had kissed her. But they were less afraid. Her mouth was red and wet, shiny with his kiss. The skin around her lips was abraded by his mustache. He had been totally lost in the kiss, in her. She had made him forget everything, who he was, who she was, who Victoria was. He shoved himself to his feet and retrieved his hat, crushing it onto his head and not daring to look back at Lydia. He stepped through the wagon's opening and dropped to the deck of the ferry just as Ma came bustling up. "Well," she demanded. "She's fine," he said crossly before he stamped off. Ma smiled broadly. There was a celebration in camp that night. They had reached a landmark, and everyone was glad it was behind them. Fiddles were taken out of cases and played, songs were sung, a jug of whiskey was passed around for the men who imbibed. Few refused that night. Children were allowed to stay up later than usual. The long trek would begin again tomorrow, but tonight there was call to celebrate this momentous day. It had been a momentous day for Lydia, too. Ross's kiss had taught her that not all kisses were loathsome, that some intimacies between a man and a woman could be wonderful. She would also remember the day for another reason. It was the day her milk stopped coming. Chapter 9. At first, Lydia thought Lee was fussy because of the unusual commotion in the camp. It wasn't until later, when she was nursing him before putting him to bed, that she realized he was hungry. He wasn't getting enough milk. She squeezed what milk she could out of her breast, and he finally fell asleep against her chest, too tired and emotionally frazzled after what had happened on the ferry. She fell asleep holding him on her pallet, not even garnering enough wherewithal to put him in his crib or to undress herself. She stirred when Ross came in much later. In that netherland between sleep and wakefulness, she noticed only that he smelled of whiskey. The next morning he complained of a splitting headache when Lee set up a hungry howl. "Get him fed, for God's sakes," he said as he tugged on his boots. Lydia didn't think she had any milk, but she unbuttoned her shirtwaist and offered Lee her breast anyway. Fearful of what Ross would do if her milk had dried up, she self-defensively lashed out at him. "Your head wouldn't be hurting if you hadn't gotten drunk last night." He stood, blinking his squinted eyes against the pain as he wavered toward the wagon's opening. "I didn't get drunk, but I sure as hell tried," he grumbled as he went out. Within minutes, Lee was wailing lustily out of a beatered face, thrashing his arms and legs in frustration and hunger. Lydia didn't know what to do. She knew nothing of babies except her short experience with Lee. What did a mother do when her milk stopped coming? Cow's milk? Yes. But how would she get that without Ross's finding out? Sitting on the floor holding Lee to her chest, she rocked him soothingly, singing him what few songs she knew. For a while he would doze fitfully, then instinct would send him rutting for her nipple, reminding him that he was hungry, and his crying would start again. "What's the matter with him this morning?" Ross asked, stepping into the wagon after he had shaved. "I don't know," Lydia lied. "Maybe a tummy ache. Maybe all the excitement yesterday got him out of sorts." Their eyes met briefly, each remembering the kiss. Then both looked away guiltily. "Don't bother with breakfast," Ross said. "I'm not hungry. I'll just make coffee. You take care of Lee." Lee's problem couldn't be solved with time. Indeed, the longer the morning stretched out, the worse his crying became. While Bubba drove, Lydia sat in the stuffy wagon with the baby, trying to soothe him the best she could and knowing that nothing she was doing would eliminate his problem. At the noon break, Ma came lumbering over to the wagon. "That youngin's been crying all morning? What's the matter with him?" Ross was adjusting the harnesses on the team. Lydia spoke in a frantic whisper, tears rushing to her eyes. "Ma, you've got to help me. My milk is gone. He's hungry." Ma stared at the girl for once at a loss for anything to say. "Yeah, sure. When did you notice? Last night. He didn't get enough before he finally went to sleep. This morning he's had nothing. What am I going to do?" Ma saw Lydia's worried glance toward the front of the wagon where Ross was chatting with Mr. Cox. The girl was right to be concerned, but Ma didn't want her to fret any more than she already was. "I'll get some milk from the Norwood's cow, and we'll get it into young Lee if we have to ladle it down his throat. Don't you worry now, or you'll be in as bad a shape as he is. You just keep calm, keep talking quiet like Tim. He can sense that you're upset, and that don't help none. You won't tell. No, not right now," Ma said, leaving. She came back just as everyone was rolling out. "I'm staying back here with Lydia and Lee this afternoon to see if we can get him to feeling better." "Thanks, Ma," Ross said over his shoulder. He had relieved Bubba. "Is he sick?" Worry furrowed a deep groove between his dark brows, and Ma smiled gently at the vulnerability of the man who tried so hard to be cold and indifferent. "No, just fussy. I expect he's going to feel better real soon." It took some doing, but Lydia finally managed, by holding Lee against her as though he were nursing, to get him to suck on the nipple Ma had tried to get him to take the day after he was born. It was fashioned out of an oilskin glove and stretched over the mouth of a small mason jar. After much sputtering and choking and coughing, Lee and the contraption seemed to come to a meeting of the minds, and he sucked hungrily until his stomach was at last full and he fell peacefully asleep. Ma and Lydia worked out a schedule. Ma would bring fresh milk every morning when Ross went to tend his horses. If Lee awoke and began fussing before that, he would just have to fuss. Another bottle would be brought at noon and 2 in the evening. Somehow Ma would smuggle them to Lydia. The first morning while Ross was shaving and Lydia was getting his breakfast and ignoring Lee's bellows, he commented on it. "What's wrong with you? Letting Lee cry like that?" She brushed back a mass of curling hair as she straightened from bending over the fire. The long fork she was holding dripped bacon grease as she waggled it at him. "Nothing's wrong with me, and I'll thank you not to start a conversation with me in that tone of voice. It sounds like you're accusing me of something." Her own guilty conscience and the heat from the fire had painted a healthy color on her cheeks. Ross wished to God she didn't look so healthy. His body was responding to her vitality with a burgeoning strength of its own. "It's good for a baby to cry now and then without someone rushing to pick him up," she went on. "That way he won't get spoiled. At least that's what Ma had told her to say, if Ross should notice Lee's unusual fussiness." Ross wiped his face of shaving soap. She was right, of course, but he knew what it was like to be neglected, to have a scraped elbow and no mother to take care of it because she was busy with someone else. Just see to it that you don't let him cry too long without checking on him. "Do you think I would let him cry if I didn't know he was all right?" Ross tossed down the towel and pulled on his hat. "You're to take care of Lee first and foremost, or have you forgotten that's the reason I was forced into marrying you?" He stalked off in the direction of the temporary corral. "Bastard," Lydia hissed through her teeth. "He just might be," Ma said from behind her. Lydia spun around, unaware that anyone had heard her epithet, and touchy as a boil about it, too. But whatever he is, that man's acting stranger and stranger every day. Like the other day when we crossed the river, I never seen a man so scared as when he thought something had happened to you, and when he come out of that wagon, he looked like he'd been polaxed right between the eyes." She stared after Ross's anger-straight figure as he went into the cover of the trees. "Makes a body wonder what's ailing him, don't it?" she said musingly. "Well, let's get that young'un his breakfast." Their schedule worked out fine during the day, as Ross was always busy. It was the nighttime bottle that was tricky. Lydia would turn her back and open her dress just as if she were nursing, then sneak the bottle of cow's milk out from where she had secreted it earlier. So far, thank God, Ross was none the wiser. But Lydia expressed another concern to Ma. "What are you telling the Norwoods?" "Told 'em one of my own was looking puny and I thought he could use some fresh milk. You're having to pay them for it, aren't you?" "I got some coins tucked away." "Don't you worry about it, none. You can pay me back once Mr. Coleman finds out." Lydia shivered. "Not yet, please. The man'll find out sooner or later, Lydia. You can't go on pretending forever. Yes, but later, Ma, please." They successfully carried out the charade for a week after a particularly arduous day of travel. The train had gratefully camped near a running stream that was crystal clear and cold. Ross was talking to Scout over cups of coffee when Ma came up to the wagon hiding a bottle of milk in her apron pocket. "Let's walk a piece and find some cool shade near the water." Lydia heartily approved this suggestion. Eastern Arkansas was beautiful. Wildflowers abounded in the meadows and the forests were thick with undergrowth. Finding game was no problem. Rarely did Ross or the Langston boys or any of the men who hunted for the train come back empty-handed. The evening menus were far from monotonous. When they passed a town, they would send emissaries to buy staples, potatoes, and occasional treats like fresh eggs. Lydia and Ma found an immense oak and sank onto the shady green turf beneath it. Lydia placed Lee against her and offered him the bottle. He had adjusted to the cow's milk amazingly well and was getting plumper every day. Ma launched into a tale about one of her pet peeves, her disappointment in Bubba for trailing after the Watkins girl. Lydia was listening, but her mind was wandering. That's why she looked up with lazy indifference when she noticed movement behind Ma's shoulder. Her whole body jerked to rigid attention when she saw Ross. He was staring down at his son, fury turning the green eyes as sharp as nails that pinned Lydia to the ground. Ma, seeing Lydia's sudden reaction, turned around and assessed the situation immediately. She heaved herself to her feet. "What the hell is that?" Ross spat, pointing at the bottle. "What does it look like?" "It's a bottle of cow's milk," Ma said. "Lydia, give me the boy. I'll take him down to the river and let him finish his dinner in peace. I fear if he stays here, he'll likely get indigestion." Lydia's arms and hands were trembling so spastically she could barely life Lee into Ma's outstretched arms, and all the while her eyes remained fearfully on Ross's glowering face. His scowling brows all but obscured his eyes. His lips had sternly disappeared beneath his mustache, and every muscle in his body was straining against his skin. Why is Lee sucking on a bottle? Beneath his burning gaze, Lydia's eyes lowered to her lap where she was twisting the fabric of her skirt between white, bloodless fingers. "My milk stopped coming," she muttered. His vile curse made her flinch. When he barked, "The day we crossed the river," Ma said, "over a week ago." His roar disturbed the family of bluebirds in the tree overhead. They jay squawked back at him angrily. "Yes, the day after we got married." He laughed then, an ugly, self-deprecating laugh. Lydia looked up at him and licked her lips nervously. A few days after. He slumped against the tree trunk and looked up through the branches as though imploring heaven to tell him what terrible sin he had committed to deserve such punishment. "So now I'm saddled with you, an unwanted wife, and you're not even good for the reason I married you." That brought Lydia surging to her feet. "Well, did you ever stop to consider that I'm saddled with you too? It isn't the same. You're damn right it isn't. It's a helluva lot worse. See, what kind of man wants a wife who talks like a tramp? I learned it from you." He taught her a new, extremely explicit word before he asked, "Why did your milk?" when he glanced at her breasts. He began to flounder. He drew himself up straight and said harshly, "A woman's supposed to be able to nurse her baby indefinitely. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Something sure as hell is, or you'd still have milk." Ma said the river crossing caused it to dry up. "I got too excited and upset." Her voice trailed off as once again they were reminded of those tumultuous minutes in the wagon. Annoyed because she had reminded him of what he had tried for a week to forget, he turned away so he wouldn't have to look at her. He didn't want to see her eyes wide and eloquent because he remembered so well how they had looked up at him before and after that kiss. He didn't want to see her hair surrounding her head like a flaming halo because he knew what it felt like to sink his fingers into it. He didn't want to see her mouth because even now he could taste it. He didn't want to see how her front filled out the bodice of her dress because he could remember how soft and feminine she had felt lying beneath him. Damn, he didn't want to remember any of it, and he remembered all of it. The memory had stalked him for a week, sleeping and waking, every luscious detail haunting him. Lydia took advantage of his silence. Ma said, "It's not unusual. Sometimes if a woman gets scared like I did on the ferry, this can happen. But Lee's doing fine," she rushed to add. "He learned to suck from the nipple. The cow's milk hasn't given him a stomachache or anything. He's growing every day." Ross whipped around. "But the fact remains that I'm still married to you and I don't want to be. I had a wife who was even tempered and soft-spoken, who was a lady and wore her hair as ladies should, who wouldn't." He broke off. He had started to say that Victoria wouldn't have let him kiss her with the unbridled lust with which he had kissed Lydia, but he didn't want to tell her that. He didn't want to admit he even remembered it. If he had intended to cut her to the quick, to hurt her as best he could, he had succeeded. Lydia wished he had belted her as Clancy used to, because then the pain would only be physical and would eventually go away. But Ross had inflicted the worst kind of pain. He had reminded her of what she was and of what she would always be. No matter how many fine clothes she wore or whose name she carried, she would still be trash on the inside. Like a wounded animal, pain made her vicious. Her eyes gleamed with the fiery gold of a sunset. She tossed back her mane of hair with a haughty flick of her head. "Well, I haven't made too good a bargain either. I hate you and your bad moods and the way you hurt people for no good reason. I've got a notion you aren't any better than I am, and that's what you can't stand, Mr. Coleman." With a low growl, Ross advanced toward her. Lydia's impulse was to flee him and his murderous eyes, but she was too angry in her own right to heed common sense. "I can't think of anything worse than spending the rest of my life as your wife," she shouted. You fornicating hillbilly." Ross stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth falling open as though the tendons holding up his lower jaw had been clipped. Even in Mrs. Coleman, Mr. Coleman, Winston Hill's drawl wafted over the sulphurous air shimmering between Lydia and her husband. His greeting had been spoken pleasantly enough, but he eyed them narrowly as they turned to face him. They had looked like two fighting cocks about to fly into one another, spurs sharpened. The woman was trying to compose herself and cover her embarrassment by smoothing her hands over her skirt. Ross Coleman was gnawing at the corner of his mustache with his lower teeth. "Hill," he said tersely, then nodded toward Moses. Lydia let a quick nod of greeting include them both. "Beautiful countryside, isn't it?" "Yes, it is, Mr. Hill," Lydia said breathlessly. She had been ready to slap Ross's smug face. What if Mr. Hill hadn't happened upon them? Had he heard the insulting way her own husband had been shouting at her? She could easily die of mortification and hope that the stinging heat in her cheeks was invisible. "The wildflowers are so pretty," she said, with a futile attempt to set things right. "I just picked these down by the river. Would you accept them, Miss Lydia?" Moses offered her the bouquet. "They'll perk up your wagon." She hazarded a glance at Ross. His face was as hard and implacable as granite. "Thank you, Moses," she said softly, taking the cluster of flowers and automatically sniffing them. They tickled and she embarrassed herself further by sneezing. Mr. Hill and Moses laughed. Ross shifted from one foot to another in apparent vexation. "Moses admires the way you handle your horses, Mr. Coleman," Winston said. He wasn't as tall as Ross, but his posture was dignified and gave the illusion of height. "Moses has always worked in the house. I rode, of course, but never handled a team of 6. Would you mind showing Moses a few pointers on handling the team? They've been engaged in a battle of wills since we left." Ross cleared his throat uneasily. "I suppose I could. I surely would appreciate it, Mr. Coleman." "I couldn't ask for a better teacher," Moses said deferentially. "I'll see if I can spot your trouble." "Good, good." Winston beamed at Ross, then addressed Lydia. "Have you seen the river yet? It's cool and pleasant down there. I'd love to escort you with Mr. Coleman's permission, of course. I was about to take Lydia down there myself. Lydia jerked her head around to look up at her husband, who had spoken the sentence with the casualness of a man who often takes his wife out for an evening stroll. When his arm slid protectively around her waist to draw her closer beside him, she could have been knocked over with a feather. "We'll bid you a good evening then," Winston said graciously, tipping his hat to Lydia. "Evening?" Moses said before accompanying his employer back toward the train. Ross's arm was immediately dropped from her waist, and Lydia was vastly disappointed. For just a moment, walking to the river with him had sounded like a good idea. He had walked in the twilight with Victoria, hadn't he? She thought dismally there would be no enjoyable stroll. She supposed now that Mr. Hill and Moses were gone, they would start fighting again. She didn't think she had the energy, but she looked up into his face with a challenging expression just in case he lit back into her. "Fornicating hillbilly?" he asked in a soft whisper. "What?" Was he deliberately confusing her? He wasn't angry. A grin was tugging at one side of his mustache. Where in the world did you ever hear such a thing, and how could you bring yourself to repeat it? It had been an insult often flung at Otis and Clancy by their neighbors. Lydia had thought that if it fit them, it must surely be the worst of insults. "Is it bad?" she asked timidly, her eyes rounding. Ross threw back his head and laughed. It was the first time she had ever seen him laugh that way, and after looking at him in slack-mouthed wonder for several moments, she joined him. "Bad?" Ross said at last, wiping his teary eyes with the back of his knuckles. "Yes, it's bad. If I were you and wanted to be treated like a lady, I wouldn't say it in front of anyone again." He started chuckling again, and when the laughter finally subsided, he slouched against the tree and slid down its trunk until he was sitting on his heels. He looked up at her with an expression she had never seen before. It was almost tenderly affectionate. "God damn it, Lydia, what am I going to do with you?" He ran his fingers through his hair and then hung his head dejectedly, shaking it in bewilderment. "One minute I'm mad as hell at you, ready to strangle you with my bare hands, and then the next minute you're giving me the best laugh I've had in a long time." He stared at the ground for an interminable length of time while she looked down at his head, wishing she dared touch his hair, iron the creases of worry from his brow. When he looked at her again, his face was void of expression. "I guess we don't have much choice but to stay together until we reach Jefferson." "I guess so. Then what?" She was afraid to ask. Marriage to a stranger with volatile moods wasn't ideal, but he didn't beat her. She preferred having him around to being alone as she had been a month ago. In fact, she was coming to miss him when he wasn't in sight, whatever his mood. "I'm really sorry about my milk. I had no way of knowing when we married." Unerringly, his eyes went to her breasts. They were as lush, as full, as seductive as ever. "No, you couldn't have known," he said. "I wasn't angry with you, only at fate." He had been angry because his wife had died prematurely and unjustly. He had lost his temper because he had married this girl, telling himself she was trash and vowing that he didn't want her, and he was furious because in spite of all those claims, he wanted her very much. "Why did you tell Mr. Hill you were taking me to the river? Why did you put your arm around me?" The last two words were spoken to her shoes, because by that time she had shyly bowed her head. "Because I wasn't about to let him court you. Because I was jealous as hell that he even mentioned taking you for a walk, because it provided me with an opportunity to touch you. He and Moses probably heard us fighting. I didn't want it to get back to anybody that I was treating you badly." "Oh," she said around a mouthful of bitter disappointment. "Let's get back to the wagon. Ma'll be along with Lee in a while, surprising both of them." He closed his hand around her upper arm to guide her along. If that isn't the most pitiful sight I ever did see. Bubba Langston's light head cleaved the surface of the water, and he came up sputtering. Only a few feet from him, Priscilla Watkins was lounging on the grassy bank of the stream. She sat with her arms braced behind her, her knees drawn up, heedless that a good bit of shin and petticoat were visible to the boy in the shallow rushing water. "What are you doing spying on me? And what's pitiful?" Bubba asked, treading slowly toward the bank. He had been tempted to shuck all his clothes before going into the water. He thanked his stars now. He had left his breeches on. I wasn't spying on anybody, she retorted petulantly. I just came down here to the river to cool off. It gets so hot and stuffy riding on that old wagon all day. Priscilla drew her mouth into a pout she knew no man could resist looking at and sat up straight. She brought her arms up high over her head and stretched languorously, pulling the cloth of her dress tight over her well-developed breasts. Her lashes lowered over sultry gray eyes as she looked at Bubba commiseratingly. And what's pitiful is your chest, Bubba Langston. It doesn't have any hair on it. Nary A1 I saw, mister. Coleman once, when he was bathing in the river. He's got hair all over him, under his arms, on his chest, some places a young woman shouldn't even see. She yawned broadly, feigning boredom, while she slyly watched Bubba's Adam's apple bounce uncontrollably. You know what would feel real good, she asked, becoming animated. I think I'll take off my shoes and stockings and dangle my feet in that cool water. Girls aren't as lucky as you boys. We can't just strip off to the buff and go swimming whenever we want. Bubba watched in silent fascination as she unlaced her shoes and pulled them off. Hiking her skirts up, she began to roll her stockings down slowly. Bubba's whole body thickened as her hands slithered down over her knee and calf, taking her stocking with them. She eased the stocking over her slender foot, and when Bubba saw the white, naked length of her leg and foot, he thought he would die. Closing her eyes and taking on a rapturous expression, she eased that foot into the swirling water. Lasciviously, she licked her lips with an indolent tongue. Bubba moaned miserably and took another 3 steps toward her, his legs leadenly pulling through the water. Priscilla, she ignored him and went about peeling down the other stocking until her skirts were bunched around her waist and she had both feet swishing in the water. That feels almost as good as some other things I know about, doesn't it, Bubba? He wasn't thinking clearly, and what she said didn't register. It does, too, have hair on it, she smiled coyly. Does not. Does, too. Bubba stood within inches of her now, with the current of the water. Her feet bumped against his thighs and the fly of his pants. God, he was going to die. See? She leaned forward to peer closely at his chest. Well, I do declare I do see a few hairs sprinkled here and there. She looked up into his feverish face from under her lashes. Lowering her voice to a seductive purr, she asked, Can you feel them growing there? What do they feel like? Bubba's tongue felt too big for his mouth and it had forgotten how to move. He couldn't have worked up a spit if his life had depended on it. Still, he managed to garble out, Touch it and see. Priscilla's eyes glowed triumphantly, and she glanced over her shoulder cautiously. If I do, you won't tell anybody, will you? Not even that snoopy little brother of yours, I swear, he said with all the wholeheartedness of a saint vowing obedience. All right, then. She extended her hand, and just when she was about to make contact, snatched it back. I can't. God, she was killing him. Course you can, he panted. Just touch it. You're a beast for making me do this, Bubba Langston, she said chastisingly. Bubba was too far gone to notice the role of seducer had just reverted to him. All he knew was the firebrand touch of her fingertips on his chest. It sent white heat coursing through his body. His manhood throbbed painfully inside his wet pants. If the water hadn't been waist high, she would have seen the tremendous power she was working over him. As it was, the toes of one foot had somehow become lodged in his crotch. Oh, Bubba, she cooed, closing her eyes and letting her fingers wander farther afield. You feel so good manly, do I? Huh. Sighing with regret, she took her hands away. But I shouldn't have let you talk me into such a thing. I'm getting hot all over. You are? She nodded, letting her wheat blonde hair cascade over her shoulders. I think I'll dip some of this water over me to cool me off. Studiously ignoring his avid eyes, she nonchalantly opened the first 2 buttons of her dress and leaned toward the stream, making sure he could see her bosom swelling over her bodice. Then, cupping water in her hands, she poured it over her chest and let it trickle down. Ooh, she squealed softly. I didn't think it would be so cold. She continued to ladle water over herself until the front of her dress was wet and clinging. When she straightened, she gasped in mock surprise at Bubba's dilated gaze. She followed it to her breasts. The cotton molded over them tantalizingly. The cold water had brought her nipples to hard distension. just as she had planned. "Oh, mercy me," she cried and covered them with her hands. "Don't stare at me like that, Bubba. That gleam in your eyes makes me want to swoon. You stared at me," he said thickly. Gradually, she lowered her hands, making sure they dragged with deliberate leisure over the globes of her breasts and that her fingertips grazed the rigid nipples. "So I did, didn't I? You're a cad to take advantage of a girl this way. But fair's fair, I suppose." He stood there gaping at her breasts and didn't see the frustration that thinned her lips. The boy was dense, of that she was certain. If Scout hadn't hightailed it out for the nearest town as soon as they had made camp, she wouldn't be here with this lout who apparently didn't know what that tool in his pants was for. But she knew what it was for, and she could barely sit still for wanting it. He needed prodding. "I touched you too," she said softly, letting her voice sound tremulously on the verge of tears. "But I know you'd never hold me to that, would you, Bubba?" Her toes pointed downward, bringing the high, arching vamp of her foot to lie along the buttons of his pants. He brought his blue eyes piercingly up to hers. "You said fair was fair." She wet her lips with her tongue, making sure he saw the gesture. She batted her eyelashes, coaxing a few tears to form. "You truly are beastly. But if you promised not to tell—" "I swear," he repeated, his eyes fastened again on the puckering nipples showing so plainly through her dress. Awkwardly, his hands came up out of the water. "I'll get your dress wetter. It won't matter," she fairly screamed. If this had been Scout, they would have already been at it for an hour or more. And here she was having to instruct this fool every step of the way. Bubba's hands closed over her lightly, then, testing her reaction, more firmly. He rubbed, squeezed, kneaded, not quite believing something could feel so good. He gathered enough courage to let his thumbs drift back and forth over her nipples. Bubba, I do believe you've done this before," Priscilla said. She had opened her legs and he had naturally stepped between them. Her heels found the backs of his knees and pressed him closer. "No, never. Come on, Bubba, you can tell me. Never." "I swear it, Priscilla. You're the first girl I've ever loved." "Harder," she rasped. "Rub them harder, Bubba, and step closer. So, Bubba Langston." The name echoed off the heavens and came right back down on Bubba's head, sending him backward into the water. Had Priscilla not caught a handful of grass, she would have fallen in after him. "Yes, Ma?" Bubba said, slipping on the rocks of the stream bed as he clambered toward the bank. "I think your pa needs some help back at the wagon." "Yes, ma'am," he said, pulling his shirt off the bush where he had hung it after rinsing it out. His wet breeches squished and sloshed as he scampered through the trees. Ma, looking as indomitable as a fortress even with baby Lee Coleman in the crook of her arm, bore down on the girl who was hastily pulling on her stockings. When Bubba was out of earshot, Ma grabbed a handful of Priscilla's hair and hauled her to her feet. "I'm raising a decent boy, and I aim to see that he stays decent. You hear me, girl?" "Let go of me," Priscilla said, twisting her head to no avail except to prickle her scalp. Ma's grip didn't lessen. "You're a hot little hussy, and I seen that the first time I laid eyes on you. But I'm telling you now to stay away from Bubba. He's maturin' and feeling his manhood, and you're just the bait he needs to get hisself in a heap of trouble. I ain't a-gonna let it happen." "I'll tell my ma about you talking to me like this." "No, you won't, 'cause then your fun with Scout would come to a screeching halt." Priscilla ceased her struggles abruptly, and Ma, knowing she had the girl's undivided attention, released her. "The next time you feel that twitching in your tail, wag it in someone else's face and leave the Langston men alone." When Ma had returned Lee to Lydia and gone to her own wagon, Bubba was there. She didn't vocalize her rebuke, but her eyes told her son just what she thought of his dalliance with Priscilla Watkins. Bubba, swallowing convulsively, his face flushing hotly, and turning the roots of his hair white, said, "Need any help with supper, Ma? Chapter 10. "Yep, I surely do recollect that," the ferryman said, passing a plug of tobacco to the man who was inquiring after the wagon train. "'Bout 2-3 weeks back, it was—" The man bit off a generous chew and crammed it into his mouth. Pinching off another, He put it in his shirt pocket for later. The ferryman yanked his tobacco back. Prices being what they were, generosity only went so far. 2 or 3 weeks, you say? The man repeated. 'Bout that, yeah. I remember 'cause they had to camp up there on the bluffs before the rain stopped and the river was safe to cross. You remember seeing anybody looking like the girl I told you about? The ferryman shot a wad of tobacco spittle into the current of the river. 'Spect I do. Had a heap of hair. She did. And a young'un. A suckling babe. A babe? Tiny little mite? Not more'n a month old, I'd say. The other man grinned with evil satisfaction as he gazed toward the Arkansas shore. Reckon she's the one all right. The ferryman chuckled. She's not a sight a man could forget like yesterday's piss, but how come you're after a little old gal like that, who's already got a babe and all? The other man sent flying a nasty string of chewed tobacco into the muddy water. She's the she-bitch, what give me this here scar on my head? The ferryman had already assessed the man as one of the orneriest, dirtiest, ugliest bastards he had ever seen, but the scar that sliced across his hairline and down into his brow was only part of it. He figured the man was ugly clean through to the marrow. I aimed to make her pay for it, he was saying about the girl. The ferryman took off his wide-brimmed hat and brushed his sleeve across a sweating brow. Well, if I was you, I'd be careful of that man she's with. Man, the ferryman backed away cautiously from the sudden menace in his companion. He didn't invite trouble with anyone, especially with this kind of renegade who looked like he would just as soon kill a man as look at him, and for no better reason than the fun of it. Yeah, her husband, I expect she ain't married, the man growled. Well, she was carrying a sucker and traveling in a man's wagon, so I reckoned they was a family. I remember 'cause about halfway across, she got scared like and went scrambling back into the wagon. Everybody panicked for a minute, the horses too. The man went running after her, and they stayed in the wagon together for the rest of the crossing. Eyes black and beady and threatening were scanning the opposite shore. The ferryman spat again, glad this man wasn't after him, but he wouldn't have an easy time of getting that woman away from the big man with the mustache and flashing eyes. He appeared to be a mean son of a bitch. His eyes were shifty, like, know what I mean, like nothing escapes his attention. Pulled a Colt out of a holster, quick as lightning when he thought something had happened to his lady. Kind of a dark and broody type. Didn't say much, that one, but didn't miss anything either. I wouldn't want to tangle with him. The other man was listening intently, still staring at the opposite shore. Had a fine string of horseflesh. Knew what he was doing with them, too. One sound, one hand motion, and they responded, spooky-like it was, to watch the way those horses listened to him. Of course, he left them in the charge of a kid when his woman went flying into that wagon like all the devils of hell was after her. Never seen anybody so scared of the river. The grin the other man turned on him was demonic. Scared of the river, was she? His scratchy laugh made shivers run up and down the ferryman's spine. But she ain't his woman, she's mine. Might have a hard time convincing him of that. He spat again. It was me. I think I'd let him have her. Fine piece of woman flesh, though she be, 'fore I'd fight him. Well, I ain't you, am I? The ferryman shrank from the maniacal calculation in the other's eyes. You gonna cross now? He asked nervously. Tomorrow. I got some supplies to buy first. He began to walk away before he turned back. Any hints where they was headin'? All I heard was Texas. The man nodded, glanced toward the western shore, grinned, and started back toward Memphis on foot, a happy whistle sifting between his tobacco-stained teeth. Mornin', Mrs. Coleman. Winston Hill tipped his hat to the young woman driving the team of horses as he rode up beside her wagon. He could appreciate her good posture, dainty figure, and lovely profile. Most of all, he could appreciate that she didn't realize how lovely a picture she made. Good morning, Mr. Hill. When will you start calling me Winston? When you start calling me Lydia. Do you think your husband would like that? Lydia sighed, keeping her eyes forward as her shoulders lifted and then lowered gradually with the soft expulsion of breath. Her husband approved of little she did. One more transgression, real or imaginary, wouldn't matter. Besides, she was tired of trying to please him. "If I give you my permission, there's nothing Ross can say about it," she said defiantly, and flashed the young man a smile. She was unwittingly flirtatious, and Winston's heart leaped inside his chest at the brilliance of her face. Reaching inside his saddlebag as he maneuvered his mount with one hand, he said, "I brought you something." "Something for me?" Lydia asked. Pleased, you called attention to the book I was reading the other night when you were strolling with Lee around the camp. Remember you stopped to eat some of Moses's apple pie, only because he acted like he'd be hurt if I didn't? She interrupted. Winston laughed. He would have been. Ross had been furious when he came upon the happy scene a few minutes later. He had all but dragged Lydia back to their wagon, his whole body tense with anger. Sometimes she wished he would shout at her anything except fume and stew silently, like a kettle about to blow its lid off. Winston was saying, "I saw you looking at the book I've been reading." He took it out of his saddlebag and stood in his stirrups, reaching to set it beside her on the wagon seat. "So I'm loaning it to you. Keep it as long as you like." She flushed hotly, embarrassed and grateful at the same time. "Mr. Hill, Winston," she stuttered, "I did admire your book. I only wish I could read it." He was silent for a moment as he stared at her averted face. What a ghastly error he had made. The other night she had eyed the book with such longing that he was certain she could read and didn't indulge for lack of time or reading material. It had never entered his head that she couldn't read at all. "Forgive me, Lydia, I didn't mean to give offense. I assumed you knew how to read." "I did once," she said slowly, shyly. "Mama was teaching me to read when Papa died, and her voice dwindled away to nothingness with sad, heart-wrenching memories. Anyway, she didn't teach me anymore after that, and I never went back to school. I still recognize the letters, and I might be able to read some. I don't know. I haven't seen a book in a long while." Winston's eyes lit up brightly. He was about to speak when a coughing fit seized him. He coughed rackingly into his spotless linen handkerchief before he could resume the conversation. "I'll bet you remember more than you think you do. Please take the book, read what you can, and if you have any trouble, ask me for assistance." I couldn't. It would be such a bother, and no bother. I would enjoy it. He would enjoy talking to her for any reason. He didn't like being in love with another man's wife. His feelings offended his code of honor, and if the situation weren't hopeless on that account, it certainly was on another, until he knew he could survive in a warmer, drier climate. He couldn't think of subjecting any woman to the aggravation of his illness. He was sick, but he wasn't dead yet. He was still a man. He loved looking at Lydia, listening to her quiet way of talking, enjoying her innocent charm. Lee might not give me much time to read, and I have my duties to my husband. Now it was Winston's turn to blush hotly as he mistakenly assumed what duty she was referring to. "Of course, I didn't mean to imply that you weren't busy with being a wife and mother. I only thought that if you had some spare time, resting time, you might enjoy the book." Lydia gazed down at it longingly. She could remember the room where Papa used to sit and read. It had been stocked with books. She had liked the way that room smelled of Papa's pipe tobacco, of ink, of aged paper and dusty book covers. She hadn't thought of that room in years, and now the memory was piercing and poignant. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Winston. Maybe I will have a chance to read it, if I can. I hope so. I don't want to be ignorant the rest of my life." "I'd hardly call you ignorant, Lydia," he said softly. Just then Ross came thundering up on Lucky. Like the man, the horse always seemed impatient for motion, and he pranced arrogantly when Ross reined him beside Hill's horse, who respectfully gave the stallion room. "Mornin', Ross. Got some rabbits, I see," Winston remarked with a friendly smile. "Winston just stopped by to say hello," Lydia said nervously as she pulled on the team's reins. "He brought us a book to read." Maybe if Ross thought the loan book had been for both of them, he would let her keep it. "Yes," Winston picked up smoothly. "I brought a whole box of books with me. No sense in them going to waste." "Thank you kindly, Hill," Ross said. "I wonder if I might go hunting with you one morning." "I'm a fairly good shot," he said with a certain wistfulness. "My daddy and I used to go hunting all the time together before the war." "Sure," Ross said. God, he wanted to hate the man, but Hill never did anything one could hate him for. He even made a big fuss over Lee. Ross couldn't hate anyone who admired his son. I usually leave as soon as the train pulls out. Let me know the next time you go. I'd like to accompany you, and thank you for helping Moses with the team. I knew they were good horses, but until you showed him how to line them up so they weren't pulling against each other, they were giving him trouble. I didn't mind, Ross said, shrugging. He glanced at Lydia and wished he hadn't stressed, sitting straight on the wagon seat when he was teaching her to drive. Her posture detailed her proud breast to the havoc of his senses, and he imagined to those of any man who happened to ride by, Hill included. Lydia, I'll hang these rabbits on the back of the wagon and dress them when we stop at noon. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Dressing game was one duty he usually delegated to her, though he knew the process made her stomach queasy and that she hated doing it. Thank you, Ross, she said softly, staring at him solemnly for a long moment before he snatched his eyes away and wheeled Lucky toward the end of the wagon. Have a pleasant day, Lydia, Winston said, tipping his hat and riding off. You too, Winston. And thanks for the book, she replied absently, her mind still on Ross and his strange behavior. Just when she thought she had him figured out, he did something unexpected that made her think she didn't know him at all. During the past 2 weeks, ever since they had decided to stay together until they reached their destination, he had successfully been teaching her to drive the team. At first she had been terrified and awkward, but by following his brusque instructions, she began to get the hang of it. After the first day, when he had cursed her ineptitude and the futility of teaching her, he had ridden into the nearest town and bought a small pair of leather gloves. The camp had settled for the night, and most fires had already been burned down by the time he stepped into the wagon. Lydia was lying on her bedroll but wasn't asleep. She had left the lantern on, turned down low. He tossed the wrapped package at her. You'll tear your hands to ribbons if you don't wear these, he said before turning away to pull off his shirt and boots. Her hands were red and hurting with water blisters and abrasions, but she didn't know he had noticed. She peeled the wrapping away, and when the buttery, soft leather gloves fell into her lap, tears came to her eyes. Thank you, Ross. You're welcome. Without looking at her, he turned out the lantern and slid onto his own pallet. Does this mean that no matter how bad I was today, you'll still try to teach me to drive? I reckon today was the worst. You're bound to get better. It wasn't much, but it was a step up from his frowning and cursing at her awkwardness. The next morning she was wearing the gloves when he climbed up beside her on the wagon. She loved them, not only because they felt good against her hands, but because Ross had given them to her, and he had picked them out himself. They were getting along better each day, sometimes in the evenings, laughing and talking together like normal married couples. Then something had happened that brought that dreaded frown to his mouth and that deep, stern cleft between his thick, dark brows. One evening, Scout had warned the drivers about a ravine they would have to cross the next day. It's deep but dry, the young man had told the group collected around him. No one will have trouble as long as you take it slow and easy. The ground is soft and you won't have much traction. It's shallow on the other side, so getting out will be no problem. Despite Scout's cautioning words, one of the drivers hadn't ridden his brake enough, and his team had been given too much rein. They had run upon the wagon in front of them on the steep decline, causing a potentially dangerous situation and a commotion that frightened both teams. Ross had been sent for to help get the horses calmed. He was still trying to quiet them and get them lined up on the other side of the ravine when Lydia's turn came. She drove the Coleman wagon to the lip of the steep ravine. The height was dizzying as she looked over the brink. She didn't want Ross or anyone else to criticize her for holding up the rest of the train. Taking a deep breath, she clacked her tongue and slapped the reins against horseflesh and urged the leads to take that first plunging step. She was about halfway down when she felt the wheels beginning to slip on the soft earth. She gradually applied the brake, but nothing happened. Pulling on the reins only seemed to confuse the team, and they began to balk at her command to slow down. Anxiously, she glanced over her shoulder to see that Lee was sleeping in his crate just inside the wagon's opening behind her. Even that short break in her concentration was enough to make the horses become more skittish. She pulled up on the reins sharply. "No, Lydia," Ross shouted. He had led Lucky down beside the wagon and sensed the trouble immediately. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him swing one leg over his saddle horn and leap onto the wagon. With a piercing whistle, he gave his mount a command to get out of the way. "Don't saw the reins, pull in gradually." The muscles of her arms and back and shoulders ached as she tried to regain control of the team, but they only became more fidgety and the wagon gained momentum on its rolling descent to the rocky floor of the ravine. "Here, let me," Ross said. He put one arm around her back to take her hand under his and covered her other hand as well. "Easy, easy." He was speaking as much to her as to the nervous team. His cheek was so close it almost lay against hers. She heard his words, felt his breath in her ear. Her hands followed his whispered instructions. "See? Give them just a little. You're still in charge. Easy, easy. Don't jerk the reins. Just a steady, strong pull. That's it, Lydia. That's it. Good girl. Just a little farther." When they reached the bottom without mishap, she turned her head to him with a triumphant laugh. "I did it. I did it, didn't I, Ross?" The brim of her hat tipped his and slipped off the back of her head. The mass of hair she had piled beneath it came tumbling down over her shoulders. The heart that beat in the breast pressed by his forearm was rapid and irregular with excitement. The face that was tilted up to his was animated and eager and possibly the loveliest he had ever seen. It was surely the most alluring face with its rare combination of innocence that a new sprinkling of freckles enhanced, and a blatant sensuality that could never be acquired but was innate. Smiling mouth looked soft and moist and kissable, and God, how he remembered its sweetness melting beneath his lips. In the sunlight her eyes were of a color that was indefinable, hovering somewhere between brown and gold. He saw reflected in them a man hypnotized, a man starved for the taste and touch of her. He saw a lonely man wanting a woman, not just any woman, this woman. A man craving the solace that her soft voice and lush body promised. He saw himself, and what he saw scared the hell out of him. He released her quickly and said in a gravelly voice, unfamiliar to them both, "Yeah, you did just fine." He picked up the reins, scooting along the seat to put inches of space between them. "I'll take it the rest of the way." Lydia couldn't read his thoughts. For one breathless moment she had thought he was going to kiss her again. She felt an emotion like a gigantic flower opening inside her chest. She wanted him to kiss her. She wanted to feel his mustache against her lips again, his mouth opening over hers, his tongue inside her mouth. Her insides curled with delicious pleasure at the thought. But it hadn't happened, and he had been cross and cranky ever since until this morning, when in front of Mr. Hill he offered to dress the rabbit so she wouldn't have to. He drove the team after the noon break, but didn't seem inclined to engage in conversation. Lydia made several brave attempts, but his responses were clipped and obligatory. So, to help pass the hours of the bumpy ride, she opened Winston's book and began to peruse the gilt-edged pages. She managed to decipher the title. "Ivanhoe," she whispered. "Ivanhoe." Ross corrected her misplacement of the accented syllable. She brought her head around. "You can read, Ross?" He shrugged in the way she knew meant he didn't want to elaborate, and she was right. He didn't want her to know that it had only been since he had met Victoria Gentry that he had known how to read. Victoria had been aghast when she learned of this deficiency in him and had set about teaching him in the evenings when his work for the day was done. Once Victoria had taught him to read, he had read everything the Gentry Library had to offer, and his education had extended to other subjects. She taught him a smattering of geography and history, how to add a column of figures and how to subtract. If he hadn't loved Victoria for any other reason, he would have loved her for teaching him without mocking his dismal ignorance. "What does that mean?" Lydia asked him. "Now? What?" "Ivanhoe. It's a man's name." "Oh," she said, running her fingers reverently over the smooth leather. "Is there a lady in the story?" "Two. Rowena and Rebecca." "What happens to them?" Ross looked down at the inquiring face and answered the way Victoria used to answer him. "Read it and find out." A challenge issued by Ross was one she wouldn't refuse. Winston Hill couldn't have induced her nearly so easily with his gentle coaxing. Lydia's chin lifted proudly. All right, she said. If I miss a word or don't understand something, will you help me? He nodded. So for the rest of the day, he listened as she stumbled through the first 2 pages. When they pulled into the circle of wagons for the night, they were both tired, but Lydia was aglow with her accomplishment. Ma visited with her, feeding Lee his bottle as Lydia sliced potatoes and set the rabbits to roasting. Bubba came running up, breathlessly interrupting them. Ross needs some shoeing nails. He said there was a sack of them in the wagon. I'll get them, Lydia said. When she had fetched them, Ma said to her son, You go help your pa and let Lydia take them nails to her husband. Bubba was disappointed that he had been reassigned chores. He liked spending as much time with Ross as possible, but he wasn't one to argue with his ma these days, not after she had seen him with Priscilla. All right, he said dispiritedly, ambling toward the Langston wagon. I need to finish feeding Lee so you can get your own family's dinner, Lydia said, objecting softly, when indeed her heart had started beating faster at Ma's suggestion. She and Ross had so few moments alone. He was always the last in the train to retire, sometimes long after she had fallen asleep. More mornings than not, he was already up and tending his horses before she awoke to feed Lee and get their breakfast. She was beginning to think he hated being around her, especially in the privacy of the wagon. Annabeth's getting supper tonight. I'd rather take care of Lee any time than break my back over that hot campfire. Go on, she urged. Lydia smoothed her hair and took off her apron. Those vanity-inspired gestures made Ma smile secretly as she watched the young woman crossing the camp in the direction of the overnight corral. The people of the train accepted Lydia now as Mrs. Coleman, and she was politely addressed as such. Ross was alone at the corral, everyone else having returned to their wagons. When she sighted him, he was standing beside one of his mares, brushing her mane and speaking to her softly. Lydia was taken with how handsome he was. His hat was off, and the late afternoon sunlight cast iridescent streaks on his black hair. His rugged masculinity harmonized with the forest setting. Lydia was so absorbed in watching the way his hands smoothed over the mare's flank that she didn't see the stone in her path. She stumbled, falling to her knees, spilling the nails and scattering them over the rocky ground. Embarrassed and cursing her own clumsiness, she rushed to gather them up. Just as she extended her hands to scoop them toward her, she heard the telltale rattle. She froze. The rattlesnake was coiled against the very rock she had stumbled over. Lydia's scream tore through the evening air, and she flung herself backward. Waiting for the pain of the rattler's strike, she turned her head to take one last look at Ross. At her scream, he dropped to the ground, whipping the pistol out of his holster at the same time he rolled over twice. Then, seemingly without even taking aim, he fired the pistol. Lydia screamed again as the snake's head was cleanly severed from its body by the accuracy of Ross's bullet. The body writhed and slithered only a few inches from her shoe before it finally lay still. Frozen in time, her eyes wide, she stared at Ross. He had fired the pistol with the same second-nature reflexes that compel a rattler to strike at anything that moves. Lydia didn't know which had frightened her more, speechless, motionless, awed. She watched as he sleekly lifted himself off the ground and came toward her. She shrank from him as he knelt beside her. Lethal as the snake had been, this man could be just as deadly. Lydia, did he get you? The question could have been ripped from his throat for all the pain it caused him. His features were contorted with the agony of having to know. Another reversal, he had gone from killer to consoler even as she watched. The trauma was too much for Lydia's frayed nerves. No. She stuttered, beginning to shake all over, uncontrollably and violently. She reached out for him and crawled her way up his chest until her arms were folded over his shoulders and she was crying into his shirt front. His arms had long since gone around her, bringing her to her knees, locking her small body against the bulwark of his. He buried his face in the wealth of her hair, murmuring reassurances that everything was all right. He felt the shuddering upheaval in her breasts and pressed her tighter against him, cushioning her residual terror and taking it into himself. Lydia raised her head, her eyes laden with tears. Only a few weeks ago I wanted to die, but when I saw that rattlesnake, I didn't want to die and leave Lee. I didn't want to leave you, Ross. Lydia, he moaned softly before his mouth came down hard on hers, twisting, grinding, releasing all the pent-up tension he had stored inside him for weeks. Their mouths met with the urgency of the moment, with a fierce need to be reassured that they had survived a near disaster. Their breathing was labored and harsh as his tongue thrust undeterred and deep into her mouth. Her hands, the heels of them braced against his shoulders, opened wide with fingers extended, tensed, held, then gradually began to relax as they closed tightly around his neck. Low animal sounds emanated from him as his hands scored her slender back. He was insane with the primeval male instinct to claim, to possess, to protect, to mate. His hand curved under her hips, lifting her to his heat, which found a harbor in her softness. He rubbed himself against that vulnerable pocket that housed her femininity. Ross thought the low rumbling sound in his ears was the thundering of his own heartbeat. But Lydia realized it was the thudding of running footsteps and tore her mouth free of his. Members of the train were coming to see what the pistol's firing had been about. Ma, having shoved Lee into Annabeth's unsuspecting arms with an order to take care of him, was leading the pack that congregated around the couple kneeling together wrapped around each other. Everyone stared at the grisly body of the snake, which spoke for itself. Goddamn lucky if you ask me. Could have been any of us. We were all tramping around here not 5 minutes ago. Lucky it wasn't one of the children. Lucky Ross got off that shot. How'd you do it, Ross? How'd you get off a clean shot like that? Lydia looked into the green eyes. They were shimmering with a silent, urgent plea. She read it. He was begging her not to tell them about his precision with the pistol. At that moment, she had new insight into the character of her husband, something she had sensed before but had had no real evidence of. He had something to hide, too. Handling horses wasn't his only talent, but he didn't want anyone to know it. I hadn't taken off my gun belt since my hunting trip this morning. The pistol was still loaded. When Lydia saw the snake and called me over, I was able to get right on top of him. He didn't look at his rapt audience, but kept searching Lydia's eyes, beseeching her not to tell them he was lying, that he had taken the snake's head off from a good 40 feet away. Well, it's all over now, and speaking for myself, I've had enough adventure for today, Ma said, coming to their rescue. She didn't know what, but she sensed something important happening between the two of them. She recognized lying, too, when she saw it, and Mr. Coleman had lied. Mr. Sims, you got any of that brandy left? I'll bet a good swig of it would calm Mrs. Coleman while her husband's gentling those spooked horses. Some of you stay with him and comb the area for other snakes. Reluctantly, Ross pulled his arms away from Lydia. Reluctantly, she let herself be turned over to Ma and led back to camp. Chapter 11. Lydia awoke the next morning with a nervous stomach and fluttery heart. She longed to see Ross, and yet she dreaded it too. For some absurd reason, she had pretended to be asleep when he returned late to the wagon the evening before. She couldn't quite gather up enough courage to face him then. She didn't know if she could now. What had happened yesterday after the incident with the rattlesnake? She had never felt such heart-stopping, roiling emotions before, like tiny hatching eggs. Secret sensations had opened up inside her, timed perfectly to respond to Ross's touch. His kiss they had cracked, opened, released a new and wonderful emollient that had flowed through her body slowly, like warm, golden honey. She had wanted that kiss to go on forever until... What did that kind of embrace culminate in? Certainly not what she had experienced with Clancy. They were two different things entirely. The distinction wasn't clear to her yet. She only knew that being with Ross would be nothing like what she had endured before. Recollections of those detestable times with Clancy were more painful now than ever. Even though her nemesis was dead, the emotional wounds he had inflicted lived after him in her heart. Ross had kissed her yesterday. Only then had she realized the full extent of Clancy's abuse. Should she and Ross ever do that, she wished to be new for him. She wanted him to be the first to have knowledge of her body. She yearned to offer him purity. It was a gift no longer hers to give, regret over that ate at her until she actually felt pain. If it plagued her that much, What must Ross feel about her having had a man before? Those thoughts were with her as she smoothed down her hair, inspecting her reflection in the scrap of mirror and sadly wanting to be more conventionally pretty. Just then the canvas was flung back, and Ross stepped inside the wagon. Startled, she jumped back from him. He loomed large and close, consuming all the available air. "Good morning," she said breathlessly. She found it easier to speak to his shirt buttons than to his eyes. "Did I oversleep?" "No, I was up early." When she hazarded a glance up at him, she noted that he wasn't meeting her eyes either. "Did you sleep all right? No after effects? From the snake?" "No," she said, wetting her lips. "I'm fine." "Ah, good." He turned to leave. "Well, Ross?" She took a step toward him. "What?" He spun around on the heels of his boots, nearly colliding with her. "Thank you." This time she dared to raise her face to his. "For what?" From some internal fire, his eyes shone brightly and warmed her whole body. "For saving me from the snake." The words were only a tripping rush of air past lips suddenly gone wooden. Oh, how long they stood there staring at each other, they never remembered. And what would have happened had Luke Langston not stuck his head inside calling, "Anybody home? I got the young'un's milk." They could only guess. It was like that all day. They spoke in clipped sentences as if afraid to say too much. But they spoke often in fear of not saying enough. They watched each other covertly, but found it difficult to meet each other's eyes. They were overly polite. They were both strangely happy. They were both abysmally miserable. They walked a tightrope. That kind of tenuous balance couldn't last long. At one point, one must fall to one side or the other. As usual, after they camped that evening, Ross went to the far side of the wagon to wash up while Lydia prepared their evening meal. She had come to appreciate the sight of him stripped to the waist as he soaped and rinsed, and had begun inventing excuses for stepping around the wagon to speak to him while he was about it. Still experiencing aftershocks from his kiss the day before, seeing him that way took on a new dimension. Lydia's insides quivered when she remembered the way his hands had intimately conformed her body to his. Perhaps the thought of mating with him wasn't hateful because he was more physically attractive than Clancy. For whatever reason, she admitted to a frank interest in the way he was made. She decided she would ask his opinion of the stew. "Taste this and tell me if it needs more salt, please." That was a wifely request, wasn't it? A plausible excuse for her to talk to him while he was washing. Taking a spoonful of stew with her, she rounded the end of the wagon. Ross was bending over the basin. The supple groove of his spine separated his back into two toasty loaves of flesh. The muscles rippled with each movement of his arms as they brought handfuls of water up to his head. Suddenly he straightened, wet head thrown back, his hands covering his eyes. Droplets of water splashed on his chest and rolled down the furred expanse to that fine line of dark hair that disappeared into his pants where his sex was a full bulge. Lydia forced a swallow past her beating heart. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to touch him, all of him, because he was beautiful. But then she saw Priscilla Watkins lounging against one of the trees nearest the wagon. Her eyes were glassy and drowsy behind half-lowered lids, her expression rapt as she watched Ross. Lydia went hot all over, and she had an overpowering temptation to fling the scalding stew into the girl's lascivious face. How dare Priscilla stand there gaping at, lusting for her husband? When the girl saw Lydia, her lips curled into a knowing smirk before she slipped back into the cover of the trees. Irrationally, Lydia took her anger out on Ross. "Aren't you done yet?" she demanded, haughtily. He lowered his hands and looked in her direction, realizing for the first time that she was there. Endearingly, his wet hair dripped onto his ears and neck. "No," he snapped back. "Are we on a schedule? Hurry up. Supper's almost done." With a flourish of her skirts, she turned on her heel and stalked back to the fire, wondering what she was so mad at. "And for heaven's sake, put some clothes on," she called back over her shoulder. That's all the provocation Ross needed. His nerves were stretched to the breaking point. If he couldn't find sexual release, losing his temper would suffice. He stormed around the end of the wagon, pulling on a shirt. "You may not have noticed, but I rarely wash with my shirt on." After slinging the spoon back into the stew, she spun around to face him. No, you'd much rather parade around half naked so the likes of that Watkins girl can get an earful of you. He shook his head, trying to muddle through what she had said and trying to rid himself of the need to crush her body to his and silence her with another soul-rending kiss. What the hell are you harping about? I wasn't parading anywhere. I can't help it if that hot-blooded little twit comes snooping around when I'm washing. Lydia's face went furiously pink. Her dainty hands balled into ridiculously fragile fists. You mean she's done it before? He shrugged, and the gesture was full of pure conceit. Sure, lots of times. Well, she won't see any more of you. You're a married man. You'll wash inside the wagon. He took a step toward her, which necessitated her bending her head back to look up at him. The hell I will, he ground out. Marriage doesn't give you ownership of me. I'll continue to do what I've always done, which is whatever I damn well please, and you'll have absolutely no say in the matter. I do have some say in the matter, she hissed back. I'm your wife. My wife is dead. The instant the words left his lips, he regretted them. Lydia reeled backward as though he had actually struck her, and he had to curb an impulse to reach out and catch her back to him. He had said those hateful words because he had been reciting them to himself all day. Since he had kissed Lydia yesterday, he had carried on mental conversations with Victoria, apologizing to her for wanting another woman with a need that left him weak. To the ghost that haunted him, he had justified his desire for the woman who now bore his name. He was only a man, not a very stalwart man at that. Could Victoria blame him for needing another woman? He felt guilty as sin. But that didn't keep him from wanting to take what rightfully and lawfully was his to take. He was in a moral dilemma. And though he had lifted himself out of a life of crime, moral dilemmas were still new to Ross, and he hated them like hell. He had to blame somebody for the war being waged within his conscience. Lydia was a convenient whipping post on which to vent his frustration. Tears of hurt and fury sprang into Lydia's eyes. Oh yes. You'll never let me forget that I follow in Victoria's hallowed footsteps, will you? Bubba Langston saw the air between them fairly crackling with animosity. They looked like hunger-crazed wild animals, straining against invisible leashes, ready to tear into each other. He knew he was stepping into a lion's den, but he had been sent to fetch Ross. Swallowing his caution, he said a trifle too loudly, Ross? The man's dark head swiveled around, and Bubba was lashed by razor-sharp green eyes. Yes, Bubba quailed under Ross's hard stare. They sent me for you, he said in a rush. There's a wagon of ladies, sort of. Luke, who had tagged along, snorted a laugh behind him. Bubba turned around and glared at him warningly. Luke's laughter was reduced to a shaking of his shoulders and muffled sounds. They're broke down by the river. Mr. Grayson asked you to come help. Ross looked at Lydia long and hard before taking up his hat and saying to the boys, Show me where they are. Lydia watched him stalk away. Disconsolately, she picked up Lee, who had been perfectly happy lying in his crib, and held his small, warm body to her chest in hopes of finding comfort from him. She sank onto the small stool and stared dejectedly into the fire. An hour passed. Most everyone else had eaten supper and was getting settled for the night. Lydia noticed that folks were avoiding her, casting furtive glances in her direction. She wasn't hungry, but she ate anyway, determined not to let Ross and his hateful words destroy her healthy appetite. She could have been eating sawdust. Lee was sleepy, and after keeping him up as long as she could for company, she put him down for the night. She was stepping back into the evening air when Ma, looking as tight-lipped and foreboding as any Indian chief on the warpath, came marching up to her. You best see to your husband, she said stonily, giving Lydia a sound push. But, Git, that wagon full of floozies is over yonder by the creek. Floozies? Yes, floozies, Ma came close to shouting impatiently. Git, I'll stay with Lee. Lydia was puzzled as she crossed the camp. Everybody was looking at her like they all knew something tragic, but didn't want to be the one to tell her. The wagon by the river didn't look like any other Lydia had ever seen. It was gaily decorated with a garland of wild roses, hearts, and doves painted on its sides. The wheels were red with white hearts painted over the hubs. Even the canvas top seemed frivolous with underthings hanging from it on pegs. Lydia had never seen such lacy, transparent frilly garments and wondered what purpose many of them served. Ross was sitting on Lucky, one leg raised and hooked around the saddle horn. He was indolently leaning over the saddle. He was smoking a cigar. His hat was pushed back. His teeth were flashing whitely against his mustache as he tossed back his head and laughed, all of which made Lydia furious. His attitude of cocky self-assurance reminded her of Scout, and Scout's conceit had always irritated her. He was chatting with the 5 women who were languorously draped on the wagon seat or sitting bare-legged astride the team horses. The one who had his eye now was fanning herself with a broad purple plume fan. Her dress was scandalously low-cut, revealing twin white mounds of bosom. Lydia strode up to the wagon like a tiny soldier, her back straight, her head high and tilted at a disdainful angle. The madam was the first to see her. Her fan stopped its lazy waving, and she admired the girl marching toward them with such determination in her bearing and expression. She was a good assessor of woman flesh, and she recognized a potential money-maker when she saw one, made up, corseted, and dressed in something besides calico. This girl could earn her a fortune. What fabulous coloring! Ross realized his audience's attention had lapsed. The young women were looking at something beyond his shoulder. He turned his head to see Lydia coming toward them. She stopped a few feet from his stirrups and looked up at him. "Are you taking supper at the wagon, Mr. Coleman?" He drew on the cigar and blew a cloud of smoke into the air over his head. He studied the cigar as he answered slowly. "Ladies, this is Mrs. Coleman, Lydia, Madame LaRue, and her wards." Lydia's cheeks flamed scarlet as the girls twittered behind their hands. She heard one of them say, "Have ye Ivea in ye life seen Heya like that?" Her eyes were glacial as she let them gloss over the covey of girls, and then the buxom madam who was still surveying her through narrowed, speculative eyes. With a dismissive sniff, she looked back up at Ross. "Well, I asked you a question." Ross stared down at her and wished to God she didn't look so beautiful with the last of the sun rays filtering through her hair. Why did her body look more voluptuous with its slender curves wrapped in plain cloth than did the variety of flesh being so generously displayed for him in scanty satins and laces? She looked like a sulky lioness who needed taming very badly. He felt like vaulting off his horse, hauling her to him, and starting the taming process right then and there. The first thing he would do was kiss that contemptuous curl off her lips. "No, I'm not having supper in camp. These ladies," he tipped his hat at them, and the girls giggled again, "had bogged down in the mud. I helped to pull them out. I've offered to escort them into town where they are looked for by the proprietor of the Shady Rest Saloon. Looked for by all those railroad men with loose change filling their pockets." One of the girls drawled seductively. "That ain't all they got filling their pockets," another added. They burst into ribald laughter, Ross included. Lydia's teeth ground together and her fingernails made half-moons in her palms. "Suit yourself," she said before she swung away and went tromping through the tall grass and wildflowers back to camp. Ross clamped down on the cigar and watched her go. If she had acted like she cared, if she had begged him, he wouldn't have gone. But she didn't care, didn't give a goddamn, and he was due a good time. He didn't realize until that moment how much he had missed drinking and gambling and whoring. Yes, whoring. First, Victoria wouldn't let him touch her for months. Now he was living with a woman he couldn't stand, who deliberately flaunted herself at him when she knew damn good and well he wouldn't take her. He had had it with family life. With marriage, damned if he would put up with it any longer. He had his choice of women tonight, and by God, if he couldn't walk tomorrow as a result, he was going to bed them all. He turned back and let his green eyes slide over each of the girls, resting finally on Madame LaRue. "Whenever you're ready, ladies? I see you're finding the book interesting." Lydia looked up from the pages she was holding close to the lantern. "Hello, Winston. Yes, it's fascinating." He smiled in the dark stillness. "May I sit down?" he asked politely, indicating the other stool. She swallowed a lump of gratitude that Mr. Hill was speaking to her as though nothing had happened. By now, everyone in the train knew that Ross had gone into Owentown with the whores. They were giving Lydia wide berth, as though she were in mourning. If only they knew how little she cared, she thought defiantly she was lying to herself. Her heart had felt like a lead ball in her chest ever since Ross had scorned her in front of the whores. "Please sit down, Winston," she said with a forced smile. "Would you care for coffee?" "Thank you. Yes." After she had poured him a cup and he had sipped at it, he commented, "You must not be having any trouble reading, or you're too proud to ask for my assistance." She smiled at his gentle rebuke. "I remember more than I thought I would. When I do have trouble with the word, Ross," she broke off suddenly, having spoken his name. She gazed into the fire, wondering if he was kissing one of those women the way he had kissed her only yesterday. "Ross helps me. He knows how to read," she said proudly. "How fortunate for you both," Winston remarked quietly. He wished he had the strength to fight the man who had brought that look of despair to her face. But even if he did, it was none of his business. Still, what was the man thinking of, insulting her this way in front of all the train? He should be horsewhipped. "Lee sleeping already?" he asked, changing the subject. It worked to lift her eyes from the depths of the fire and to replace a great sadness with one of animation. "He's an angel going right to sleep after his last bottle every night, and he sleeps straight through, but he wakes up early. He's a fine boy. Yes, he is. Sometimes I forget that he's not mine." She hadn't intended to admit that. Winston saw her distress immediately and stood up. "Thank you for the coffee," he said, setting the half-full cup on the tailgate of the wagon. "I must turn in, like Lee. We all must get up early in the morning." "Where will Ross be in the morning?" Lydia wondered. "Yes. Do you need help with banking your fire?" "No," she said quickly. She still held out hope that Ross would come back tonight. "I'll do it in a bit. I want to read a while longer." Winston raised her hand to his lips and kissed it softly. "Good night, fair Lydia." Then he disappeared in the darkness, and Lydia was left alone to wait for Ross. It was the kind of place he used to frequent, and he knew before he went in that he was courting disaster. Yet he went anyway with an almost compulsive need for self-punishment. The ladies were getting on his nerves by the time they reached Owentown. They giggled and simpered and managed to maul him with soft, well-placed, accidental touches that, rather than inflaming his desires, quenched them. He kept thinking about Lydia and the valiant way she had stood her ground, both with him and with the women who had all but promised to seduce her husband. She had made them all look pathetic. Combating guilt and dissatisfaction, Ross swung open the doors of the Shady Rest and entered the clamorous racket. The air was thick with smoke and the stink of stale beer and unwashed bodies. The red wallpaper had long since been peeled away from the clapboard walls, and the naked girl reclining in the badly painted portrait over the bar had had both eyes shot out. The floor was sticky with tobacco spittle. The pianist was an abomination to anyone with half an ear for music, and the drinks were watered down. The clientele didn't seem to notice these deficiencies. They were there to have a rambunctious good time, and the arrival of 5 new whores had everyone's blood pumping and tempers flaring. It was just the kind of squalid atmosphere Ross needed to convince himself he was unhappy in his new life. He picked up a bottle of whiskey at the bar and waded his way through a maze of foul-smelling bodies to a table where a poker game was in progress. Thankfully, the stakes weren't high, and he got in on the next deal and won it. He had taken the next few hands and had drunk numerous glasses of the whiskey when he noted a man across the room watching him closely. The man was too innocuous not to alarm Ross immediately. Every instinct he had groomed over the years went into play. Even after 3 years of living straight, his whole body was trained to react to potential danger. When he looked up again, the man had turned his back, but Ross knew he could have been recognized. He gathered up his winnings, left the bottle to the others as a token of fair play, and wended his way to the side door of the saloon. He entered the dark alley cautiously, his eyes darting around the myriad places a sniper could lurk. He knew them all. Damn, the man he had noticed watching him in the saloon was standing at the corner of the building, lighting a cigar. It might mean nothing, or it might mean everything, but Ross didn't take chances. He had left Lucky at the front of the saloon. He would have to whistle for him later. For now, he had better lie low. He flattened himself against the wall and, keeping his eyes on the silhouette at the corner, soundlessly crept along it to the rear of the building. He saw Madame's wagon parked at the back door. The soft lantern glow from within revealed her standing on the tailgate. He walked toward her on silent feet. "Why aren't you inside with the others?" he asked in a whisper. "Why aren't you?" she returned. She was smoking a cigar, the smoke wreathing the mass of coal-black hair piled high on her head. Her cheeks and lips were rouged. Her face was pasty with makeup that, if one didn't look closely, camouflaged the hard-earned lines surrounding her eyes. Her arm was lying across her stomach, holding together the front of a black satin robe with a garish dragon embroidered over the shoulder, his fire-breathing nostrils and red, mad eyes crawling down her generous bosom. Ross glanced over his shoulder at the saloon, squeals of pleasure, the thumpingly brash piano, and the roar of anger and laughter mingled offensively. Too big a crowd. Madame dropped her cigar into the dust. "That's what I thought. I was too tired for it tonight." Ross was lonely. He thought of the man in the front of the saloon. Pursuers, always for the rest of his life, pursuers. He thought of Victoria dying and leaving him mercilessly to fall back into the life he had tried to escape. He tried not to think of Lee and Lydia. God, don't think of Lydia. You got a bottle? Yes. She let her arm drop, and when it did, the wrapper fell open to reveal a body that must once have been desirable, but that now sagged and lumped in unfortunate places. Only her breasts were fine. She had magnificent breasts with nipples rouged to match her mouth. The nest of hair between her thighs was coarse and thick and dark. Her thighs were heavy, but her ankles trim. "I've got plenty of whiskey and everything else you need right now, Mr. Coleman." She was an old whore. But what was he? A whore's son. And one took comfort where one could find it. He climbed into the wagon and let the canvas flaps close behind him. It was Stygian when Ross drunkenly stumbled out of the wagon. He blinked against the moonless darkness and took a few halting steps before he gave up the endeavor to walk as useless. Lifting his fingers to his mouth, he placed them just right and whistled through numb, flaccid lips. It pierced the night, slicing through the stillness like the blast of a bugle. He tensed but relaxed when his horse rounded the building. That was the only movement. The saloon had long since closed its doors for the night. After several aborted attempts, he managed to climb onto his horse and guide him in the general direction of the train. God, he felt miserable. Each clop of Lucky's hooves slammed against his skull. He was never so glad to see the faint, shadowy outline of the circle of wagons. He slid down Lucky's side, taking the reins and guiding him into the roped-off corral. "You're a friend," he muttered, as he clumsily took the saddle off. A real friend. When the horse had been seen to, Ross ambled around the circle of wagons, trying to decide which was his. The venture made him dizzy. The whiskey he had drunk churned in his stomach, and before he knew what had hit him, he was racing for the bushes, where he vomited it up violently. God, at one time what he had drunk tonight would have seemed only a thimbleful. He reeled toward the wagon, feeling badly about the way he had treated Madame, whatever the hell her name had been. He had thought he could go through with it, thought that it didn't matter which female body he spent his frustration on, but he had been wrong. She had been accommodating, telling him how smart and witty and handsome and strong he was. She had praised his body even as he drained the bottle of whiskey while trying to conjure up desire for hers. He had even kissed her. Compared to Lydia's mouth, hers tasted sickeningly sour. He had buried his face in the folds of flesh at her neck and nearly gagged at the cloying fragrance. Drunkenly, he had fondled her breasts, but instead of finding them firm and ripe, he had only been handling globs of loose, pudgy flesh that he found repugnant. She neither looked, nor felt, nor tasted, nor smelled like Lydia. No, God damn it, not Lydia. Victoria. Victoria, say it. Victoria, remember? Your wife? The woman you loved, the woman you still desire. But it had been Lydia's face he had seen, not Victoria's. Even as Madame had patiently stroked and manipulated him, he had tried to envision Victoria but could see only Lydia staring up at him with censure on her golden face and in those amber eyes. When Madame's perseverance paid off and he became hard and throbbing in her hand, it had been Lydia's name he had moaned and Lydia's name he had repeated even as he pulled on his clothes and left Madame cursing him to perdition. Swaying precariously, he gained the back of the wagon and pulled himself inside, bracing his hands on the floor in a futile attempt to keep it from tilting. Then, on all fours, carefully placing one palm and one knee in front of him, making no jarring, hasty motions, he crawled to the place in the wagon that offered him the solace he craved, and he lay down. He sighed once with immense pleasure, then let the blackness that obliterated conscious thought engulf him. Lydia awoke to a pleasant heaviness on her breast. At first she thought she was holding Lee against her as she slept, as she had done when he awakened at night and wanted to suckle. But even Lee, after he had begun gaining weight, wasn't this heavy cocooned in that hazy cloud between sleep and wakefulness. She lifted her hand to the delicious weight and touched silky hair. As her fingers embedded themselves in the thick mass, the strands curled around her fingers in their own caress. She sighed with a sense of well-being and shifted slightly, realizing that the heaviness extended down her torso and onto her legs. Curiosity was beginning to overcome sleepiness, but still she didn't come fully awake. She didn't want this rare pleasure to be disturbed. Something stirred over her breast and her flesh responded. Her nipple beated into wakefulness, and a mysterious tingling was generated there and radiated throughout her body. It was the most profound pleasure she had ever felt. She made to bend her knee, and a soft moan, not unlike the one she felt rising in her own throat, vibrated from the heaviness atop her. Yawning, she opened her eyes, then, blinking them rapidly, she lay perfectly still, looking down at the long body sprawled over hers. His head was pillowed on one of her breasts. His large hand covered the other. He was snoring softly through his mouth. The moisture of his breath had dampened her gown and the skin beneath it. One long leg, still booted, was stretched along the floor of the wagon. The other was bent and lying across her thighs. Her knee was tucked firmly against his crotch. Lydia stared at her own hand moving through the dark waves of his hair of its own volition, and she looked at his hand curved protectively, almost lovingly, around her breast. She had an impulse to cover that large hand with her own, to trap it there, even as she pressed his head deeper against her breast. Maybe then he would wake up and look at her and kiss her the way he had the other day. Maybe he would slide his tongue between her lips again and she would feel its hard, velvety length inside her mouth. She would taste him again and feel his hard body close to hers, feel his mustache brushing her lips. But then she remembered the way he had looked down at her from his horse the evening before, all but laughing at her in front of the prostitutes. He had probably spent the night in their company and had just minutes ago returned. Didn't she smell whiskey and something else that was overpoweringly sweet? Cheap cologne. His hand moved and he murmured something in his sleep. Lydia watched, not daring to breathe, as his fingers sought out the taut peak of her breast. He brushed against it with his fingertips. They stilled, then moved again, gently rolling over the tightening flesh. He lifted his head to move his mouth nearer. His lips made seeking motions. A tight constriction claimed Lydia's throat. Blood pounded in her veins. If she didn't stop him now, she wouldn't be able to. She put all last night's anger and loneliness and embarrassment into the blow her fist gave the middle of his back and the shove she gave his shoulder. "Get off me, you drunken bull!" Startled awake out of an alcohol-induced sleep. Ross rolled to his back, caught himself on his elbow with a loud crack, banged his head against a trunk, and sat up cursing. "Son of a bitch," he said in a scorching hiss. He clutched his head while the whole Union Army seemed to tramp through it. The pain from his elbow shot like malicious arrows through his whole body. "God damn it," he muttered, squeezing his eyes against the pain that wouldn't stop. "Shut your foul mouth," Lydia said in a harsh whisper. Dawn was just breaking, and she didn't want their neighbors to hear his vile curses. He blinked bleary, bloodshot eyes in her direction, trying to get her four images to congeal into one. His look was as black as the stubble sprouting from his chin. "Are you the one responsible for waking me up like that?" he growled. "You wouldn't get off me," she said haughtily, standing up and checking to see that Lee was still asleep. "I woke up and thought there was a fallen tree lying on me." Ross rubbed his throbbing temples. He had been sleeping on her. Vaguely, he remembered getting into the wagon and finding the softest pillow he ever remembered putting his head on. He had slept better than he had in months. He looked at her now and let his eyes focus on her breasts. He felt his blood heat and glanced away before she could see his fixation. That damn cheap whiskey had made him sleep like a dead man. He felt like a fool. Worse, he knew he looked like one. "Don't you ever wallop me like that again, Lydia," he said, pointing a threatening finger at her and trying to look stern, though arranging his face into any expression brought on such intense pain he wondered if it was worth it. "Don't ever weigh me down like that either, especially after you've been in the company of whores all night. If you wanted to sprawl on top of somebody, why didn't you stay with them?" They were still whispering, but it was going to be a helluva fight just the same, and both of them were spoiling for it. Bad as he felt, Ross managed to get to his feet, hating the way he had to bow his back in order to stand in the wagon, while she faced him standing straight as a flagpole, her fists digging into her hips, her chin pointing defiantly toward his chest. "Why didn't you ask me not to go?" "Because I didn't care if you went or not." "No, then what are you mad about?" "I didn't care, but other people on this train will. I was only worried about the appearances you were so all-fired anxious that I maintain. Apparently the same rules don't apply to me as apply to you." "That's right. I'm the man." Lydia made a sound of total disgust as she whirled away. Lost in anger, she whipped the nightgown over her head and stood with her back to him, wearing only her pantalets. And he was some demented demon pounding the eyeballs out of his head from the inside. Couldn't help but notice how neat and enticing and rounded her butt was, and how slender and shapely her calves were. Still befuddled, he was about to reach out and touch her skin to see if it was as soft as it looked when she spoke. "Take off that shirt. It stinks of your whore's perfume." They weren't my whores. They were just women in trouble, and I only helped them. She struggled into her camisole, then turned around. As she grappled with the buttons, she glared up at him. "How kind of you. You were ready to boot me out of this very wagon when you thought I was a whore and I needed help. Why were you so generous with them?" His eyes were riveted to her breasts as she pulled the cloth together and secured the buttons. Even so, her breasts spilled over the lacy border. Plainly, he could see the dusky circles of the areolas and nipples. He was still entranced as she plopped down on the bedroll and began to pull on her stockings, her breasts jiggling softly with each hurried movement. Only the sudden hardening of his manhood jerked him out of his daze. "I'm a fast learner. I helped them because I didn't want to get stuck with them the way I've been stuck with you." Lydia's head came up and she stared at him fiercely from where she sat on the bedroll. He was the first to look away, tearing at the buttons of his shirt and balling it up angrily when it was off. He searched for a clean one, wreaking havoc on the neatness with which Lydia had folded all his things in his trunk. She rose to her feet when she had shoes and stockings on and reached for her petticoat. "I was the one stuck here last night to face the decent people on this train, not you." He wheeled around and was brought up short by the sight of her squeezing her breasts together and peering over them to button the waistband of her petticoat. He cleared his throat and wished he could clear the congestion in his manhood as easily. "If you want to run off any time you get a notion, I won't be the one to stop you." She faced him belligerently, the petticoat finally buttoned around her narrow waist. "I don't want to make a fool out of myself like you did by getting stinking drunk and sleeping with whores." His jaw went rigid, and he strained his words through clenched teeth. "I told you I didn't sleep with any whore. If I had wanted to do that, I could have stayed here." The residual silence was heavy and thick, palpable. It filled Lydia's air passages, smothering her. Ross nodded his head tersely, as though he had made his final triumphant point. It was that smug satisfaction lifting his mustache that brought her hand up. Her fist swung wide and connected with a resounding smack against his cheekbone. He stood stock still as the waves of pain rolled over the ones already undulating in his head. He blinked against encroaching blackness. He also balled his fists at his sides to keep from wrapping them around her throat and killing her. "I'm not a whore," she said softly, each word deliberately enunciated. I never was. I've told you that. He fought off another attack of nausea and said, You weren't married when you conceived that baby of yours, were you? No, she said, shaking her head, willing away the tears that seemed intent on filling her eyes. That brought Ross to the crux of his dilemma, and he had to face it. Whose baby had she had? What man had had her, touched her? It haunted him, drove him crazy. He had to know. Despite his good intentions not to put his hands on her, they came up to shackle her upper arms. He brought her up against his naked chest and lowered his face to within inches of her. Who was the man? Who was he, Lydia? Damn it, answer me. Who are you, Ross Coleman? Everything in him went still as death, though his hands didn't loosen their grip on her arms. What do you mean? He asked huskily. She almost backed down from that cold, feral glint in his green eyes, but she had gone this far. You live like an ordinary man with a wife and child. You go about the day-to-day things like an ordinary man, but you're not. You've got the eyes and reflexes of a predator, Ross Coleman. You're not ordinary at all, though you pretend to be. Who are you? He released her gradually, pushing her back slowly, and all the time staring into the depths of her eyes. Then he turned away without speaking. They finished dressing in antagonistic silence. Lydia stepped into the pink morning light and began to stir the coals of the fire to life. She was scooping coffee into the pot when she heard Ross come out of the wagon and start to shave. When he stepped beside her a few minutes later and reached for the coffee pot, she glanced at him and gasped softly. His skin had a greenish cast. His cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were ringed with blue shadows. Forgetting her anger, Lydia touched his sleeve. I'm sorry I hit you. I know you don't feel well. Actually, I had no right to be angry. You're free to do what I mean. This isn't a real marriage. She lowered her eyes, and I want you to know that in spite of the fuss I made, I really didn't mind the way you slept on me last night. Lydia, Miss Lydia, her name was repeated by Moses. Oh, good morning, Ross, he said, stepping around the wagon and seeing them standing by the campfire. Winston asked me to bring this book to you, Miss Lydia. He said he meant to bring it last night when he came to visit, but forgot it. Lydia's eyes swung from the black man to Ross. She watched as his mouth went hard and his eyes turned cold again. He was angrily pulling on his gloves when he stamped away without another word to her, and only a brusque Moses to the messenger who had unwittingly timed things so badly. Ross, she called after him, but either he didn't hear her or he ignored her. The cigar butts in the ashtray were as stale as the coffee. The air in the cramped office was stifling. Howard Majors ran a hand over his oiled hair and drew in a deep breath, loosening yet another button on his vest. He was tired. So was the man at the window, but Vance Gentry showed his tiredness by pacing, dead ends, all of them. He banged the grimy window glass with a frustrated fist. Where the hell are they? Major shuffled through the reports on his desk. God knows, he said wearily. There hasn't been a trace of the jewelry, though we've got every informant on the payroll searching through pawn shops. One report attracted his attention. At first it had seemed insignificant. Here's one from Arkansas, Owentown, wherever the hell that is, a railroad town. One of our agents is working undercover there. He saw a man who looked familiar playing poker in a saloon. The agent thought the guy noticed him, so he turned his back for a minute. When he looked again, the man was gone. He waited around, but the poker player had disappeared. Gentry was already shaking his head vehemently. If he's trying to unload that jewelry, he wouldn't be in an out-of-the-way railroad town. Who could afford to buy it in a place like that? I still think he would head for the major cities, maybe even out of the country. Gentry was becoming more of a handicap than a help. If the missing couple could be found, the Pinkerton agency could find them. But it didn't need a hysterical father interfering. Major stood and walked around the corner of his desk. Why don't you go home for a week or two, Mr. Gentry, if anything turns up? No. I can't go home without Victoria. But they might have come back. You might have word of her waiting for you there. I telegraphed my attorney in Knoxville to check on that. He rode out to the farm, and the only ones there were the servants. They hadn't heard a word since the day Clark left with Victoria, not telling where they were going. Majors lit a fresh cigar and studied the burning ruby tip as he asked tentatively, "Could your daughter have taken the jewelry? If she were leaving a life she'd always known, maybe she wanted that security with her." Gentry whirled on the detective angrily. "You miss the point, Mr. Majors. She wouldn't leave her home, me, unless this outlaw coerced her to do so. I know my own daughter. She wouldn't do it." He tore his coat and hat off a clothes tree as he stamped toward the door. "I think I've wasted enough time." Just as he was reaching for the door, it was opened from the other side. Majors' assistant rushed in. "Excuse the interruption, Mr. Majors, but this wire just came in. It might be pertinent, and I knew you'd want to see it." "Thank you," Majors said, taking the extended telegram. As the assistant went out, Majors' eyes scanned the paper. He put it on his desk, his eyes staring sightlessly for a moment before he raised his head. "It's from Baltimore. A young woman's body was discovered." "Body?" Gentry wheezed. Majors nodded. "She was found dead in a hotel room she had shared with a man for several weeks. She had been stabbed." Majors, who thought he could stand anything, could barely watch the anguish that distorted Gentry's face. Yes, he was getting soft. It was time for him to retire. The man has disappeared. Their descriptions fit. Of course, positive identification. Yes, Gentry cleared his throat gruffly. "When can we leave for Baltimore?" Chapter 12. Lydia was hanging laundered clothes on the line Ross had stretched between the corner of their wagon and a young cottonwood tree when Annabeth came running up to her, panting from exertion, excitement dancing in her eyes. "Guess what just rolled in down by the river?" Without waiting for an answer, she continued, "A peddler's wagon. He's toting more goods than a body can shake a stick at. Course Leona Watkins is raising Cain on account of it being Sunday and saying folks ain't supposed to buy nothing on the Lord's Day. But Mr. Grayson said this wasn't like normal times, and folks couldn't just run into town on a Saturday. I seen that Priscilla buy a candy stick with my own two eyes, and she hid it in her pocket, and Ma said for you to come on down there 'cause she already spotted a bolt of cloth that would make you a right pretty dress for the 4th of July. Lydia had paused in her chore to listen as the girl rattled off the exciting news seemingly without taking a breath. Ross, who was mending a bridle, had stopped to listen to the tale too. Simultaneously, they burst into laughter. Things had been so strained between them since the morning after Owentown that their laughter surprised them both. When they looked at each other, it dwindled until they turned their heads away, embarrassed. "Well, ain't you gonna come down and see what he's got?" Annabeth demanded disbelievingly when Lydia calmly returned to hanging up the wash. "I don't need anything," she said quietly. "But Ma said this material would look better on you than anybody 'cause it's kind of gold and with your hair and all. I mean, you just got to come see the wonderful things he has." "I've got chores to do, Annabeth," Lydia said patiently and glanced toward Ross. He set the bridle aside and went into the wagon. She didn't need or want anything, but it would have been nice if he had offered to walk her down to the peddlerman's wagon just to look. She should have known not to expect any kindness from him. He had barely spoken to her since he had learned that Winston Hill had called on her while he was gone. Every night he made sure she and Lee were settled. Then he unrolled his bed beneath the wagon. No one on the train noticed. Many of the men slept outside where it was cooler. Lydia noticed. She missed the sound of his breathing across the wagon floor. She missed his presence. She missed watching him take off his shirt and boots. "Is your ma going to let you buy something?" Lydia asked, trying to ignore the ache in her throat. "Pa, give us each a dime. You'd better get on then and do your own shopping before Priscilla Watkins buys everything up." Annabeth laughed. Then her spirits collapsed again. "Reckon I'd better. Sure you won't come along?" She had been so delighted to be the one appointed to inform Ross and Lydia about the peddler. Now it had been ruined because they weren't excited about him at all. Lydia shook her head. "Come, show me what you bought when you get back." Annabeth's feet shuffled in the dust as she walked away. But then her initial jubilance caught up with her and she began running toward the river. "Lydia, She looked over the improvised clothesline at Ross. Yes? Taking her hand, he pulled her through the damp clothes. He opened her fingers and dropped several coins into her palm. Go buy yourself something. She looked at the money shiny against her hand, then up into the wagon. She knew Ross kept his money hidden in there somewhere, but had no idea where and didn't care. Money wasn't important to her because she had never had any before, and the value of it meant nothing. The only reason it meant something now was because Ross was giving it to her. I don't need anything. Don't buy something you need, buy something you want. Hopefully she stared up into his green eyes as she asked, why? The question infuriated Ross. Whenever Hill came around with one of his little presents, a honeycomb he had found dripping honey as sweet as his speech, a book of poetry he thought she might enjoy, a fresh peach tart Moses had just baked, she never asked the reason behind the gift. Of course, that gentleman with the sterling manners had always asked Ross's permission before he presented his wife. Yes, God damn it. His wife with one of his gifts. Lydia always thanked him shyly, humbly, with a demure lowering of her eyes. But him, her own husband? Oh, no. She couldn't simply accept his generosity with one of the sweet thank yous and radiant smiles she showered on Winston Hill. Ross would never have confessed to jealousy. But that was what crawled through him like a serpent poisoning his whole system. Jealousy was what impelled him to say, because everyone will think I'm a lousy husband if I don't let my wife. He slurred the word, buy herself a trinket from the peddler. She bristled at his scorn. Brushing past him, she picked up Lee. She would be damned before she would spend any of his money on herself, but she might find something for the baby. Leave Lee here. I can watch him. No. She whirled around and shook the fist that held the money. I'll take care of him. That's what I'm paid for, isn't it? She didn't give him time to reply before she marched away. Independence Day dawned clear and hot. There was an air of expectancy about the entire camp. Today was a holiday, a time for rest from the grueling hours of travel, a day for baking goodies, a day for laughing, music, and gaiety. If anyone grumbled that it was a Unionist holiday, his mutterings were soon squelched. The Southern states had won their independence from British rule, same as the Northern. After long weeks of travel, the immigrants would use any occasion to take a holiday. Ma had convinced Lydia to buy from the peddler enough of the gold cloth to make herself a dress. Lydia wasn't much of a seamstress, but with Ma's help and a dress pattern borrowed from Mrs. Rigsby. The dress had been cut out, Ma stitched on it nearly every evening. Lydia felt badly about it. Ma insisted that she would rather spend a quiet evening in the Coleman's wagon sewing than in the chaos that reigned in her own. So despite Lydia's objections, the dress was ready for her to step into when the time came. They were camped on the Ouachita River. As a result of a wet spring, the surrounding countryside was green despite the summer heat. The ladies were allowed use of the river first, and as soon as morning chores were done, they trooped down to its grassy banks with towels and bars of soap for one of the few real baths they had taken since leaving home. The festivities began at sunset. The men came back from the river, having been granted their privacy in the late afternoon while the ladies napped in their wagons. Some of the men were unrecognizable with their hair plastered down, wearing a string tie, a shiny belt buckle, or a Sunday-only pair of suspenders. The women folk, too, had added touches of finery to their calico and had taken extra pains with their hairdos. Ross had bathed in the river and dressed in a pair of black pants, white shirt, and black leather vest. Instead of a tie, he wound a bandana around his throat. He brushed his hair, leaving off the oil most of the other men had used. He noted that his hair was growing long again. He would have to get Lydia to trim. He pulled himself up straight and stared at the hairbrush in his hand as though he didn't recognize either it or the man who held it. How easily her name came to his mind now. When Victoria's rarely did, how natural it seemed that he would ask her to trim his hair again, an intimacy expected from a woman who lived with a man. Damn! Lydia, are you ready? He called into the wagon. She surveyed herself in the mirror, wetting her lips and pinching her cheeks as Ma had told her to do. She had dressed with Ma's and Annabeth's help, Lee having been turned over to Mary Nell in Atlanta to watch. Lydia ran her hands over her skirt to convince herself it was real. The gold broadcloth had been sewn into the most beautiful dress she had ever owned, even nicer than the ones Ross had bought for her in Memphis. The neckline was scooped to reveal her throat and the upper part of her chest. The short sleeves were puffed and barely covered the top of her arm. The bodice buttoned to her waist, where a wide sash tied in a bow in the back separated it from the full gathered skirt. She didn't have enough petticoats to make it stand out far, but it swayed against her ankles nicely. Ma was determined that she wear her hair the way nature intended it, which was wild and free and curly. They had decorated it with wild yellow roses found on the riverbank that morning. She had been liberally splashed with cologne. "Lydia?" Ross let all his frustration go into that summons. "Coming," she said shyly, and stepped out onto the tailgate. Had Ross not been grinding his teeth in agitation, his mouth would have dropped open when his wife presented herself. Her petite figure had never been so clearly defined as it was in the soft cotton. Her skin was glowing the color of ripe apricots from the suntan she had acquired, despite the straw hat she always wore while riding on the wagon seat. Her hair, well, it occurred to him that at one time he had been appalled that she would let it go unbound. Now it neither shocked nor offended him. Indeed, he preferred it that way. He wiped his palms on his pants legs and extended his hand up to hers, guiding her down the steps of the wagon, something she did on her own 100 times a day. "I think they've already started eating," he said inanely. "I'm sorry I made you late. You should have gone on. I could have caught up." "It's all right." Her brave smile sagged with disappointment. He wasn't going to say anything about how nice she looked, as Ma had promised her he would. Feeling dangerously close to tears, she wanted to return to the wagon, but they were soon caught up in the party. Each woman had contributed to the buffet supper, bringing her specialty dish, and Lydia and Ross were handed plates heaped with food. Even before they were finished eating, those who could fiddle, including Moses, were rosining their bows and applying them to the strings. By the time the leftover food was stored away and the dishes cleared, several of the less self-conscious couples were whirling to the lively tunes being played on fiddles and harmonicas. Ma, clapping her hands in time to the music and watching fondly as Zeke dipped his cup again into the barrel of beer somebody had brought from the nearest town, said, "You two go on and dance. I can keep an eye on Lee." Lydia looked up at her husband, who had a long, slender cigar clamped between his teeth. She had never danced, but it looked like fun. "I never learned how to dance," Ross said dismissively. Ma, wishing she could give him a good swift kick in the seat of the pants, was undaunted. "It don't matter none. Them's not experts out there. Just take your lady on your arm and start moving to the music." "I don't know how to dance either, Ross," Lydia said, hoping that her own lack of experience would encourage him to try it. He gazed down at her face, at her body, and knew that he couldn't put his arms around her, looking as beautiful as she did, and keep the vow he had made to himself not to make love to her. "Then there's no call for us both to make fools of ourselves, is there?" He strolled off in the direction of the beer barrel. "Well," Ma said huffily, "I seen stupid pig-headed men in my day, but that one takes the cake." Lydia, humiliated, her cheeks flaming with embarrassment, was staring at the ground when the toes of 2 polished boots came into her range of vision. "May I have the honor of dancing with you, Lydia?" Her eyes came up to meet the warm, open, appreciative gaze of Winston Hill. He scanned her face, not with the open hostility or the frightening intensity Ross often did, but with an unqualified liking for what he saw. Ma, smiling once again, urged her. "Go on, Lydia. The gentleman asked you to dance." "I don't know how," she muttered. On the one hand, she wanted to, but she knew it would incur Ross's wrath. Winston laughed and swept his hand wide to indicate the enthusiastically bobbing couples who were keeping time to the music without worrying about form. "I don't think anyone does." He extended his hand to her. "Dance with me, Lydia." He spoke so urgently, so compellingly, that without thinking of the consequences, she thrust her hands into his and let him lead her into the melee. He curved one arm around her waist and, lifting her hand with the other, began to move in the circular pattern of the other dancers. At first, Lydia felt like she had 6 feet, all lame, and unable to go in the same direction. But Winston was patient and instructive. Soon she relaxed and began to get the hang of it. By the time they had made the circle 4 times, she felt like she was flying and never wanted to stop. When Ross spotted his wife in the arms of another man, especially Winston Hill, who was dressed fit to kill in a white linen suit and soft brown leather boots, his fingers automatically tensed around the tin cup he was bringing to his lips. Without even realizing that his eyes had narrowed dangerously, becoming green slits, he watched their movements like a hawk. He made cursory responses to the conversation going on around him. But Lydia, with her skirts flying, her mouth smiling, her hair swirling, had his undivided attention. Each time she whirled past him, oblivious to him, laughing up into Hill's face, Ross's fingers squeezed his cup. He tossed down another draught of beer, and the coil inside his gut wound a little bit tighter. "Come on, you silly boy," Priscilla giggled, tripping through the darkness on the far side of the wagons. "I tell you, no one saw you steal that beer?" "We'd be in a passel of trouble if anyone had," Bubba said, cautiously glancing over his shoulder. "Shoot! No one was paying us any mind. They're all having too good a time at their stupid party." She leaned against a tree, making sure her breasts thrust forward beguilingly. "I had in mind a private little party just for us, Bubba," she drawled, drawing him close. "Give me a sip of beer." She had been anticipating the dancing all week. Then Scout had informed her that he wasn't going to spend his 4th of July with a bunch of sodbusters and had gone into town, leaving her alone. She would show him the Sonovevich. Did he think he was the only man in the world? Not by a long shot. "Stand close in front of me now, Bubba, so no one can see." She positioned him where she wanted him, then raised his hand that held the cup of beer to her mouth. She tilted it, sipping some, but letting most dribble down her chin and chest. "Oh, Bubba, give me a handkerchief, quick. If my ma smells beer on me, no telling what she's liable to do." Entranced as his eyes tracked the rivulets of beer disappearing into Priscilla's bodice, Bubba whipped a handkerchief out of his back pocket and handed it to her. He watched stupefied as she unbuttoned her top. "Mercy me," she said. "It's run clear down to my waist. I'm going to unbutton my camisole, but you're not to do anything you'll be ashamed of later. You hear, Bubba?" He nodded dumbly. Every word of caution his mother had drilled into him slipped from his mind as easily as the buttons of Priscilla's camisole slipped through their holes. Eyeing him slyly, Priscilla dragged the handkerchief over her bared breast, lifting them, moving them, rubbing the nipples until they hardened, wiping away the imaginary spilled beer. When the handkerchief slid over her one last time and then left her completely bare as she lifted it away, Bubba groaned. It was a sound that originated in his loins and worked its way up into his throat and out his body. "Priscilla, you're beautiful," he rasped. "I'll bet you're just saying that," she crooned, arching her back and lifting her breasts for his closer inspection. No, Priscilla. I love you, I told you that. If you loved me, you'd kiss me and stuff." Bubba looked at her in wordless wonder before he moved in closer. He pressed his body against hers and touched her mouth with his. Priscilla adjusted herself, curling upward to rub her mound against the swelling in his pants. Bubba cried out softly and ground against her. He put his hands on her naked breasts and caressed them gently. "Oh, Bubba, that feels so nice." She flicked her tongue along his lips. The boy pulled back quickly. He was shocked, but he saw her sultry eyes and felt her hand pulling him back to her breasts. With a hopeless moan, he sealed their mouths together again. This time his mouth was open too, and following her lead, he pushed his tongue into her mouth. He plucked at her nipples with fingers acting strictly on instinct. Not much finesse was employed. Priscilla didn't want gentleness. She writhed between him and the tree, moaning her pleasure. "I've got something to show you," she said breathlessly, pushing him away. His blood-boiling Bubba wasn't ready to stop. He tried to recapture her mouth, but she dodged him, laughing softly and batting his hands away when they reached for her breasts again. "Bubba Langston, you behave," she said with mock severity. "Promise not to tell a soul." I've been hiding these from my ma. She lifted her skirt and petticoats and raised her knee to prop against his thigh. I bought these red satin garters from that peddlerman. Can you see them? Aren't they beautiful? He didn't look at the gaudy garters. He gaped at the smooth expanse of white thigh above them. Yeah, I see 'em, he said thickly. He touched the garter with his finger, then trailed it up to touch her thigh. Shame on you, Bubba, she said on a gust of rushing breath, but she didn't try to stop him. Encouraged, Bubba explored higher, his breath soughing loudly through his lips when his fingertips encountered fleecy hair. Priscilla, you don't have on any. It was so hot today, I wanted to feel cool. Oh, Bubba, you shouldn't. Oh, God. Are you touching me there? Let me, Priscilla, he begged. I won't hurt you. Am I hurting you? I'll stop. No. He made to withdraw, but the arching of her body urged him back. I mean, a man can get violent if a lady lets him go so far and then, oh, right there, Bubba, she shuddered. Yes, Priscilla, he sighed, burying his mouth in her neck. Feel how wet you're making me, Bubba. I'm so hard I hurt, he mumbled into her breasts. Let me help you. She groped at the front of his pants and encircled him with knowing fingers. She stroked. Jesus, Jesus, he groaned. He was going to die, and his ma and everybody else would know how he had died, and he didn't even care. He sent his fingers delving into her warmth. Oh, Bubba, that's good, she sighed, but not here, down by the river. Come on, hurry. Dazed, he withdrew his hand and stepped back. She lowered her leg and pulled her bodice together. Then, looking at him with dreamy promise, she took his hand and turned toward the river. They both came to a reeling halt when they saw Luke Langston lounging on a nearby tree stump. Seemingly indifferent to them, he was whittling down a stick with his pocket knife. Hitty, he chirped. Nice evening, ain't it? You snooping little bastard, Priscilla screamed. How long have you been here? 'Bout as long as that thing in Bubba's pants has grown? When did you start sprouting gourds in your breeches, Bubba? That one is about the biggest one I ever did see. I'm gonna kill you, Bubba said and flew toward his brother, who leaped off the stump and went tearing through the trees, whooping like an Indian. Bubba tore out after him. Goddamn stupid hillbillies, Priscilla muttered as she fumbled to rearrange her clothing. She kept up the scathing litany until she reached her wagon and flopped down on her bedroll to lament her frustration and the sad plight of her life. Ross turned his back to the dancers and dipped his cup into the bottom of the beer barrel. He was stonily furious. He was green with jealousy. He was more than a little drunk. The latter was the only one of those conditions he could control, but he didn't want to. He tossed down another cup of beer, wishing it were whiskey, so he would get drunk quicker. What the hell did he care if she flaunted herself in front of a milk-it toast like Hill? Let him have her. As soon as they got to Texas and established residency, he would start divorce proceedings. Everything was still haywire in this part of the country since the war. Surely a divorce wouldn't be that hard to obtain. Reflexively, he rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, his fury building as he tried to attune himself to the ribald tale Mr. Appleton was telling. Everyone else seemed to be hanging on to every lewd word. All Ross concentrated on was keeping his gaze off Lydia, who smiled up into Hill's face. She had never looked at him like that. He found her sensuously curving mouth and the voluptuous way her body swayed to the music repulsive. At least that what's he told himself? She was deliberately making a fool of him. That's what she was doing. Dancing with her highfalutin friend was her way of pointing up her husband's shortcomings. Well, by God, he wasn't going to stand here and be made a fool of by that chit he had been roped into marrying if he had to carry her off by that wild head of hair. Where was she? Ross had turned around to scan the frenzied dancers. His intoxicated eyes tried to focus on the couples, but after several minutes passed and he couldn't locate either Lydia or Winston, he dropped his tin cup in the dust and began to shove his way through the noisy crowd. Hey, Coleman, watch out. Where you going, Ross? Ross, get enough to drink? Where's your lady? He was impervious to everything around him. He felt the familiar tension building. The violence in him rose and filled his pores, seeking an outlet. He hadn't felt it so powerfully since that last job he had pulled with Jesse and Frank. His fists balled mechanically. Automatically, he felt for the holster and its lethal cargo. It wasn't there, but still he stalked through the crowd, intent on finding his betraying wife and her paramour. "Ross, I told the girls to take Lee back to our wagon and put him to bed so you and Lydia can stay at the party as long as you like," Ma said when he passed by her. He gazed down at her with unseeing eyes. "Leave him in our wagon till morning. No need to. Where is she?" He hissed. Ma had been watching him for an hour and knew that he was reeking with jealousy. She had the wisdom not to smile. Instead, she let her eyes wander over the dancers. "Who? Lydia?" "Yes, Lydia." Ross spat out the name as though holding it on his tongue too long was hateful to him. "Don't rightly know. She was dancing with Mr. Hill last I saw." Ross pushed his way past a celebrating group and stumbled in the direction of the wagons, which for the most part were dark and deserted. If she had gone to his wagon, if he found them together, he didn't want to know. He had to know. Where was she? Lydia had never had such a good time in her life. Winston was treating her like she hadn't grown up with trash, living in a hovel, forced to submit to the sexual abuse of her stepbrother. Winston treated her like a lady, complimenting her on the way she looked and on her dancing, fetching her cups of punch, laughing with her, sharing her exuberance. When he started coughing, she asked if he were all right. He insisted he was, and she took his word for it until they had to stop dancing and draw outside the circle of couples. He had a coughing seizure, the likes of which Lydia had never seen Winston. She asked, placing a hand on his shoulder as he bent at the waist, his whole body convulsing as he strangled. "What can I do?" "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I'm fine." But he wasn't. There were flecks of blood in the corners of his lips, and his face had gone to the color of old wax. "Do you want me to fetch Moses?" He shook his head, clapping a handkerchief to his mouth again. "He's having fun," he choked out when his coughing subsided. But the next attack was worse than the last, and Lydia became truly alarmed. "Winston, tell me what to do." "My medicine," he said in a garbled voice. Her eyes searched out Ross, but he was standing with the throng of men crowded around the beer barrel, and she would have to wend her way through the dancers to reach him. She didn't want to leave Winston alone that long. She clutched his sleeve. "Where is it? Your medicine? Where is it, Winston?" "Wagon," he gasped out. "Come on," she said, making up her mind to take care of him herself rather than run for someone else. He might choke to death before she could get anyone's attention, and she knew he would be embarrassed if she caused a commotion because of him. Putting her arm around his waist and splaying her other hand over his chest, she led him into the deep shadows where the wagons were stopped for the night. "Where is yours?" she asked. Weakly, he pointed it out, and they made stumbling progress across the camp. "I'm sorry, Lydia," he kept repeating. "Hush! Now, don't talk, or you'll start coughing again. I hate myself for this. It isn't your fault." At the tailgate of his wagon, she asked, "Can you get inside?" He nodded, and by a sheer act of will, pulled himself up, taking wheezing breaths and pausing to cough. At last they gained the inside, and Lydia blinked against the darkness while Winston crawled toward his bedroll. He fell upon it heavily and rolled onto his back, seized by another fit of coughing. Lydia, her eyes growing accustomed to the darkness, searched out a lantern and match and had soon lit the wick, keeping the flame turned down low. "Where's the medicine?" she asked him softly, while he struggled for air with collapsing lungs. He pointed to a small wooden chest. Lydia lifted it toward him, raising the lid to reveal several dark bottles of tinctures in the velvet-lined take box. With a shaky hand, he pointed out the one he needed. She set the chest aside and uncorked the bottle. Raising his head with one hand, she pressed the dark brown vial to his lips. He drank a generous amount, then lay back weakly. "Thank you, Lydia. Are you better?" she asked. Her brows wrinkled with concern and her mouth puckered with anxiety. Wisps of hair surrounded her face like filaments of light. Her skin was dewy from her overexertion. The scent of her cologne permeated the interior of the starkly masculine wagon. She had no idea how beautiful she looked to the ill man who would have given anything at that moment to be strong and whole. "I'm better," he replied sadly. wishing the look she bestowed on him could be one of passion rather than pity. "Let me help you out of this." She untied the silk tie from around his neck and unabashedly unbuttoned his vest and shirt front. Catching her hands, Winston stilled her. "Moses can do that when he comes in. Go back to the party. I'll be fine. Should I go and get him now?" He shook his head on the fine linen pillowcase. "When he notices I'm not dancing, he'll be along." He tightened his grip on her hand. "Thank you, Lydia. It was nothing." Instinctively, maternally, her fingers brushed back the damp curls that lay on his forehead. At the same time, Winston raised her other hand to his lips and kissed it softly. Ross plunged through the opening of the wagon like a pillaging vandal, flinging open the canvas flaps and holding them wide. Startled by the sound, Lydia whipped her head around, but not before Ross had seen what looked to his jealousy-crazed mind to be a tender, loving scene. Lydia shrank from him. He was no longer wearing his vest or bandana. Several of his shirt buttons had been opened to reveal each rippling muscle in a carpet of dark hair. His face was fearsome. Green eyes impaled her from beneath hooding black brows, lying in damp disarray over his forehead. His hair was as untamed as his fierce expression. Beneath the frowning mustache, his mouth was a hard, straight line. His legs were planted wide apart, the muscles in his thighs contracting and bulging in the tight-fitting black pants. Even the bravest of souls would cower under that magnificent physical presence. His fierce countenance portended disaster for anyone he considered his enemy. "Ross." Lydia squeaked. "A touching scene," he snarled. Winston struggled to sit up. "Let me. He's sick. I looked for you. He was choking. There was— You're my wife." Ross growled, taking 2 lunging strides to reach her. He wrapped his fingers around her upper arm and jerked her to her feet. "I didn't want you to be. I still don't. But as long as you are, God damn you, you'll act like it." "Ross, please listen to me," Winston pleaded faintly. The last thing he wanted was to bring trouble to Lydia for treating him kindly. "The circumstances are deceiving. Nothing unseemly happened here." "Yet," Ross snapped. "But I think I was just in time." "No." Lydia cried, trying to wrench her arm free of Ross's hold. "Come on," he lifted her toward the wagon's opening and thrust her through it. "He's sick," she said, digging her heels in the dirt and pulling on her arm. You'll get what's coming to you, what you've been begging for, but you'll get it from me, your husband," he sneered. She stumbled against him and caught at his belt for support. The glittering anger in his eyes terrified her. Her teeth began to chatter, and her bones threatened not to hold her up. What do you mean?" By now they were at his wagon. He scooped her in his arms and lithely took the steps up to the tailgate. He bent almost double over her to get inside the canvas opening. Ma's got him. He laughed, and the sound sent a cold chill of fear down her spine. "Till morning." Unceremoniously, he dropped her onto her bedroll, and she scrambled to cover her legs with her skirt. His lips curled in a nasty smile. "Don't bother with that modesty act, Lydia. If I had any doubts before, you proved tonight what you are." "No," she whispered and sat up, scooting away from him into the corner of the wagon. She had seen this expression before on Clancy's face. It was indomitable. It meant that no amount of begging or pleading would stop the man from taking what he wanted. Ross's eyes were alight with too much drink, fury, and lust. "No, Ross, please," she whimpered, covering her chest with her arms. He peeled off his shirt, leaving his chest and stomach bare. Lydia watched the play of muscle and sinew. The vicious scar looked like an angry red eye winking at her. He unbuckled his belt and whipped the wide strap of leather out of the loops. She hunched forward protectively, thinking he meant to beat her first, but he only dropped the belt at his feet and began slowly to unbutton his pants. She lifted her soulful eyes to his silently. They pleaded with him not to do this, not to hurt her, not to use her with no more feeling than Clancy had done. "Please, Ross." "You wanted a man?" he asked silkily, lowering himself to the bedroll. "Well, that's what you're going to get." He moved so swiftly that one moment she was balled into the corner of the wagon, and the next she was being pulled beneath him by hands that moved with uncanny speed and skill. Panicked, wild with the need to escape, she fought him, bucking violently, thrashing with arms and legs, curling her fingers into claws. No, no, she chanted as she struggled against his unyielding strength that pressed her down. Oh, yes. How many have you given it to, huh? What makes me so different? The rose petals in her hair were crushed beneath her head as she rolled it from side to side. Her hair tumbled around her face, neck, shoulders. No, Ross, Ross, God, don't let him do this to me, she cried helplessly. God won't help you, Lydia. God doesn't listen. He's never around when you need him. He caught her hands in one iron fist and stretched them above her head. Greedily, his fingers worked at the buttons on her bodice until they came undone. Once the dress was pushed aside, he ripped at the ribbon on her camisole, then unfastened the tiny buttons. His breathing was loud and harsh as he pulled the garment aside and bared her breasts to his ravaging eyes. Lydia moaned, squeezed her eyes shut, and turned her head away. If only he had asked her, she might have consented. She might have bartered this for his future kindness. Had he treated her gently, she might have offered it without his asking. But he was going to hurt her, violate her, bruise her, just like Clancy had. It would be worse this time. Ross had the power to hurt her in a way Clancy never could. She cared for Ross, and that he could treat her with so little regard hurt her to her very soul. He wouldn't think of physically abusing one of his horses. He didn't let himself touch her breasts. A remnant of sanity in his alcohol-ridden mind warned him that if he caressed her, he might begin to feel tenderness for her. That mustn't happen. She needed punishing, and he was going to punish her. He shoved her skirt and petticoats to her waist and laid hold of the waistband of her pantalets. Yanking hard, he broke the fastening and pushed them down her thighs. She groaned wretchedly and tried to lock her thighs together. Brutally, he tore her underdrawers down the length of her legs and prized her thighs apart with his knee. Freeing his erect manhood from his pants, he positioned himself above her. Had it been Clancy, Lydia would have stared up at him defiantly, showing him all the hatred she felt. But she didn't hate Ross, and rather than give him that haughty, damning stare of her dark, golden eyes, she kept her head averted as he thrust inside her. She didn't anticipate the tearing pain that shot through her. Her body arched off the pallet, and she uttered a sharp cry. Ross buried all of himself deep inside and burrowed farther. When she had taken all of him and absorbed all his weight, he held sucking in great amounts of air. His head began to clear. And when that happened, he was aware, for the first time since seeing her in Hill's wagon, of what he was doing. The jealous rage that had bathed his whole world red lifted like a mist, and he was left face to face with bitter regret. So much regret and pleasure, the immensity of which he had never felt before. He didn't want to feel the pleasure. Yet it saturated him, his mind, his heart, his belly, his manhood snugly gloved by her. He had to test it to see if he were still conscious. Maybe this was a fantasy, the erotic product of a drunken stupor. He moved slightly, not wanting to awaken from the dream, should it be one. But it was real. He rocked over her, and the miracle sensations washed over him in time to his rhythmic movements. "No," he whispered, "she can't feel this good." His voice belied his words. It was the voice of a man experiencing the highest physical gratification he had ever known. It was wrong. He couldn't let it feel so good. He wouldn't. He withdrew, planning to move away, but his body wouldn't let him, and he sank into her sweet depth again. "Damn it all to hell. It's not supposed to be like this with you," he mournfully sighed into her neck. Breaking his own best intentions, his hand worked its way between their bodies. He found her breasts ripe and malleable and fondled her with the inquiring sensitivity of a blind man. He measured her plump fullness in his palm. He stroked the smooth flesh. He examined the nipples with his fingertips, loving the nubby texture of them when they hardened against the pad of his thumb. Without his realizing he had moved, his head replaced his hand, and he began kissing her breasts. His mustachioed mouth moved over her in an aimless caress until his lips found a nipple. Pebbly and flushed, they closed around it loosely while his tongue appreciated it with fleeting licks. Then he suckled it gently, taking all of it into his mouth and tasting the woman. His head came up and he looked down into whiskey-colored eyes that were wide and uncomprehending. He saw his own fingers, white with pressure, wrapped around her wrists. He released them immediately. His hands came up to her hair and he plowed his fingers through it until he had closed all 10 around her scalp. Tilting her head back, he fused their mouths as intimately as their sexes were adhered. The heat of the kiss intensified until his lips were grinding over hers, until his tongue was mating with hers, until he couldn't control his kiss any more than he could control the burst of fire from his loins that melted through the gate of her womb. His lips fashioned her name out of the low, soft staccato sounds of his supreme satisfaction. For a long time after the crisis had shuddered through him, he lay atop her, suspended in a state of the sublime. He never remembered rolling off her, gathering her to him closely, and slipping into peaceful unconsciousness.